All right. Yo, Rican, check both of the streams on YouTube. Let me know if we're live. I think we are now. I think there was a little issue right there. All right, we're good. Keep up the good work. Always doing a great job making the whole world laugh. Appreciate that, bro. I thank you. I'm trying to. Sugar said, real women voted or men who identify as women? Oh, bro, don't bring the smoke in with that, bro. What's up, Mez? I've been waiting for you on YouTube. Yo, I didn't know it wasn't live. It should be live. We should be live on YouTube right now. Sorry. I didn't click a button. We're live on YouTube now. Listen, I've been gone for 3 months. I'm rusty. All right. I'm rusty. I don't know how to Discord. I'm a millennial boomer. Nah, bro. It's simple. Yo, Eldor going crazy with the roses. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. They need to nerf California, bro. Listen, California is its own world. They need California can literally be its own country. I'd be cool with that. Lilith, what's up? Krails, what's up? Kalon, what's up? What's up, y'all? Sorry about that. I didn't know I didn't go live on YouTube. My bad, y'all. Ginger, what's up? Yeah, we live. We live. Hopefully everything's coming through and looking good and all that. We're just doing the play-by-play. We're talking about what's going on here. Now, let me ask you all. I'm curious. What is the biggest issue in this year's election that for you was what you voted on? Like if there was just one out of all the many things. So mind you, I'm talking about like economics, immigration, women's rights, etc. Like whatever they may be. What was the one singular issue that was the biggest thing for you in your vote this year? Can y'all run that off? I'm curious. I see inflation, economics. Okay. No shit, bro. Cali has sunk almost as bad as South Ontario. Yo, Aldor, thank you for the guest, bro. You're a legend. Welcome back. Thank you, Big Lou. Appreciate that, brother. Immigration, okay. Let's get Trump to pardon Dirk, yo. Man, I'm sorry to hear my brother Dirk, man. Economics. Crayo said I voted for Harris. Okay. Okay. I see more things about economy and foreign relations. Okay. Nobody popped up for YouTube. I'm glad we're live now. About time. Sheesh. Who else? Being able to afford stuff. Fortnite. Get out of here, bro. Immigration and this crap they are trying to teach in schools. Okay. So it seems like, as I suspected, the economy is the single biggest thing. And you know what? And I believe I believe that's true as well, because listen, if there's money flowing in the country, we're all better for it. A lot of the things that we're pressed about right now, we're not as pressed about if there's money flowing around. We're not tripping about eggs and milk prices if we got a little bit more money around, right? We're like, all right. So I agree that the economy, man, we got to get our money right. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get our money right. Also, I don't want men in women's sports, you know? Okay. That's another very hot button topic for sure. That is something that I agree with. Something about that just doesn't seem, it's not right to me. I just think they just create leagues, just like any other league, create leagues. You have the leagues for Paralympics, you got leagues for women's sports. Like, just create another league for trans athletes, and there you go. Jason said he was better off 4 years ago. I saw something about Trudeau. I might have missed that. Lopez said no trans teachings in schools, please. Okay. The left right now is crazy up here too. Oh, you're talking about in Canada? We got the next exit poll in 9 minutes, y'all. Next exit poll. Yo, Esquire, thank you for keeping me updated, bro. Let's take a look at the maps right here. Nothing really changed. Vermont, they're calling Vermont for Kamala. All right, let's keep looking here. We're cycling through all the news outlets. Bernie Sanders won again. This man is not leaving. Yo, Bernie Sanders about to die in the goddamn Senate. Jesus Christ, this man is not leaving that goddamn Senate floor. The one that sent 60 billion more to Ukraine is wild. I would tell you what. If there's one thing that I think is gonna hurt Harris and the Democrats, is how much they've been spending on Ukraine. Bro, like that has universally pissed off Republicans and Democrats. I promise you, bro. That one thing united both political affiliations of people was hearing how many billions of dollars we kept giving to Ukraine, and we are we as a nation are struggling here. You know what I'm saying? The entire world was better off 4 years ago. Well, I mean, 4 years ago, we certainly didn't have the inflation that we did. I think also COVID was a big factor in the changing of where we're at now. I mean, we printed money. It caught up with us. It caught up with us. Man, this is not a fight. Trump is winning heavily, and that's good. Eldor, thank you so much for the gifts, man. Y'all a legend, bro. Anyone with the Jewish last name was a no for me. God damn, don't say that, bro. That's crazy. Can't say that, man. Can't say that, man. Don't say that out loud. Can't say that. Gonna end up being weekend at Bernie's. 2 people at Senate floor. You know, between Bernie Sanders and what's her name? Speaker of the House Pelosi. They up there with it. They're real up there. They're gonna keep sending Ukraine money. I have a problem with that, man. We're dumping money hand over foot to Ukraine. Hand over foot. A carton of eggs for $7 is crazy. God damn. That's what they hitting for over there in East Coast, New York. Joseph said immigration flooding the country at uncontrollable rates. That was also a big deal. Here's an interesting thing. Let me tell you how crazy it is. One thing, okay, so I'm in Illinois. I'm in Chicago, right? Illinois, Chicago is 100% Democratic city, period, right? That ain't gonna change. And our prior mayor, Lightfoot, was talking about we're a sanctuary city and all that stuff, right? She kept on saying it. Everyone here, because it's part of like the Democratic messaging, was like, we're for migrants, all that stuff, right? But yo, when the governor of Texas started shipping migrants to Chicago, and then the new mayor we got, who's an idiot, started putting them in basically predominantly black, like south and west sides of Chicago, predominantly black neighborhoods. The shuttered schools, public schools, local neighborhood schools that they closed down, they started putting them in them schools. And then the local black community in these neighborhoods was like, yo, wait a minute. You closed on our schools, and now you're putting migrants in our neighborhood. Now these migrants, see, you got to understand like how this plays out. Migrants start coming in, and they're going to do what they need to do to survive, which means they're going to start like taking under the table jobs, doing stuff, whatever they got to do to survive and shit like that. And as more and more keep coming in, it starts to be a situation where the makeup of that community starts changing. Now it's going from a predominantly black neighborhood to Venezuelan and black, you know what I'm saying? So it changes that whole thing. And I promise you, I've never seen the irony of like people that are Democratic and are cool with immigration until immigration comes knocking on their door, and then they're in the neighborhood and then like, oh, we don't want y'all here. That shit is comical to me. I thought that shit was hilarious. Like everyone's cool with this shit until it's in your neighborhood, in your hood. Then you're like, wait a minute, hold on. What are all these people doing here? No. I'm cool with them coming here, but just like over there, over in that neighborhood, over in that city. So there was all kinds of fallout from people in the black community here in Chicago that were going into City Hall screaming at the mayor about like, what are y'all doing? Y'all putting them in our neighborhoods. You're giving them our resources. We can't even get money that we need. Y'all giving them all. Bro, it was crazy in Chicago for most of this year with the immigrants they shipped over here. In Philly, there were police escorting migrants to the front line for voting. What? That's crazy. Yeah, that's true. That is exactly what happened. Yeah, it is. I like that name. I can't help it. Yo, Eldor, let me do this, brother. Let me drop a bomb. Eldor going crazy with the gifts. You're making the lights change in the back. Much love, bro. Hey, by the way, y'all, we do got text to speech on. If you're on YouTube or Kick, you can type exclamation, or you can use super chats or exclamation dono hit the link. You can send your message in and it'll read it out loud. As long as you don't have like profanity in it, it'll read it out loud. So if you want to send a message through to be read on stream, or if you send something through, I'll read it out myself. The problem is too many greedy individuals and large corporations that influence the economy. Well, yeah, that's the problem. Look, I think we can agree that we got 1 minute until the next poll closes, y'all. I think we can all agree we have a fundamental issue here in the US, and it comes down to just a few things. One, we need standardized polling rules, regulations across the country. I'm at the point now where I think it should just be federalized. I know I'm all for independent states having their own independent ways of doing things, but for like federal elections and shit, they should just be one standard system that every county state uses. And that way we're not having to drag shit out and have this mess and be all weird. My man just grabbed his nutsack on TV. Thanks. Secondly, lobbying needs to go. There shouldn't be any more lobbying. Lobbying shouldn't be allowed anymore, because that is how they get into the pockets of the politicians. They pay, you know what I'm saying? Lobbying is fundamentally just a legal form of corruption, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's a quid pro quo system. I think that leads to the shit that we deal with. You know what I'm saying? Term limits. We need term limits. Why are people in these positions for like 40 years, bro? Like, you shouldn't be a senator for an entire career. I'm sorry. I don't think you should be able to make a career as a politician unless you're going like changing roles. So like, for example, maybe you start off as an alderman or a city council person, then you become a mayor. Okay. Then you go to like a governor, then you go to a congressperson. Then you go to a senator. Maybe you apply for president. You should be able to like zigzag across, but you shouldn't be in one position, bro, forever. Case in point, Mayor Daley in Chicago, him and his father, probably the worst things that happened to the city, the level of corruption these two, when we started. I mean, the last Daley managed to sell the rights to our city street parking to an Saudi Arabian company for 75 years, bro. 75 years. They sold the rights. In the worst deal probably you will ever. I don't even know how this man is not arrested for that bad of a deal. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Elder, yo, going crazy, brother. Thank you. Georgia is red now. But here's the thing. If you look closely, Atlanta's starting to pop in right now, as expected. You see, it's gonna blue out right there. But if he holds enough of the rural counties, it should stay Trump. We'll see. I mean, it looks like there's about Trump's got about 988,000 votes compared to Kamala's 805,000. So he's up about 183,000 votes just in Georgia right now. We're gonna get these poll results here. Let's take a look at the update here. We got nothing really in. They have these red in Alabama, Mississippi. I'm pretty sure they're gonna stay red, but we don't have enough voting information in here. I'm really interested to see what Texas is gonna happen with Texas. I think Texas will stay red, but here's the thing about Texas is you have so many people from Cali leaving Cali to go to Texas. For better living conditions. It's a bit cheaper than Cali. However, with so many people relocating to Texas, it's driving those prices up. It used to be, Houston was really good prices. Even people in Houston are like, yo, our prices are going up because we're getting so many transplants from Cali, the West Coast, and all of that. You got Austin, which is now Austin is like the Silicon Valley of the South. So you got all of the Silicon Valley liberal people that are moving to Austin, and it's turning that state. I don't know, at some point, maybe in the next 10 years, I think Texas is going to be a toss-up state, and it may be the biggest swing state. The more liberal people move into that state and they start turning it. Greg, appreciate you, brother. That's what I'm seeing, what I'm thinking. There's a lot of people moving from the West Coast down to Texas. Still getting some more stuff in here. AP now has the count at 95 for Trump, 35 for Harris. Here's the thing though, New York isn't in. You know that's going to be her. Cali's going to be her. She's going to get Washington and probably Oregon. I'm really interested in what we're going to see here with the Midwest. We got Ohio. Still a long way to go in Ohio. Wisconsin and Michigan, man. I'm really interested in where these two are going to go. It's such a toss-up. I got family up in Wisconsin, and I know people up there, and I swear to you, it's almost half and half from people I talk to that I know that are voting for either one of the candidates. It's gonna be a real toss-up. Really interesting. Trump won Alabama already. It says 0% reporting. I'm not sure. Maybe they need to update this, but we'll take a look. All right, let's go to the.
We're starting to see a bit of a picture maybe emerge here, and there's a couple layers to this. Again, a third of the vote, and you see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers. The first I can tell you is this. One thing we were looking for here and are looking for in Georgia, I was describing it earlier, there's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So
Honey, what's up?
We've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about, for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta, and we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. And again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger and bigger margins election after election. They want that trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop. They don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same-day vote here still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71 is a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on, we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a lot of Fayette County in right here. And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This would be progress for Democrats. There's still more vote to come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same-day vote. That's the more Republican-friendly. Still to come here. So is this as good as the picture's going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest. Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it, but relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Oh, something happened. All right, let's catch back up. My bad. I'm using. Get your snacks, y'all. I got Twizzlers here on my side right here.
Yep.
Not sure what's happening here.
Yes, absolutely. So again, want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the exurban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020.
Look how Trump's up on that one. It flipped. It's looking like it's flipping.
Here. Yeah. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 in very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only two, but that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large...
All right, while he's talking about that, someone asked about CNN. CNN isn't live with their broadcast yet. It should be starting soon. Let me refresh here. I don't know. They're still... they're not live with their stream just yet. So we're bouncing around. We've got Fox News. You know, we're gonna bounce around all the networks. I want to hear what each one has to say. What kind of, right now, this is the only one that seems to be showing some stuff. Looks like Trump took Florida, Tennessee, Missouri is what they're saying. Trump's win in Florida comes as after some Democrats were optimistic about Harris's chance in the state. See some more here. Trump takes Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina. Let's see if we get any more updates here. Let's refresh real quick. Oh no, I gotta be careful because sometimes Twitter be showing too much stuff that ain't right. Let me scroll through it real quick. I'm not seeing anything for Harris updates so far on Twitter. Let's see here. Also, yeah, nothing new up here. Also, Honey said big factor in Wisconsin is Milwaukee. Yeah, Milwaukee is going to be a big factor in that for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out because, here we go. We got an update. Kamala has won Maryland, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. Okay, so she got a bunch of the northeastern, which is pretty much what we expected, right? Like that's going to be given. It seems like right now everyone's winning kind of what we suspect they should win. So there's that part. All right. They're talking about Pittsburgh right now. Let's see here. What you using? Just YouTube. We're also taking a look here at the AP results real time on Google. So we got an update right here. You can kind of see. Hopefully you guys can see this on the if you're watching on Instagram or TikTok, you guys kind of see what's going on here. But we see this. Still waiting for a lot of major places to come in. Someone made a comment about Arizona. Please run that back. I saw on Instagram. I didn't get a chance to say nothing because we were watching the video and I didn't want to talk over it. Let's talk about Michigan. Let's see what's Michigan.
Oakland County. Remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good. Yep.
Let me expand this real quick. All right, so we're getting updates. It's slowly trickling in. Man, Georgia don't even show specific data. It's so early, y'all. I mean, look, we'll take a look at it right here. All right, a lot of this is going to change. You know, I mean, again.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, you know, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties
Heard it's beautiful up there.
Need to go Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. You know, cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they have given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I was over in Michigan over the summer on this side, like Manistee and stuff, on a fishing trip, which was dope. It was really pretty over there. Nothing about the folks over there give me Democrat. Very much a lot of Trump folks, what I saw.
You see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital.
Thank you, Lily.
One of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties.
Twizzlers are everything, bro. Get your favorite snack. We in the long haul tonight, y'all.
In Durham County here.
Chat, we're in the long haul.
Orange County.
Get your favorite snacks right now.
University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, you know, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. Well,
it was interesting. So Killer Camp said, no way he loses North Carolina will be red. Here's the thing, man. You got major cities in these states are going to be typically blue. You got Charlotte, Raleigh, right? Wilmington. You're going to need the rest of the rural areas to really hold true. Any little bit that doesn't give, because it's just a numbers game, right? Major cities are going to have more population, more people. They're going to have a lot more votes. So you need the rest of the counties to stay red for that to happen. It's going to be interesting. I know a lot of people on the East Coast, right? So like if you're in the West Coast, your go-to place to move to is like Vegas, Arizona, or Texas. And on the East Coast, it seems like North Carolina is one of the big areas where people are fleeing New York, fleeing some other state. They're tired of it. Oh, let's go to North Carolina. So when that happens, if they're coming from a blue state and they're bringing they're bringing that blue to what might have been originally just a red state, and it's gonna flip. I think over the next 10, 20 years, we're gonna see more states flip flopping. You know what I'm saying? You got more people relocating to places like that. 305, what's up, brother? You know what I'm saying? I'm still trying to figure out who would vote for a guy who can't even vote for himself. Interesting, right?
Starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
There you go. I mean, you got the Metro Atlanta area, pretty much blue as expected. Augusta, Savannah, Georgia. By the way, Savannah's very beautiful. I actually flew into Savannah Airport. My buddy's in South Carolina when he was in the service before he retired. I went to go visit him in the Marine Corps, and flew into Savannah. Very beautiful place, man. Really, really beautiful place. I think it's slept on. So what are y'all thinking, man? Are y'all excited about tonight? Nervous about tonight? Good day and good luck, America, right? I really find it interesting what non-Americans like are seeing here. Flex, what's up, bro? MoonDawg, what's up, brother? Lila said, I'm nervous. Good evening, Miss Monica. What's up? How you been, 305, man? Good to see you, brother. I used to live there. I agree. Yep. Very antique feeling, but still enchanting. Interesting. I'm nervous, man. Who did you vote for? I'm going to share after the results are in and they name who's going to win. I'm going to share who I voted for and kind of see if it lines up. We so excited. And hopefully I'm doing an all-nighter tonight. Yeah, we might be there too, bro. We'll see how long we're going to go. As long as y'all here with me, we're going to keep rocking and just talking about it. Yo, let me find this video that I saw the other day on my watch history. Is this CNN? It is CNN. Oh, we get. Oh, they're watching ballots. I don't want to watch that. Hold on, we're trying to find if there is there any other news outlets we need to add to the rotation. We got NBC here. We've got Fox News here. I don't know. Are they actually going to show something? Hold on. Let me see. Are they actually going to do a live stream or not? Let's see here. They're just showing it. Are they actually not going to show like a broadcast on here or something? Like analysts or something like that? I want to make sure we cover all of the news outlets. We kind of get a mixture of all the different, you know, because they all got a certain lean, right? We all know that. They got a certain lean to it. There was a video I watched the other day. I want to pull it up. I think we're going to watch it together real quick. It was really, really good. Let me look through my history here. Let me hide what I watched. I don't want y'all to see all the crazy stuff that I'll be watching through here. History. Let me find it real quick. Oh, right here.
So I went to both.
Yo, we got to watch this. Let me put this over here real quick. There we go. All right, we're gonna take a small intermission from this. I really want y'all to check this out. I thought this was incredible. So the title of this video is "My Experience at Trump-Harris Rallies as a Foreigner." So he's a foreigner here in the U.S. I think he's going to college or whatever. So he's on a student visa. I'm pretty sure that's what he's got. And he shared his experience going to both rallies. So I thought this was super interesting. This thing has racked up like 1 million views or close to 1 million views already. Where is it at? Yeah, 1.4 million. In 2 days, it's racked up 1.4 million views. So I think it's interesting kind of look at how somebody from the outside sees it all. So let's take a look.
Both of the political rallies of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And the election is really close. So even as a foreigner, if any of the American folks are watching, please exercise.
I'm from Canada and I want Trump to win.
Because I believe voting rights are fundamental to our civil rights everywhere on this planet. I am not eligible to vote, unfortunately, even though apparently they're having crazy scandals around.
They have. Did you all see the story in, I think it was it Michigan? I think it was Michigan where a foreign national actually voted and they caught the person. And then what's worse was that they couldn't take away the vote. I'm like, wait, make this make sense, bro. If we know that they shouldn't have voted, they voted illegally, they're not a U.S. citizen, how can you not go and pull the vote away? That to me fundamentally is a flaw in our election process. There needs to be standardized election polling, voting systems federally across the board. I think that's the one thing that needs to be unified. I don't think it needs to be done at state level anymore. It's too sloppy. Why are we waiting for Maricopa County, Arizona, for their late asses? They're that one friend, like, you know what I mean? The one, you know what I'm talking about. They're the one friend, like, oh God, oh yeah, yo, Dre's coming. Oh damn, they're that one. Cause they're like, yo, why are you so late? What are you doing over there? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're that one friend, Maricopa County.
This election, like a non-citizen voting, for example.
Yeah.
And Michigan could not withdraw the vote according to their own rules, etc. So that's interesting. But anyway, I wanted to make comments about the rallies. The first comment is about the formality of the rallies, about the Pledge of Allegiance and the anthem. Personally, I did not know any of those, and during the Trump rally, everyone stood up and did the Pledge of Allegiance, and I thought, wow, it was really cool. It was really interesting to see the national identity, but I wondered why they did not have that in the Kamala Harris rally, because I thought, you know, you could say, hey, unlike those exclusionist MAGA Trumpists, we want to welcome you, accept you, and incorporate you into society, so here's the key element of it. But anyway, that was very interesting. Also, the interaction with people. People at the Kamala Harris rally were very nice, and they were all smiling and very welcoming. So even though it was my first attendance and I was there by myself, I didn't feel isolated. I wish I could have interacted with more people, but I was rather shy and not sure about interrupting other groups. But what I was so surprised about, and I'm so surprised by this, is the positivity at the Trump rally. Because before the rally, some people around me had told me, hey, are you sure you're going to the Trump rally? I'm worried for you because you might get attacked and assaulted. because you will be the only Asian and you could be discriminated against, frowned upon, and insulted, especially you're not even American.
Yo, the fact that that comes out of people's mouths is a real sign of where we're at in the society. And it's not specifically about this being him going to a Trump thing. It's just the fact that that's even in the dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Because on the other side of it too, you know, people might say, "Oh, you're going to a Democratic rally, whatever. You're gonna have all these far left nutsos." Like the idea of assuming that people that are going that have one political leaning are by default insane, crazy, you know, racist, fascist, like any kind of connotation that's out there for either side is so problematic, because that is not the case for the majority of people. You know what I'm saying? Are there extremes in the groups? Oh, absolutely. But for most Americans, whether they're Democrat or Republican, they're not off the wall crazy, or like off, you know, off the hinges or anything like that. So people telling them, "Oh, you sure you want to go to a Trump rally because you're a foreign Asian man?" Like, that's crazy. It shouldn't. That, I'm saying to say, like, that shouldn't be the dialogue if you're going to anyone's rally. Period. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I heard. And I was even told they could bring guns and you could get shot in the worst case, etc. So the crazy MAGA Trumpist lunatics, and that was what I heard before attending the rally. But I was like, it's just going to be one time, and I was just really curious. So that's why I attended it, because I don't know who's going to be the next president. But for me, very personally, I felt the Trump supporters, the lunatics, were very, very polite, kind, and respectful. For example, when I say, "Excuse me," they answer, "Yes, sir," which I'd never been told in the US before, and they were a lot older than me, so that's surprising. So I couldn't believe it, and I kept talking to more than 30 people while waiting in line at the C section, waiting for Trump to come from Michigan, and after the rally, just talk to people, etc. Because I thought I could be very, very wrong, and despite that, they were very kind, polite, and very attentive, which is crazy. I couldn't believe it, I still cannot believe it, and there was not a single sign of disdain toward me, and yeah, that was crazy, even though I was indeed the only Asian in sight there. So, you know, maybe it's the Wisconsin people who are really nice, or maybe it was only the people I talked to and I got really lucky. But my experience at the Trump rally was very positive despite all the given prejudices. I thought people at the Trump rally were more surprised than at the Harris rally when I told them I was not from the US, because they were like, "Then why are you here? You cannot really support anyone anyway." That was funny. But they also told me, "Hey, you're not alone here." So that was very nice of them. Another thing I want to point out was the way people presented themselves. I personally felt that people at Kamala Harris rally were more like, "We are this, therefore we vote for Kamala Harris." Like, this for Kamala Harris. But at the Trump rally, I thought people just really liked Trump and the slogans. And there was another thing that was really weird. I don't think the Trump supporters are rich, selfish lunatics hoarding wealth. They were very honest, so with just a scratch on the surface, they shared all their crazy life stories. And for me, what I personally felt was like, there were all these struggling working class people who were casually looked down upon, and a lot of them indeed looked somewhat unkempt. But you could see how happy they were to show their Trump merch. They were just so happy and excited. It wasn't like, "Hey, we have to be uniform, we are the police, why aren't you wearing this?" Just like in typical fascist groups. They were just so happy to have the merch, and their joy was like what you only see in kids when they get their, I don't know, first favorite Iron Man merch. So I couldn't believe it. So yeah, I thought they were really like those older uncle and aunt generations we often look down on, and Trump was all they believed in. These people didn't really have much to show off, and it almost felt like their MAGA signs and Trump hoodies were all they took pride in. So wow, all these struggling people supporting Trump was very impressive. So that was crazy. But Anyway, I couldn't believe it was a positive experience at the Trump rally. I still don't know how to reconcile this or how to square this experience because it's pretty confusing, to be honest. Nationalist xenophobes who were really nice to an Asian foreigner. It's a crazy oxymoron in my opinion. For the Kamala Harris rally, I wished I had known more about the singers because when everyone was going crazy, I wasn't even familiar with the song and even the band themselves.
Cardi or Flo?
I could see how it resonates with younger people, and I thought their focus on medical care for people under age 25 was very interesting. I wished they had emphasized more on the working conditions of people, but maybe it's a different point here. And I thought the agenda was like, they were this, and I thought they were already so familiar with the conclusion and assumed you knew all the steps of deriving the solution, therefore we vote. But in the Trump rally, I thought they laid out each problem they found relevant and dived really into it and said, therefore we vote. So I thought that was the reason that I found it more digestible, and the words were very simple and easy. Also, they used the videos masterfully, so that was good to watch. Anyway, I think it was very nice to attend political rallies. We still do not know who is going to be the next president, but they were really big and full of energy, and I could meet a lot of people at the rallies. I personally thought there could be more agreement between these two groups, but I couldn't say anything because my own country was also very polarized.
He's keeping it real.
It's very unfortunate. Anyway, I hope you liked this video.
Hey, that was really dope, man. To get a different perspective as somebody who's a foreigner in our country, going to school here. He went to both sides to kind of take it and acknowledging the fact that, you know, he's from a country that's polarizing too. I'm not sure which Asian country he's from. There's quite a few over there that are polarizing. Obviously, there's China. There's other ones out there. But I mean, this guy just shared his honest opinion of what he saw, that people aren't deranged on either side, that there's probably more commonality amongst ourselves. Sure, there's maybe some hard line areas where both sides disagree, but fuck, if we can't figure out where we do agree on, and if we don't outright agree on it, then okay, we got to compromise, bro. That's the reality. We gotta do better at compromising to allow us to move forward. You don't ever get 100% of what you want. If anybody's ever negotiated a deal, you know that you don't ever get everything that you put down there as your first offer. You're gonna have to tweak this. You're gonna have to lower the number on that. You're gonna have to maybe lean harder on to get that, and they give a little. So I think we need to look more into doing that as a country here. Let's get back into the numbers here. Let's see what we got a latest where we're looking at here. I saw something here. I want to pull this up. Let's take a look at this real quick. I thought this is interesting. We'll go back to my Twitter. You know, that they had that whole Puerto Rico joke that went down. I've been really curious to see what Puerto Ricans have been thinking about this.
It is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to vote more Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American vote. It has changed in recent years. We're getting more data. As you mentioned, Florida's very fast in putting in their data out. So we were talking about Osceola again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with
It's
Orange.
Orlando?
This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic stronghold.
Orlando might as well be like a second Puerto Rico.
Here. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58. You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's only 60% in.
I mean, that's not enough. So it doesn't look like it had too much of an impact. You know, the whole, they were making the whole big deal about the joke. You know what I'm saying? That it was going to sway Puerto Rican voters. I don't think it's going to sway as many Puerto Rican. Here's the thing. I'm Puerto Rican. I know that comedian. I've watched his stuff. I know he's a roaster. I didn't get offended by his joke. Was it a great joke? No, but I'm like, okay, I get it. I know what he does. Now, my mother thought it was terrible. Some of my other family members didn't care. Other ones were really mad. I think the Puerto Ricans as a whole are going to be split on that. You know what I mean? I don't think it's enough to sway. I don't think that was a big deal as they were trying to make it to be.
To keep
That
an
joke.
eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got
What's
to
up, y'all? We're back live.
500,000,
Hey,
maybe
real quick, by the way, we're live back on TikTok and on Instagram. I don't know how the connection issue. If you're on Instagram, though, come over to YouTube, man, because Instagram only lets me stream for an hour and then it kills the stream. So just bring y'all us over to YouTube, djmoondawg live, or on kick.com, djmoondawg live.
little bit of slippage there for Democrats. Give it relative to what they used to get.
Kamala
out
takes
of Philadelphia.
Delaware.
Because
What's
in
up, bro?
2020, in part, Trump made gains with
Kamala
Hispanic
wins New
voters
Jersey.
in
Kind of knew that
Hispanic
was
precincts
happening.
and
Trump wins
neighborhoods
Arkansas.
of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin.
And
But how
Miami,
big?
a
Is it
second
going
Cuba.
north of
Yeah, I
470?
mean,
Is
of
it getting
course.
up to
We all know
5?
that.
Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia.
Now, I keep on seeing on Twitter, there's more calls that there's voting issues going on in Pennsylvania, like voter outages or some shit, and that just sounds very weird. I don't know how we don't get this right on election day. We got 4 years we got 4 years from the last 4 years to get it right, and we still have issues. This is weird. You know what I'm saying?
Running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again,
How many
this
voted
fits that profile we talk about.
not to legalize
high
weed?
concentration of
I don't
college
know, bro.
degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results
What county
come
is
in
that?
here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground
That's
states.
Philly?
What's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016, and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs,
shit.
places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show.
Bro, that's always going to be like that. As long as you're in a big metro city, it's going to be blue for the most part. And I actually find that interesting. What is it about that when you have a big concentration of people that they tend to then vote blue? And the same can be said for like being rural. You know what I'm saying? I find that so interesting. What is about that? Because almost every major city in every state, even if it's a red state overall, if you go to the capital of the major city, it's going to be blue. So what is about that?
Collar County. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County. This is an area where Trump had some slippage.
Kamala
in
took Illinois.
2020.
Yeah, there's no surprise.
A potential
Illinois,
area of
Chicago's
growth here,
blue is going to vote
for
that way.
Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region.
Who you vote
Western
for?
Pennsylvania.
I'm gonna show
You
at
see
the
a
end
lot
of the
of blue
live.
here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight.
I saw
And
the
this
full
is, when
clip.
they say
He roasted
Trump has been
many
running up the
different
score.
groups. I
These
understand
are
the
the
comedy
counties
also.
where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote. All
Also, it's
in
comedy.
this
That's
part
how
of
I
the
felt,
state.
305.
And I think where the game may be won or lost.
I think that there's a lot of people now that don't have a fucking sense of humor, to be quite honest. I've watched, what's his name, Tony Heathcliff, whatever. I've watched this dude on roasts, and he goes in. He's super dark. I just happen to like dark humor. If he was only ragging on one group, I'd be like, all right, it's messed up. But he goes on everybody, bro. It don't matter.
He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that
Have my
because
chicken
Joe
beer watching
Biden
you and
and
the rest of the
Scranton
country. Let's
ties?
go,
Was that
man.
because
Appreciate
of,
that, brother.
Something else?
Best way to do it, y'all. We're doing a watch party. Get your snacks. I'm eating Twizzlers. I got water. Got to have something healthy, right? Some water. Grab some snacks, man. We in it for the haul tonight.
Can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations, and that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic
so that's Puerto Rican, so they're voting red?
Is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities, and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump,
what are snacks for tonight?
Just get back to
Twizzlers,
2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again,
maybe I'll order some wings.
Pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing.
Matter of fact, somebody send me some wings, y'all.
In Pennsylvania, but as this takes shape,
I'm working hard over here. Send me some wings.
And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring.
We have a big
everything.
wing party for election night.
I will tell you this:
it's like Super Bowl level of activities.
And this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties. You're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend?
Over 50% of the votes in are in Georgia.
We're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia.
Weekly said the thing that a lot of people don't know, his comedy. Did I like the joke? Not really, but I understand it. Exactly. That's how I felt. I actually had somebody tell me that got mad about the fact that I wasn't mad about it. They're like, "Oh, you're Puerto Rican. How are you not offended?" I'm like, how are you Puerto Rican and you're more offended for some shit that hasn't even nothing to do with you? And they're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, that shit's weird to me. Is somebody being mad on your behalf when the thing that they're mad about doesn't reflect on them? Like, it's not, if they made a racial thing, it's like, well, you're not my race, so why are you mad for me? Like, relax. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers be throwing on the cape too much. Like, chill out. If the person that should be mad about something isn't mad about it, you don't need to get mad about the shit. Keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? It'd be weird shit, bro. Some gotta take out the trash. After all this is over, we need a deep dive commentary on the assassination attempt. Oh man. There's still, listen, we could talk about that quickly. Here's what we don't know. They can't get in his, I think I saw, don't quote me on this, but I believe they haven't got into his phone. They went to his residence and it was scrubbed. There was no signs of like fingerprints, nothing. It was like scrubbed like a professional scrub. There's no manifesto. They haven't released a manifesto. Like, there's a lot of sus stuff about that, the assassination attempt that isn't adding up at all. If it was any other case, we would have had all that information out, but they're sitting on it. Yep, his house being scrubbed. Exactly. Is popular vote not even taken into consideration of the electoral college? Sorry, I've screwed that up. I'm sorry. All right, Angel said, is popular vote even taken into consideration if the electoral vote is what really counts? Yeah, so you have the popular vote. The electoral vote reflects what the popular vote is supposed to be. But it's set up in a way that, the thing about it is, if we had a popular vote system, right, we would always be Democratic. New York, Cali alone, with the amount of people, and like Chicago, those three states, already gonna drive. It's unbalanced. So you got to have a system that, like the Republic that we have, that's set up so that the votes come in and the electoral college cast their votes that reflect the popular votes in a way. Like, they're designated to reflect that, and they dish them out so that the electoral votes weigh evenly across states, because California's got massive amounts of people. Vermont don't have a fraction of what Cali got, but you need equal representation. So electoral college is there as a means to be a fair and balanced way for each state's votes to have meaning. You know what I'm saying? I probably didn't explain it the best, but you get the idea. Instagram fam, what's up, y'all? Everybody cool? They even took all his silverware from the house. Not even a toxicology. Yeah, they didn't do no toxicology. Yup. Yeah, there's a lot there that I want to know about still. There's game consoles and managed to access his COD account and noticed the accuracy percentage was terrible. For real? All DNA was whipped. Yeah. The important thing here, y'all, which is a sad but true thing, is we need to vote. Like, okay. Let's keep it a buck. From Trump's first presidency and including Biden's current one, be honest as fuck with me right now. Tell me one thing that either of these presidents did, or both, in their presidency that you know for a fact you either benefited from or impacted you in a negative way. Directly. I mean, directly impacted you. Someone please tell me. And I'm being as sincere as possible. It's not like a gotcha. But answer that question. What is something that they did that directly impacted you in your life in a positive and or negative way? Just one thing. Just one. Okay. Rob said child tax credit under Trump. Okay. What'd you get back? Roughly, what did you give back for that? Was it 5,000? That was a positive. Okay. Who's winning? I mean, Trump, we take a look at it right now. Trump's got 101, but I mean, it's a long way to go, right? This is just, a lot of this is going to change. You know what I'm saying? Once Cali clocks in, they're still 2 hours behind. You got the whole West Coast, which is still, gonna go at it. So we're still a little ways away. You know what I'm saying? Who else got something? Stimmy check in 2020. Oh Lord. I guess that's kind of funny. Jeff said benefited from tax cuts, better prices on everything. Okay. Low gas and food. Okay. When you say that, under which president? I'm assuming you're talking about Trump. Make sure you say with which president so we can, tie the two. Crazy said Trump really helped us as farmers. Oh, interesting. What do you do for farmers? F Trump, F Harris. Hey, listen, I want to reiterate now because I know we've been live for a while. Guys, listen, I'm 100% okay with you expressing who you like, who you don't like. My philosophy, my streams will always be a place where everyone can share how they feel, as long as you do it respectfully. I don't expect nobody to attack each other over something. You know what I'm saying? It's so cool. I'm trying to drive this shit in a way that we need to get back to, which is it's okay to have differing opinions and beliefs. We just gotta be respectful of it, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? The minute we start attacking each other over it, trying to ban people over it, and excommunicate people, bro, that's the worst thing ever. That to me is the biggest bitch shit ever, because you can't handle somebody's differing opinions and views. Bro, we all come from different walks of life, different experiences and such. We're gonna have different views on politics, and that's fine. I'm saying, and I think it's important that we foster, for me anyway, a community of people that understand that and can respectfully convey their opinions without attacking other people. And then as long as we can do that, bro, we can have any conversation possible, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because we certainly can't do this on Twitter or whatever platform, because people go out there and want to ban you and want to cancel you, some weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Biden let the immigrants in, and I can see the crime going up in my neighborhood. Shit, just last night someone broke in my car. Oil fields guy here. Sorry, oh shit, I missed that. Hey, whoever said the oil fields, run that back. I missed it in chat. I want to read that though. Well said. Thank you, Rob. Well said. MoonDawg, respect everyone's opinions. Exactly, Weekday. The problem is when someone votes on a convicted felon, it becomes a problem. Very fair point. Very fair point. It's just the racism that is such a pride for that I'm sorry, I missed that. Rob, when are you gonna post some funny videos? Hopefully soon, Rob. I've been gone for 3 months, y'all. Just a real quick recap. I've been gone for 3 months. I went through some of the hardest shit I've ever been through in my life, and so I'm on the mend from that. I'll speak on it in videos. Listen, if you're on Instagram or TikTok, the link in my bio has my YouTube channels. I'll be sharing. I'm gonna sit down and like do an actual video covering it, and more stuff, because I think that people can benefit from hearing my story. It might help them through some tough times and shit, and maybe inspire. You know what I'm saying? Especially stuff I have to share for young men. You know what I'm saying? So that'll be coming soon, and then I'll get back into the funny stuff for sure. I respectfully feel you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Trump quality of life was better. Joe took work from people, oil fields in Canada. Okay. So I'm learning this stuff. It's a good perspective, because I'm hearing stuff from like farmers and oilers. Oh man, hopefully you will get well, man, mentally and physically. Thank you, Gino. Yeah, I'm on that path, brother. Listen, especially for my brothers out there, man, don't ever think that going to talk to a psychologist is anything bad, bro. I'm telling you, that shit saved my life. Even if you don't feel like nothing's wrong, it's nothing wrong with just going like once a month to talk to somebody. If you're going through some shit, definitely go talk to somebody, bro. Talk to a professional. Talk to a professional, man. We as men do ourselves a big disservice by not going and professionally getting help to work through some shit, bro. I promise you. Promise you. And this is coming from somebody that got served in the military. I've been in combat. Hardcore is a hardcore gets type shit. I'm telling you as a man that it's okay to go and talk to a professional about your shit. You know what I'm saying? It really is. I just want to take a moment to say that. Kamala projected to win the presidency. Really? Wait, who's reporting that? I didn't see that pop up yet. Who said that? We love you around here, man. Glad you're working through it. Thank you, Robs. You're a real one, brother. I appreciate that. Biggie, thank you for the gift, bro. I had a funded savings account under Trump. Forgot what it feels like not stressing week to week. That's the story for most Americans, man. It's tough out here. It really is. Been down the road to a psychologist. Good, man. I don't understand who's winning, please. It's still early. We don't really have much. We'll take a look right here. From the results that are in via the AP, Trump's up 101 to 71, but there's a long way to go, y'all. I mean, we still got all of the West Coast. We still don't know what's happening in some of the Midwest. We definitely need to find out what's up in Michigan. Michigan's going to be a big key player in this. Wisconsin is also going to be a big key player in this. Ohio for sure. Pennsylvania is another one. A lot of the Midwest, it's going to be important to see how this plays out. And then, of course, we got all the other states around here. So it's still early to go. Still early to go. Let's take a look here. They've got ballot processing in some of these other places. I'm still waiting to see if other news outlets are doing reports. Let's go take a look here on YouTube real quick. See if any more news outlets are doing anything. Nope.
The issues, there are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important. But I got to say, just eavesdropping.
All right, where we at? Arizona. We're in Arizona. Let's take a look.
It's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if the Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because, some people are talking about policy. Others are talking more about
person
vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so policy specific. But
bro, let me tell you what he's not saying there. Joe Rogan viewers are mostly men. Young men, older men. What he's really saying here is that for men, watching JD Vance and Trump on the podcast, and even Elon yesterday, was going to play a factor in them. I'm going to keep it a buck. Objectively speaking, I watched both the Trump and the JD Vance on Rogan. I thought it was very interesting. It really gave you a sense of them as a person and not just them on the trail. Like they were just having a conversation. And you know, that was my first real time actually getting a sense of JD Vance in the podcast the other day with Rogan. And then I thought the interesting one with Trump was how, like, Rogan asked him, like, what was it like becoming president in the inauguration? And just Trump's response, I was like, damn, I never thought this motherfucker like thought like this. You know what I'm saying? So I think the Rogan podcast helped humanize both of them in a way that probably connected with men. Who's like, yeah, I fuck with him. Probably not because of policy, which you really should be basing your decision on. But the reality is, we as people, as flawed as we are, we go off of likability. Let's keep it a buck. Why didn't Hillary win in 2020? No one fucking liked her. It wasn't about not having a woman in the presidency. I don't think we as a country even care or like, oh no, we can't have a woman in presidency. I think it's just about, do we like the potential woman? And no one liked Hillary in 2020. That's why she fucking lost to Trump, which is incredible because she's coming from she has the Clinton name. She was a senator. Bro, she had all of the check boxes, right? White woman, you know what I mean? Like all these check boxes that should have propelled her into the presidency, but motherfuckers did not like her ass. Get out of here. And I think going on the Rogan podcast was a huge misstep for Kamala. I keep screwing up her name. Kamala, because it could have really gave guys a better sense of just her outside of the run of being on the trail and all that shit. Just get a sense for her. Rogan would have talked to her in a way that we would have just got a vibe with her, and him having such a large male audience could have probably swayed votes for her, but they didn't do it. I thought that was a fucking dumb decision, bro. Now she might still win it. Maybe it doesn't matter, but I think still it would have done a lot to help solidify some shit for her, probably.
But she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she.
JD seems extremely normal. Yeah, he was a Marine. Everything he saw, I was like, oh, I relate to that. I'm a Marine too. I like, oh, I fucking like the guy now.
Iowa just
as a person, like as a person.
Restrictive abortion ban passed.
You know what I mean?
And
like I could go have a beer with this guy.
On the eve of the election, had Kamala Harris carrying.
Nate, what's up, brother?
So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator, perhaps. And the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And Chuck,
yeah, older white women are coming out strong. Here's the thing that people are not thinking about. The reason why older white women, liberal women, are voting so strongly right now is, remember, when Roe v. Wade and all these laws changed for women's rights in like the 70s, or maybe a little bit before, I think 70s, right? They were alive. They were like in their, teens, late 20s, early 20s or something like that. This changed in their lifetime. So for them to see like the shit get repealed and all that stuff, they're pissed. So older white women are out here thick because they're not liking what happened. They saw something that they were, campaigning for back when they were in college and young adults. They got it, and now they got it, taken away, if you will, even though it's got reverted back to the States, it's rubbed them the wrong way. So they're out thick.
It is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call, 7 o'clock in the mountains. 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just
That's so close to North Carolina,
We're
man.
starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, there. We project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia
Cool. What's up, man?
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where
She's doing a little bit better than what
Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening.
New York.
She's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 83% in. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County.
Who just dropped the 10 bomb?
Suburbs, the exurbs, if you will.
Yo, whoever that was, thank you for the 10
Look
piece.
At where Harris is tonight.
Drop a bomb for you.
Thank
you for that 10.
She can keep that momentum going. She could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%.
Sound like a C's move? I don't know. He's not here. He can't claim the 10 push-ups.
78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here. 81-80, and then in Union. 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties. Not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go.
Laz, what's up, brother?
Mesquite, this is 72%. This is the one of the ones where
Laz, I think I'm going to come back to RP, man. I've been gone for 3 months, man.
Voters here.
Where are we RPing at?
Comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020.
Trump takes North Dakota, all right?
Georgia, as we said.
Someone said ABC is saying Trump is winning 154-27. Nah, that ain't right, bro.
Trump
that ain't
won
right.
the state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. Go for North Carolina. I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah, let's hit North Carolina again.
North Carolina be close, bro.
I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here.
154.30.
6% in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there.
AP doesn't have it there yet. AP has 121.99.
Research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing
Trump
better.
takes South Dakota and Louisiana.
Over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill. The research triangle.
It just showed it?
You have,
did I miss it?
Medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs.
Right here in the corner, 154.30. What the fuck?
86%
Why is AP off then?
Compares to Biden. Slightly
I think the AP is more accurate, bro.
Not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000
Trump wins Wyoming.
County.
Okay.
Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay.
Trump won Wyoming.
Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of
Fox saying Harris 113, Trump 178. You see how they're all different? They're all off, man.
County. Biden was at 59. Harris is
all off.
overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks, Democrats are going to love that news. But there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that, I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. Polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until close.
By the way, the exit polls don't mean shit, man, because, you know, like sometimes people don't really want to talk or really share what they want to share.
Now, in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47%.
Hey,
now, that's a double.
That's the fucking Rogan right there. I promise you, that's the Rogan effect. Them motherfuckers seeing him on Rogan got guys to be like, I fuck with him. I promise you that's the Rogan effect. This close.
Counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk
I
back
believe
to the
that's
desk.
what that was.
One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters.
Mr. Two Lies. Hey, I'm gonna hit you, bro. I gotta find a new RP home.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate at the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. Can't say I'm a listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be.
No, it was the 2 podcasts that he did with them about a week ago. Like he did what last week, and then JD Vance was 2 days ago, a day ago. They timed that shit perfectly to get guys. Listen, we as men have a short attention span. Him releasing these right there keeps it fresh in our mind to make an impact on guys, on young men. And that's why I promise you the spike in young men voting is probably from that Joe Rogan podcast.
Madison kids and that
Kamala should have went on that shit, man. I'm telling you.
Because of the pandemic, they were home.
The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan. University of Michigan folks are Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are pulling for Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters
young
than
men
any
young
other
women.
age group.
And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following these ballot referenda,
IG, y'all good?
Abortion measure that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get there, 57%, so it went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
You think Major Media wants to get any recognition in the podcast? No, they don't. They don't.
Young and old, and obviously it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there, and we are still looking at a number of states.
I don't know who's going to win, bro.
Places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change
see how
the right
CNN
to an
twists
abortion
words?
to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win in some of those states.
We've seen these ballot measures, pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass and sometimes pass with 56, 57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the electorate, if these exit polls bear out to what we see right now, into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago. I would suspect it is entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant jump.
Let me just quickly interrupt and go back to this
that-
second, but I believe we have another.
That's you know, women are out in full force, man. That's a driving factor in a lot of the women electorate mind.
Votes and will win in Mississippi. There is the
They're calling
breakdown
it
right now,
Trump,
21,000,
Mississippi. Okay.
vote difference, 10% in, but again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump, well out in front.
160.
With
Let's check out the AP.
Kamala
AP doesn't have that
Harris now
updated
with
yet. Let me
To
refresh.
expand the conversation, Simone Sanders
Nope, not yet.
former spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers.
Very interesting. For sure, the abortion thing is a huge driving factor. I've even seen some commentary analysts talk about it. This being, they're seeing a lot of what's the term they use? I don't want to get it wrong. They said single. What is it called? Single. Essentially, they're just simply voting because of that one thing. They're not looking at anything else other than just the abortion stuff. Single issue voters. Sorry, there it is. That's been something I've been seeing analysts talk about in this whole thing. It's got women charged up, and it shows it, man. That the amount of women voting across young to old is incredible. It's incredible. ABC is showing Harris 30, Trump. Those numbers are all on place. Apple News. Seems to be pretty active in the okay. Trump turned the abortion over to the state, voted on local elections. Yeah, I think that's an important part of it too. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, listen, I'm pro-choice. You know, whatever you want to do, I don't know. I don't care to jump into that convo too much because I don't know. It's so messy.
Specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, hey.
Right. This is an issue. We should look at the whole picture, not just a single issue. I agree. You know what we need? You know what we may need? Abortion, but we also don't need mothers to teach their youth about, but we also need mothers to teach youth about safe sex. Yeah, I think that's important too. You know, Trump wins Texas. Is that confirmed? I haven't seen that yet.
Safe to vote, stay in line, make your voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can.
Where are you guys getting these numbers? 268 to 269. They haven't even come out yet.
All right. Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what
Lily said. At 16, I had to do it, and I'm not happy about it. I'm sorry I had to go through that. I don't manage to think that that's something that's taken lightly. Although the way some of the rhetoric that I see on like Twitter, you make it seem like some women make it seem like it's like they make it seem as though it's as easy as popping a pill to prevent it in the first place. You know, like a birth control pill. I kind of find that weird. You know, the idea that you would go in there to, I don't know. I've known some women that had abortions, and what they shared with me was it was years down the road, like regret. You know, they think about what if, stuff like that. So, yeah. Let's take a look at this. I want to see this real quick. Look at this. Let me pull it up real quick.
Was she seriously gonna... Brian Flores, you just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all. until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing. How long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
Oh, I mean, at least he voted, I guess.
The polls have closed. They don't close if you were already.
What I mean by that is like
that right now,
his girl was on his ass to go vote.
To be more among others to keep those folks in line.
All right,
Yeah,
Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about they can keep them in line. They can.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other
CNN
line.
in a nutshell.
Your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there.
Every vote counts. No, it does.
Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add.
She probably told him, if you don't vote, I'm not going to give you no
22% of the
ass.
vote
That's why
counted,
bro
but again,
ran to go get it
the
done.
margin expected to be.
Still got some updates rolling in here. I was only in today for 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't know how some of these places people are waiting 2 hours, bro. I'm in Chicago, a major U.S. city. I literally went in and there's one other person voting, like in the morning. You know, perhaps in the afternoon it's gonna be a lot different, but goddamn, like. Also, how you know, we vote national elections every 4 years for president. Can we just make it a national day off? It should be National Voting Day. It should be a federal holiday that allows people to just go vote throughout the day instead of having to do this whole rush. Just make it a thing. It's one day every 4 years, bro. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, these are the little things that we should do to make the voting process so much simpler, easier, accessible for everybody. Have the whole day to go vote, not just have to rush before or after work. You know what I'm saying? Time and location definitely makes a difference. Yeah, I know. But, I mean, I don't know. My girlfriend made me vote for Harris. That was funny. Absolutely. MoonDawg for president. Yeah, right. No way, bro. I don't want those problems. By the way, y'all, don't forget, if you're on TikTok or IG, come on over to my Kick or my YouTube live streams. Just in case they get cut off on TikTok or IG, you know, platforms act funny. So, username on kick.com and on YouTube is djmoondawglive. Make sure you follow sub over there. All right. Dude's a clown, voted because his girlfriend told him to. Yeah, that's kind of why I made that comment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you didn't want to vote, which he should vote, but whatever, he voted. That's all that matters. It just, to me, the whole hair telling, you know, I don't like the whole telling what to do. It's some beta shit.
Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down, but again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage.
Ohio?
Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a
New projection?
We got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News
Oh,
projects.
that's no surprise
Kamala
there.
Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is: 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in. But again,
I wonder how
Kamala
Trump
Harris
did in
projected
Illinois
Let's pull up the map. The road
in
to 270,
2020
that brings
compared to
Harris down
now,
34 electoral
which is my home
votes.
state.
Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk.
You know, right now, guys, like, the numbers don't get too wrapped up into it. Again, Cali hasn't been brought in there. That's going to shoot her up a bunch. All these Oregon, Washington is going to shoot her up a bunch. It's going to be fucking close, man. It's going to be close for sure with all of this. You know what I'm saying? Still looking at Atlanta.
Seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one.
Who's winning? I
very
mean, Trump right
small,
now, but it's
again,
too early.
This is a large black population. 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000.
Road to 270 website.
So again, if there's
whose
any
website runs
slippage
that?
for
Who runs that
Democrats
website?
here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. You know, Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
Kamala takes New York. Did we already talk about that? Maybe we did. She's got New York. Oh, this is what I was looking to see. So in my home state, Illinois, Kamala wins Illinois. No surprise there. And it's, I mean, and that's simply just from the mass of Chicagoans right here in our county, Cook County. Oh, even up in the Lake County too. They all, I didn't know they, yeah, I guess that makes sense. They vote blue. And then if you look at pretty much everywhere else, it's all red around the rest of the state here. Here's a look at how they, I want to see how it looks. Yeah, we got a lot of farmland, which pretty much explains that part. They're going to need like more actual people, but Chicago's just too big. All right, let's see here. So far, this is what we're looking at. Never gonna learn. Rich politicians don't give a fuck about us. I mean, listen. It's whoever is in their pockets, whatever special interest group or lobbying group or industry. I mean, you get it, right? Those are typical blue states, yeah. Illinois in 2020 went blue. No, Illinois has been blue. Illinois has been blue, bro. What I meant, I was just curious to see if Trump gained or lost, or if Harris gained or lost in Illinois overall. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew it was gonna, Trump was still gonna like not get Illinois. No Republican to get Illinois. It'd be like take a miracle. It'll take a miracle. I'm looking up stuff on Twitter, see if there's anything we can pull up here to take a look at. Seeing it's nothing too crazy so far. It's more of the same stuff. I'm seeing something here. Milwaukee, Wisconsin election officials are announced they are recounting 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering that the scanning machine door wasn't properly closed. Oh, God.
Stream of people coming through here, and they're expecting.
Let's see what else. All right, we're back in chat. Let's see where we're at with it, y'all. Every election, I might have missed that in the back pockets. Yeah, I think, you know, listen, at some point we, as a country, need to put our foot down with these politicians when it comes to receiving donor money. It should not come from corporations at all. Corporate donations needs to be eliminated outright, period. Donations should only come from individual Americans, and it needs to be public record of it. Specifically so that, like, Tim Cook doesn't go and on the low drop $1 million in somebody's pockets as an individual, but it's representation of his, you know, trying to work around that shit. And there's caps. You can only donate up to $2,000 per person per election cycle. Like, there needs to be caps on the money, and it needs to be from private citizens, not from corporations or interest groups. That's what I think needs that would help. And then if you do that, then politicians have to really have to earn your vote and your support and your money. And they can rely less on other corporations or interest groups bankrolling their whole campaign. And when they do that, then they're beholden to them. I'm talking about unions too. Unions be a problem in this shit too, man. If we're talking about from the framework of corporate special interest group donations to politicians, that in order to sway their vote or to sway or gain favor with them, so that if they're elected, then they're in office, they return favorable, legislature or favors in return. We need to eliminate that. It should, it should just be private citizen money capped at whatever dollar value, 2,000, maybe 5,000, I don't know, something like that, per election cycle. That's it. Then politicians have to go campaign hard to get money from individual citizens that really going to believe what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Are you streaming the election the rest of the night? Yes. We will. We are streaming it, y'all. If you're watching on Kick or Instagram, because the streams might cut out, make sure you come on over to kick.com, djmoondawglive, or on YouTube, djmoondawglive. Those are my main streaming platforms. So a lot of my content goes on there. We do cool shit. Make sure you follow your boy. Come watch over there. Better quality, stuff like that. How's it different from communism, where the lower middle class doesn't have that kind of power to buy politicians? It's unfair and it's not a democracy. It's definitely, there's definitely problems with the system. It's certainly not a, as fair as, we want it to be. I think that in some regard, there's no changing that because we as humans are flawed. Temptation's a motherfucker, stuff like that. So we can set up a system that's meant to be perfect, but as long as humans are involved, it's not going to be perfect. Let's go back to see what's going on here.
By third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, I actually anecdotally heard students energizing other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And you'll recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to.
Well, just to demonstrate how complicated politics is, Harris is on defense to a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally as well. Let's it's about the bottom of the hour. We can do some.
I do wonder how much of what's currently happening with all of that from the current administration is going to impact people voting for her. Like they mentioned with Jews and the war and that's going on in the Middle East and stuff like that. If they're gonna sway their votes.
A half hour ago, way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania. Stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30% of the vote there. North
I really wonder
Carolina
why does it come down to
also too
Pennsylvania
early to
of
call
all the states? Why
at this
Pennsylvania?
hour, and staying down south in the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going at this hour.
I always wonder what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates.
Media
when they're doing
sounding
the same
alarm on
thing we are,
Kamala's
essentially,
defeat?
putting
Where?
out these numbers,
I haven't seen
trying
that
to
yet.
weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic. When you don't have the pressure of people looking
We're
at
not going to
you.
dip out.
Fun
It's
fact
early hours in the morning here in the
The
UK.
last
Glad to
election
see
was
you're back
decided
and
in
doing
4
okay.
states by
Looking forward to seeing it.
approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy
Payne,
Stadium.
thank you, brother. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, man.
Let me tell you,
Have a great morning, brother.
That is a good. That's
My
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagle
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, you got next to polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look
We
at this
need money.
electorate.
Money
There
needs
are
to
exit
flow
polls that we're
around,
seeing
bro.
Now. And again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that more in just a second.
That's real.
Second here, 31% of
Our
voters say the
democracy is
economy
falling
the most
apart. It's
important
all over
issue
the
to them.
place, man.
That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%. Immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on state of democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
Well, it's because of perception. It's what people perceive depending on what side of the fence you're on. That's driving that. Driving that question about state of the democracy there. That's all it is. It's a perception thing.
We see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the closing arguments of both of these.
Instagram, we back, y'all.
We saw Vice President Kamala
If you're on Instagram, make sure you come through on YouTube because we can only stream on IG for an hour before they cut it off.
Political rivals were the quote-unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that that question is, are we judging a president or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely. And the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
A challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%. So she's
doing better.
49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state. And it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him, of
Well,
course.
the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire campaign, including in her
She's
interview.
had to distance
with
herself
Hallie, has been
from
asked
Joe.
over and over again. How will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something that's been a challenge for her.
She also said, I think it was your interview, she
Yeah,
said,
that was going to be a big part of weighing on her, which is you can't shit on the man, but you don't want to be grouped with him too. That was a tough spot for Kamala.
A pull aside with her several weeks ago, but she said, "Listen, typically vice presidents don't go after, you know, their boss,
What's up,
if you
IG?
will, their president." She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, "My presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration."
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind. And boy, that Trump campaign.
Chris, what's up, man? Yo, TikTok, what's up, y'all? Y'all quiet? Y'all good?
Well, right, but that's about, you know, that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, they had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38.
Chilling, Greg. That's what's up, brother.
This was not, however,
grab some snacks. I'm thinking I might order some wings, man. What do y'all think?
Being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all
How you
this
feeling
happen.
about the election so
Walk
far?
with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations.
I mean, it's early. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting to see what's happening here. I mean, take a look at the AP. AP still has it as 178.99. Different news outlets have it at different numbers right now. It's still overall early. I mean, if we look here, I mean, we don't even have the West Coast yet, you know? So, you know, Kamala got New York. She got pretty much what we knew what she was going to get. And we still got Arizona's going to be a big one on the West Coast to determine some stuff. Cali already knows it's going to be her. Washington's going to be her. Oregon's probably going to be her. Montana, I suspect that's going to be red. Idaho, I'm not sure. Idaho's usually red too, I believe. Utah, I'm not sure where Utah is. No, Vegas might be. What's Vegas normally? Blue? So, yeah, man, when you really look at this, we really are divided politically in a very interesting way along the entire state. It really is interesting. You know what I'm saying? Get some lemon peppers. I ain't mad at that, brother. I ain't mad at the lemon pepper. I ain't mad at that lemon pepper. You know what I'm saying? Somewhat shocked for sure this far. Why are you shocked about that, Pitt? Hopefully I said that right. Vegas, yeah. What's Vegas normally vote? Democrat or Republican?
Hurricane Helene County.
I kind of want to think it's Democrat just because it's Sin City. They're very, you know, it's like the home of vices, right? Gambling, sex, drugs, parties. It's probably blue, right? I'm guessing. But yeah. Gotta tell the Nevada folk to leave the brothels and vote. Democrat, I thought. It sounds about right. Yeah. What's my favorite wings? You know what, bro? It's a swing state. Nevada is really? I'm thinking favorite wings, bro. Just straight up buffalo. Lemon pepper. That's really it, man. I don't do too much with sauces, bro. I like dry rubs. I don't like when they dripping wet. It's so sloppy. You know what I'm saying? It's like if Shorty hawk toot on the goddamn wings. It's like, yo, I don't want that on my wings. I want somewhere else. Oh man. Yo, lady boss, long time no see. What's up? How you been?
We go back to North Carolina here.
Cajun goes hard. It's all right.
Okay. Right over here, Durham.
Luber said the sloppier the better. On your wings? I like buffalo wings and mango habanero wings. I mess with the mango habanero sometimes. You know, sometimes. Garlic parm, I don't like garlic parm. That's just trash, bro. I'm going to tell y'all right now, listen, you might hate me, but garlic parm is overrated, bro. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden it went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top. And you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner in North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of the historically black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here, but we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it.
Starting to get close here. 63% of the voter in, and he's got 51%. This is gonna be a close one in North Carolina, man. It's getting there. It's getting there. It might get to the point where they call it soon for North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? So he reading the Kama Sutra.
Florida had a 60% threshold. In New York, it passes
Lemon
easily.
pepper.
71% of the vote is the margin there.
What's up,
We'll go to
Reacto?
Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. Let's bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like, and so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. But you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story.
By the way, guys, if you're on
Missouri, we still don't have
TikTok, you're on
enough
Instagram,
in
make
to
sure
be
y'all
able to
like,
call on that.
share the stream. It helps a lot. Spreading the live to
still
everybody else.
working
Keep on
here.
spamming the likes and shit.
Cards there, so you know.
Who do I vote for? I'm gonna share that. I'm gonna share that when the results are in, and see how it compares.
One against, and so we'll see how that
So
one
which
shakes
one
out.
wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one that has the more.
Glad to see you back. Appreciate that, J-Rock.
We don't have enough in to make a call on
And
that
of course,
one
there
yet.
have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through
Let's
it.
see what we got.
I see it as you see it. NBC
Ohio.
News predicts Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio.
No
with
shit.
17 electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now.
Did they?
64%
Was Ohio was a battleground, wasn't it? They weren't predicting him to win that, right?
And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you...
Was Ohio projected to go? Was Ohio a toss-up? I thought Ohio was a toss-up, right? Can we get that confirmed in chat? Why are they letting a convicted felon run? Apparently because there's nothing in the rules saying that you can't run as a convicted felon. Apparently, you know, can't have a gun as a convicted felon, but you can run for president. So it just goes to show you how dumb. Listen, some of this shit is on us because we're not pressing the agenda to make logical laws for shit like this across the board, like voting. There's so many things that are should be common sense that we're not doing, and it allows for shit to happen, like some of these counties to turn in their votes 3 days out, or late and after the fact. Like, dude, we set ourselves up for a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's a good one. Oh, sound turned out. Yeah, I turned it down. I was talking. Sorry.
You can see Kamala Harris out front right now. 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close.
Here's the question:
in Wisconsin,
is the Milwaukee vote in? The Milwaukee vote's going to be the big thing for Wisconsin, which is going to be Democratic. Milwaukee's it's like a mini Chicago. It's going to be Democratic, so they're going to need Milwaukee, and then the rest of Wisconsin needs to vote red to probably cancel that out. It's going to be interesting. That Wisconsin, I'm watching that Wisconsin one closely. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, here we go. We got some stuff in. Oh, they do have Milwaukee in. So we still waiting for, listen, Milwaukee, Michigan and Wisconsin are going to be big players in this shit. Battleground is, got used to it, down with your input. What you mean? Is it too loud? Can you guys not hear me? So look, I saw this. This was 2020 results. This is what it looked like. And hold on, let me do side by side. Hold on. All right, let's take a look at this. So, all right, let's look. So Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona. So that's why Arizona is important, because it could flip either way. Texas, Minnesota. Oh, we don't even know what Minnesota's doing right now. Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia was blue. Virginia looks like it's pretty close right now. So it really is going to come down to Michigan and Wisconsin, man. Are big. I think those are going to be the next big calls, y'all. I think those are going to be the next big calls. It doesn't look too far off, though, right? It doesn't look too far off. It doesn't look too far off right now. Is Minnesota Canadian? No, Minnesota's United States. Because he was convicted by a kangaroo court owned by the Dems. So that's where we're at right now. I'm going to keep that there. That's interesting to see how how it was in 2020 compared to now. So far, it looks like it's lining up. Like, I'm looking at this. It doesn't look like from Harris' perspective, like you're worrying too much, because most of the states are on here right now are the same ones in 2020 that were had. So it doesn't look like there's too much there to be worried about. there's that. They pronounce words like Canadians. Yeah, well, because I mean, look where they're at in the map. They're damn near close. I mean, they're on the border. You know what I'm saying? Arizona will go blue. Reproducing rights are on the ballot. Reproductive rights are on the ballot. Oh, on the local ballot. Is that what's the story there, Robs? Give me the 411. Yeah, I mean, I get it. The thing with Arizona, it's interesting because I think for a long time it wasn't Arizona used to be red, right? But I think with the influx of Californians leaving and people from the West Coast leaving that were liberal, going to Arizona for a more affordable life, it brought those liberal viewpoints. Plus, you got ASU, you got the big universities there, party towns. You're going to get, typically people in college are Democratic voters as well, liberal. So I can see how that can sway that state. You know what I mean? Anyone here from Arizona, by the way? I would love to hear what it's like out there. How long are you going to be live? Bob, we're going to be live. Listen, if you're on Instagram, I can only stream on Instagram for an hour at a time. So if you're on Instagram, y'all, please just come over and fuck with me on my YouTube or Kick channel, YouTube or kick.com. Same username, djmoondawglive. Just add the LIVE at the end. You could go to my link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok, and it has the links to the YouTube channel or the Kick channel. So I would just say come on over because it keeps kicking me off. There's only a 1 hour time limit for live streams on Instagram and shit. But I'm gonna stay on until we get a decision, I guess. We in here. I think maybe it's time to order some wings and some shit. We locked in, baby. We locked in. Shit, I really should have got a drink for this shit. Let's take a look here. If there's any other stuff we can look at. I'm really interested in the Midwest stuff. Let's take a look, see if there's anything else popping up here. Let's see here. Any other news outlets is there any other news outlets that we might be missing, chat? Oh, here we go. CBS. Let's take a look.
So doubt. And the folks in Pennsylvania, the governor there said they are very legitimately worried about the damage that this could do, the potential for violence in the streets that we could see as a result of this because people get whipped into a frenzy because the former president has told them their vote has not been taken seriously. There are real consequences to lies like this when they're spread.
And his words have power and they believe them. Believe him. We saw that when we were there.
Exactly.
And we see in the exit polls, too, that people are concerned about violence in the days ahead. We have much more to talk about when we come back. More poll closings.
All right, let's talk about that. That actually is a good point.
Nevada. CBS News, America Decides.
Yo, here's the thing. Nevada is a battleground state? Okay. Here's the thing about this. I believe that regardless of who wins, that there's going to be protesting that could lead into some undesirable rioting, maybe looting or just, what's the word I'm looking for here? Kind of losing it. It's going to lead to just not public indecency. Chat, help me out here. I'm stumbling on my words. It's just going to lead to unrest, civil unrest of some sort. All right. I don't think that if Trump loses, I don't think it's a scenario where if only Trump loses, there could be this situation happen. I think if Trump wins, that they equally will have liberal voters and folks be out in the streets protesting, and that can lead to civil unrest. So I just think that we're at a boiling point that either way, whoever loses, people are going to be salty and mad and are going to go out and protest it. It's going to start off with a protest. It's going to turn into something more than that. That's kind of my thought process. So we're just at that point, man, where the stakes are so high. People are so emotionally wound up into everything that it's going to happen.
in line across the state has voted. It means
Where am I getting wings from?
to be very slow.
I might just hit
They can
Wingstop.
Obviously, tabulate sort of in person. They can tabulate
Quite
the
interesting
early
people's
voting, they can
viewpoints.
tabulate
Yeah, that's why we're doing the live, man. You know, everyone, listen, guys, y'all don't, I'm gonna say this again. All viewpoints are welcome here as long as they're respectful and they're not attacking anybody. They're cool. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? I believe in everyone I believe in free speech and everyone has a right to share their opinion as long as it doesn't, you don't attack somebody outright and you're not being disrespectful and trying to make your point. And I think that's perfectly healthy to have those conversations. And we need to foster that more. If the direction we're going on social media, the minute someone challenges your view or your opinion or shares a differing opinion, people want to run away. And that's a terrible way. It's not mature to do that. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to have tough conversations with people you might not agree with on a particular subject. And it doesn't make them inherently bad people though. You know, that's a problem that we keep seeing is that if you are not aligned with my views, you're inherently a bad person. It's just so terrible of a viewpoint. I think it says more about the people that think like that than the actual person that has a differing viewpoint. You know what I'm saying? Greg said, what did you do in the Marine Corps? I spent most of my time in special duty assignment with State Department, MSG. So I worked in U.S. embassies and foreign service for 3 out of my 5 years, traveling the world. Best shit ever. Who do you think will win? I don't know, man. It's close. It's going to be close, bro. If I can go, it could go other way. People are going to be raging. Yeah, I think so. I think people are going to be raging. Rah, what's up, Brad? Semper Fi, bro. All right, I'm taking it. You're one of us. Appreciate you for stopping through, brother. I hope Harris wins, but both presidents have potential. That's a very optimistic viewpoint. I can appreciate that. Do we die for sure? We always find our way to each other, don't we?
It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some population centers there. And this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, about Nevada is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving into Las Vegas. People from California.
They're flipping it.
Affordable. They find that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country.
God
so
damn.
The economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips. You have all
Nevada's
the
kind of jacked up, huh?
service unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear.
Bob,
if it's
thank
ever
you,
gonna
brother. I
become
appreciate
law,
that,
if
man.
they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think
Yo, you know, that's the interesting part. You have so many, listen, people are leaving California because it is unbearable to live there with the amount of taxes and the laws, bro. I used to live in San Diego back in the day. And it was cool. But my God, how much that state has gone so far with the taxes, man. Like, my frustration, you listen, I'm getting frustrated with the Democratic Party because they're doing too fucking much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm in Chicago. Everything's Democratic. Every alderman, mayor, everything's all Democratic. And they're still managing to run this city into a shithole. So I started to lose faith in the Democratic Party, man. It's making me, I promise you, it's made me fucking veer away in some regards. You know what I'm saying? And I experienced that with Cali too. Like, they're just so unbearable. You know what I'm saying? I think my TikTok got flagged. Hey, TikTok, did my TikTok get flagged for like election or something? Oh God, that's hilarious. It is jacked. New projection. Oh, let's take a look.
Batch of closings. And
Polls
this
are about to
will,
close.
bring us to Battleground, Nevada. which is our last battleground state. We have not heard from
Reactor said if Trump wins, the
last
poor middle
close
class
the
will face
polls.
economic hardship.
NBC News can make a projection now in the state of Utah.
Stand by.
NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral
So he won that in
he
won that in 2020. So
Montana, 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the
he got Montana again. Same thing.
Tonight. Here's the map, the road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201, Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
Oh,
you
yes,
can send
we
your-
remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send
I
your
think I'll be a while. Let me read more of your comments. I think if Harris wins, the border will stay open. There will be another 12 million illegal immigrants come in, and they will all vote Democrat, saying Dems will have the House for the next 16 years. TikTok does too much. It does. Democrats also race bait. Every election is exhausting. Okay. Mind you, I'm reading your guys' comments right now. He wins rural areas. She wins the big cities. Yeah, but that's pretty typical of every election. It's every major city is typically Democratic. It's for some. It's interesting how that is, right? Like, why wouldn't big cities be Republican and vice versa? I just find it interesting in that regard as to what is it about big cities that inherently makes people Democratic and rural areas typically more conservative Republican.
County here, 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of.
Did it say one Maryland? Yeah, I think.
2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1%.
I think they got
the reason why we're watching this is because
Kamala projected for Maryland.
Picks the winner of the election here.
I think they called it for her.
But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County.
The Associated Press turned PA red? No way.
I want to increase those numbers again. We're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still
got 43% reporting. It's still early in Pennsylvania.
Monco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed
81
out
for Harris,
her final
172
ad,
for
sitting
Trump.
right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania
No,
saw
it's
that.
201.
And
They
then
got
I
a
wanna
201 to
park on
81
Bucks for a while.
for
And I
Trump.
want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class than some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern
Who won
Bucks
Jersey?
might be a little bit more Trump
Kamala.
country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's
So
going to have to
spicy.
try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris is right there.
She's
Look,
matching it.
it's
Oh, look how
hard to
close that
draw
is,
any kind
bro.
of information on
Look
who's
how
on top
close
or
that
who's
shit is
lower
in that
right
county.
now. Still too close
Wow.
to call. Trump's on top, but only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing.
What is it about Pennsylvania that is so split, like literally 50-50 down the whole entire state with the votes? What is it about that place? I'm curious. You know what I'm saying? really curious about that. I've never been to. Have I been to? No, I've never been to Pennsylvania myself. So
Harris plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah,
in
314
Pennsylvania.
million, I think, overall when you
Amish?
add both campaigns.
is that really what it
$1
is?
billion if you throw in the Senate
That's
race in
right.
Pennsylvania.
That's
Jersey
right.
is always
on
blue.
one state. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Isn't that so funny?
Reactor said, bro, godly, why is Trump already ahead in the 200s? So it's really easy to look at, right? Remember, pretty much from Indiana, right? From Indiana east, it's all Eastern time zones. So all of these places closed already. So these states are in first. And of course, you've got a lot of the South in part of the Eastern, Southeast time zone. So you're getting all of his counts in early. She's going to come up on the back end when the West Coast closes. She's going to get Cali. She's going to get Washington. Nevada's a toss-up. Arizona's a toss-up. But she needs those. So she's going to get hers on the back end. More, it's going to catch her up on the back end. And then really we're waiting for more of the Midwest. Like we're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. These are going to be the deciding factor states in splitting the difference. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, that's why I'm like, looking at the numbers now is not a big deal because we're only taking into account the East and the Midwest. You still got Mountain time zone and West Coast that have to finish up. Let's see, it's 9 here, which means it's 7 in the West Coast time zone. So they still got probably closing or another hour maybe or something like that. Let's take a look here.
But can she replicate something like the 330,000 vote margin that he built up there? And that comes
She's going
back
in
to
the back end. That's kind of where, yeah, basically.
Just to the north. Same thing in
I see what you did
Oakland,
there.
right?
That's
We're gonna
funny.
be looking at that, and that's where Biden got 56%. So, but also got 100,000 votes more added to his total. The Democrats have to do that in order to carry the state. If they do, because the rural Republican counties add up and add up. In this case, for Donald Trump, Nora.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, thank you very much. The exit polls have some really interesting information. I, of course, got a sneak peek of them because I get to sit next to John Dickerson.
One of the many advantages of that.
That's right. That's right. So tell us what you're seeing.
Well, we're going to zip all the way to the other part of the country. We're going to look at Arizona and Nevada, but it's essentially the same story that Major and Anthony were telling, which is
Heard the Amish are getting socials to vote for first
the
time?
Democrats have to
Really?
turn out their voters, and Donald Trump
Yeah,
has
I'll
to
go
turn
reactive.
out his voters. Well, Latinos are key to the Democratic coalition. Let's look first in Arizona, how Kamala Harris is doing with Latino voters. Well, she's up by 14 points, so you might think, well, she's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020 in the state of Arizona, he won them by 24 points. Yeah. So Kamala Harris is underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Also, just a sideline, an interesting story of the night, if these exit polls are solid, there seems to be a much larger Latino vote in Arizona. The share is much larger than it was in 2020. Wow. That's something in the future to look at. But now let's look.
There's more Latinos voting, but less are voting for her, means they're voting for Trump. And I think there's a common misbelief that when it comes to immigration, you'd be surprised how many Hispanic people also feel as though illegals coming over the border, even Hispanic people that migrated here themselves, went through the system and did it legit. I know quite a few. They're some of the most stringent on the immigration because they feel as though, man, I had to do the shit the right way. I had to go through the courses. I had to go through the process. I had to learn all this shit. And I had to wait all this time period to get my right to be here, naturalization, citizenship. They're some of the most pressed about the illegal immigrants coming through and getting the freebie hookups. I promise you, and that's not talked about enough. Because it's almost as if you'll have some people may think like all Hispanics are homogenous in their belief, like, oh, we should allow them. Like, nah, bro. I know quite a few Mexicans that they're like, hey, man, fuck them people coming through. Like, what? I'm like, oh shit.
And when you were talking about election that is in the margins by 1 point or
there's definitely Hispanic base that's voting for Trump. I'm telling you.
Philadelphia, it is this specific demographic that could make or break it for either side.
Just to give you the national Latino vote, Harris is up by 5 points. Biden won it by 21 points.
That's
the national number.
So concerning to the Harris campaign.
The point that you hear,
She's bombing with Hispanics.
whether it's Marco Rubio or others, is
Holy
to say,
shit.
put the identity aside and look at the issue of the economy and border, and particularly the economy. I had
Holy
Senator
shit.
Cortez Masto of Nevada on the program on Sunday, and she was saying, look, Nevada is always going to be tight. You know, pointed to her own race, but she only won by about 8,000 votes in 2022. But when I pointed out to her those demographics Trump seems to be edging in on, those without college degrees, those who are first frustrated about the economy, that fits her state as a profile. Nevada has the second highest unemployment rate in the country.
Right.
And so this is a place, as we get later on into the evening, we're going to
Local
be
Arizona
parsing
news
these
saying they may
things
not know until
very
early
closely.
tomorrow morning. I hate Arizona. Yo, these states that can't get their votes together in a timely manner, they need to be penalized, man. You're making the rest of the country wait and stress us out, bro. I swear to God, some of these states need to get their ass kicked. So dumb. We shouldn't have to wait till the next day for some of these states to turn in their shit. Spring, what's up, man? She's bombing completely. Well, she's bombing with that number about Hispanics not voting for her compared to Biden is insane.
He has long been a representative and political organizer in that area, a key area if Vice President Harris wants to win. He said Trump is now on track based on all of the returns he has seen to do better than expected in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was with Vice President Harris when she went to Bucks County. They've put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago that he believes labor is going to turn out in strong numbers, that they're going to hit their metrics they need in Michigan for Vice President Harris to do well. Notably, just got off the phone with Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, a Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong turnout there. He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told me he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But
just recently
the
tipped
Republican
Republicans.
hasn't won it since 1992.
Right. In the national, yep.
Yeah.
Let's check in now with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting, y'all. Yes, they call Latinos who wish were American as a way to gaslight the fact that our tax dollars are paying for illegals' food and housing. That's interesting. Interesting right there for sure. Wow, it's all them fake accent. The timing is different. No one is going to stop just for a vote. Plus, Kamala will win regardless. Okay. We're waiting to see, bro. We're waiting to see.
It's totally silent here. People are watching the screens.
Let's take a look at what we got here from the AP. I don't know why the AP is dragging their ass on these results here. I'm refreshing. It still shows one. So the news outlets have different numbers on here. I think the AP is a little bit more conservative in their information. Wisconsin, Michigan, too close to call.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races. They were sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do, and they had too many incumbents to defend in Ohio and Pennsylvania and all of that. Then already just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money, but this is, you don't just flip a, notice we haven't seen any big flips tonight in general. You don't just flip a state in 3 weeks. You don't just show up in 3 weeks and think magically things are going to happen. Not with how embedded, not with how nationalized our conversation is, not with how polarized we are. And this is a case where at some point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they got to spend 4 years there. You can't just do it in 4 weeks. And it's the same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. You heard Garrett talk about it, and the Trump campaign is flexing its muscles because it worked. They had massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years. And it has padded them. It's what Texas, look, Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, that Latino vote in Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment. That is realignment.
Wow, what the fuck? 60% of Hispanic votes are going Republican in Texas is fucking crazy, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's crazy. But I'm not shocked. Here's why. Typically, Hispanic Latinos are more traditional, and there is an alignment in core values, like familial values with family, that I see the alignment in, and I can see that. But 60%, yo, wow. And the reason why I'm shocked is because there's so many people coming from like Cali and the West Coast moving to Texas, to like Austin, which is the big tech center now for the South. I said this earlier in the stream, that it's starting to turn. It could turn into a swing state because you know, Houston. You got so many people moving to Houston from all over the country. I know tons of people moved from Chicago to Houston, from Louisiana. You know, obviously people were fleeing out of Louisiana from the hurricanes and stuff. All the people relocating to Houston and Dallas, San Antonio, the major states, cities that are turning it more blue. But wow, that's their Republicans are still holding on tight on Texas. Texas is definitely a stronghold for Republicans for sure. You know,
are amongst Latino voters that is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making that late play to try to win them back, and so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
And yet the exit polling also shows that more people do not want to see immigrants deported if they are here illegally here. They want to see a pathway to legal immigration here, which is another nugget we got from the exit poll. So interesting dynamics at play on this issue.
All right, let's go over to Tom Yamas. He's got the big board going, and the state of Iowa, which has been...
Man, I did not expect to hear that news, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where we at with it? Don't forget, guys, like the streams, share the shit if you're on TikTok and IG, so we get more people in here. And then before the stream cuts off, if you're on Instagram, it might cut off. There's only an hour time limit on the stream, so come watch on kick.com, djmoondawglive, or on here. Let me put it up on the screen so you guys can see it. Right there, y'all. If you see right above my head, that's the URLs. Come on over, follow, watch over here before the IG ends, and you're missing out on this.
Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of vote has to come in. But this would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he
Texas
won by
has
8
tons
points
of small cities. Oh, for sure.
in 2020, and he won
It's
by
a huge
9 points
state,
in
too.
2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and in other places, and right now that's not happening.
We actually have a call right now. Let's play
New
the
projection.
music here. Projection, and Iowa will go red, as was widely
Okay.
expected until that poll. Right there, Trump.
Hey,
wins
and
the
just to
6th
compare to
electoral vote
2020,
of Iowa.
Trump
So
took
we
Iowa,
can see the
so
breakdown there with about half
nothing
the vote counted there.
changes
there
there.
was this thought that perhaps because of his restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue.
I
but
don't
this
care.
was not
I
to
missed
be,
what the
Jack.
comment was.
I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa looked.
Tell me about Virginia.
4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So look, she thought.
I don't think they
she'd done
called it
something
just
with
yet in Virginia. I think it's still
women
tight.
looking like they were choosing, and certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss.
Chat, what'd you guys have for dinner? I'm about to order some
voters of
wings
color.
for this
That
watch
is clear.
party.
I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think
Yeah, they are.
You know, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group. You know, and whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat.
Yeah, I hated that
and
shit.
So there's been a lot
I
of
fucking hated
hand-wringing about
the
this
idea of calling
inside Democratic
Latinx
circles.
dumb as shit.
A real split, like, you know, it was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. You know, before, Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class.
Damn.
Not necessarily
what the
seeing evidence
fuck?
of working class African Americans,
right.
but adding working class Hispanics, that becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the
Whether
same
you're
thing.
College educated or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right.
But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning like
They're failing.
You know, it's the Democrat. It is. First of all, Latino voters, in many ways, the same are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. Not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues
Over
in
and over.
ads over and over again. Take a break.
Let me tell you, here's the part that they're not getting. And he said it. Democrats are fucking up because they think that all Latinos are all under the same belief system. And that is so far from it, because Cubans, from Puerto Ricans to Colombians to Mexicans, all have a very different way of looking at things and experiences. Even though like they may group us as Hispanic or Latino, we are all very different in how our familial stuff is. There's some commonality, but they're distinctly different. And just hearing that, I think where the Democrats have failed in courting Hispanic votes is like they just treat us all like the Latinx. The Latinx shit, which was, I hated that shit. Cause I'm like, yo, did I miss the National Convention of Hispanics to cast my vote and say, yes, I think referring to us instead of Latino or Latinas as Latinx was, fuck that. She was stupid as hell. And it fell away. Thank God, because a lot of Hispanics was like, yo, we're not going to do this. Like, no, you're changing our vocabulary and how our words, you know, our language. I'm veering off track here. My point is that I think that Dems have looked at Hispanics as Latinx, and that we are all have this belief system that we're all under the same umbrella. And I think that's where that fell off. Wow, this is super interesting. It could be that the Hispanic vote really makes a big impact in this election. Latinx was so whack. It was dumb as fuck. So dumb. I'm like, yo, some people have nothing better to do than to come up with dumb shit and then try to like push it on everybody else. Like, I don't have to accept this shit. You know what I'm saying? Perfect example again was the comedian. What's his name? Tony's joke when he about Puerto Rico's trash. Everyone thought that, when that came out, that every Puerto Rican was mad. Hey, I'm Puerto Rican. I didn't get offended by it. I didn't think it was like his best joke. But I'm like, I know I watched his shit. I know that he's like a dark humor, roast general. You know, he's in that side of the comedy where he's like very, very, you know, he gets into it. Like really, you have to have a certain sense of humor for that. I happen to have that sense of humor. I like most of his other stuff. His roasts, when he goes in on people, is fucking hilarious to me. I understand that to somebody else it might not be. But I knew for a fact when I heard that joke and the Democrats were trying to make it into you're Hispanic, so you should be mad about it. You're Puerto Rican, you should be mad about it. I was like, nah, I know. Like I said, my mother was mad about it, but some of my cousins laughed. They're like, yeah, whatever, not a big deal. Like, we're not fucking boohoo crying. My 94-year-old grandfather, well, my mother's father, is not, don't get my family, he's not my grandfather, but my mother's father's here. And even she told him about it, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. Maybe because he don't care because he's 94. But, you know, so my point is like, we all have different feelings on things too. Just because we're all of one thing. That's a dumb way to think. Even amongst African Americans, they're not all homogenous in their beliefs. I mean, just look at the rise of like Black Republicans. There's more and more individual identity All right, let's take a look here.
The vote. Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in. We want to dive a little deeper and look at some of these counties. We're going to start with the biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night. 51% is in. Let's see how Harris is doing compared to Biden 4 years ago. She's down about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points, actually, we should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University
the capital,
of Wisconsin
yeah, it's gonna be
is. One
liberal.
of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the WOW counties. These are the counties around Milwaukee. The first one, Waukesha here. Trump's at 59.6. 77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the O and WOW, Ozaki, 55. He's at 54. So, you know, a slight change, but almost around the same margins. And then Washington doing much better. 50% of the vote is in, 49. He was at 68 in 2020. He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well, and the other
Depends
part
on
of the
your
state,
income,
Green Bay,
pal.
it's called the BOW.
What
So, yes,
does?
it's the BOW counties and the WOW. Bow wow. I know that's pretty funny, but maybe it's not that funny. Anyways, Brown is Green Bay.
It'll pass.
Diva, our guy's nervous. What you mean, Jenny?
2%. He's up big time here, but again, only 33% of the vote is in, and there are a lot of Democratic
well, someone
votes
called
in
me a
Green
chihuahua.
Bay
I
as
say,
well.
"Yo,
We're
quiero."
going to come down here to the O and BOW.
I appreciate people that have a
Allegheny,
sense of humor.
54, 57.
I do. I really, really do.
Again, he's overperforming there, and then finally in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show 2 more counties you guys may have heard of, you may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later.
Oh, wow, he's booming in
15%
Racine.
in, Trump was at
Holy
51.68.
fuck.
That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after
Oh,
the George
shit.
Floyd protests. 50%
I got family in Kenosha. They're going to be.
73% in. He's overperforming there. So if you're looking at Wisconsin right now, I mean, the Republicans have some sort of positivity here that they're looking at. Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data out of Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to
What's
wait till
changed?
the
A lot,
numbers
Patrick.
get
Welcome back, bro.
corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016, 47-50.
Sauk County.
You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you're wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near
Sauk County
Madison,
is
drive over to Sauk.
Sauk County is Wisconsin Dells. If you ever been to Wisconsin Dells, that's the county that it's within.
Welcome to the fun facts. Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in
Chris, what's up, bro? Election aside, thanks for making me laugh when I'm
Pennsylvania.
low. Hey, all good,
Friday
brother.
on Pennsylvania for the Harris.
Hopefully we get back to doing some fun stuff, y'all. I've been gone for 3 months. I haven't posted anything. I'm gonna be covering some future videos while I've been gone, man. You know, I went through some of the most challenging shit I've ever been through in life, and I'm gonna share those experiences in videos on my YouTube channel because I think it can help other people that may be in a similar situation. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully they can, you know, help save some others and inspire. I'll say that for another day. Today's election, though. All right, let's jump around here. Let's see what else we got in the news. Looks like AP has Trump 198, 112. But we're seeing some other stuff here as well. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you're on Instagram, the IG feed might end. So make sure you come on over to my YouTube channel or my Kick channel. Look above me. The link's right there. Come follow, sub over there and shit. Honey, what's up? Bunch of rural areas in Sauk. Yeah, but the Dells is over in Sauk too, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I think that's the county. I think it's the county. I'm actually kind of surprised. You know, Kenosha County and Racine County definitely flip-flop either way, and it's interesting to see that this time they're leaning on Trump for sure. At least you weren't gone for 9+ months. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be gone for 9+ months. You know, 3 was enough. I feel like I'm getting back. You know, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Being away and coming back, I've had a lot of anxiety. You know, you feel like you lose momentum. You feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not gonna lie to you as a creator. You know, you have those moments where you start thinking about what you're doing. Like, damn, like, you know what I'm saying? So I just genuinely appreciate all y'all that come and consume any of my shit, or any which way. You start thinking about what you. Oops, sorry, get a little double play there. I just, like I said, generally just appreciate all y'all that watch my lives, come to the lives, chat with me, all of that and everything. You know what I'm saying? And one other thing I'll note before we get back into the watch party here, I'm gonna put a link in my link in bio. I'm gonna I have a Discord, so I'm gonna invite anybody to join the Discord. Where one, I'm gonna create a channel where you guys can start posting some of the funny stuff for me to look at and react to, because my DMs are just too flooded. It's too hard for me to find stuff in there. And then two, we just build more of a community and stuff like that. Like on Sunday, we did a Discord movie night, put on some horror movies. We were all kicking it, chatting while watching the movie and stuff. So, if you want to have if you're looking to have like a real dope community feel and connect more than just on streams and shit, I'll put a Discord link up after the stream and stuff. So check the link in my bio later on for that Discord link and join the Discord.
On pace for maybe 390,000, maybe 400 or so thousand. That's if the current margins hold, and that's a projection. She needs to be above 450.
Yeah.
And if we're down there in that right, because right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places. Is that what you're seeing, Mark?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that, and they also see that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground states, it's panning out right now.
Claire, what are you hearing from the Democratic side?
Well, first of all, I think that there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now.
How about that? Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, the Rogan thing, the timing of the Rogan interviews with Trump and JD Vance and then Elon yesterday was beautifully executed strategy on Trump's team's side of that to get young men involved in the vote. I mean, we're seeing the impact of that. I believe, just from what we're seeing here. You know what I'm saying?
More than 51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of Republicans.
They played that Joe Rogan shit perfectly, bro. I'm telling you, Kamala should have fucking went on Joe Rogan, bro. She fumbled that hard, man. Her team fucking fumbled that. I don't know if they thought that they can just rely on seeing all women to vote for them or what, but like you need young men vote too to secure the shit. That could have helped her so much. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing too is like we only really got to see Kamala for like what, a couple of weeks? Like when did they make her the nominee? So it's been a few weeks or whatever, like a month or two, whatever. That could have gone a long way for people to like humanize her, and men could have seen her in a more, not being the politician, but just being Kamala, having a conversation with Joe. It really could have helped her, man. It really could have helped her.
Here it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have
What's up, Rosa?
some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still
I didn't even
have
think
a
of
ways to go. We haven't called
Kamala
the
going to
single key
Rogan. She should
battleground
have.
state yet. So this is an interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation, because when you look at the strategies from each of these campaigns, the vice president did something very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is, trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite totally in their tribal corners. Former President Trump looked to supercharge his base.
But it's so interesting because you say it's a tiny number, and it is, but these were Haley voters, a lot of them. I mean, Kamala Harris went
Did I vote?
with
Absolutely.
Liz Cheney,
Yeah.
and they went to these
Adam
color counties.
Kinzinger, all these, yes.
And in Arizona,
I don't
we
play
saw,
about that, bro. You vote.
Jimmy McCain and some of these big names, former Republicans,
Yeah.
Jeff Flake, who are out there. She was trying to find those moms, those suburban women who just had enough with Donald Trump.
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly because we have a call now.
We're about to make another call.
In Nebraska. Okay, this is
Nebraska
NBC projects that 3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5 you asked.
Again, looking back at the 2020, he took that, so no surprise
I'll let
there.
you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out their electoral votes for the popular vote. Whoever wins the state, they also give them by congressional district. From what you just reported there, projecting one of the congressional districts, it's going to be District 3. It's going to go to Trump. There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one, because if it came down to that 269 scenario, we would come here to Omaha. Nebraska District 2 is Omaha, which is Douglas County. It's also a neighboring conservative county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I think we just can't call it. The difference is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote is out. Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's 1 electoral vote, but in a razor-tight election, each electoral vote is important, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds closed right now and votes being counted. And too close to call.
Has Trump won Georgia? They have not called Georgia just yet. Any good reasons why people should vote for Harris?
Of the vote in there.
Well, you know, I mean,
also too close
that's something that people got to evaluate for themselves. You know what I'm saying?
A ton of time alongside Wisconsin as well. Too close to call at this
Guys, if you're on TikTok, please make sure to spam the likes. Helps get the live out to more people, man.
Georgia, too close to call. Biden won it by a hair in 2020. Donald Trump trying to
if
get
you had
it
to
back
choose
tonight.
Vance or Waltz,
Too close to call. In North Carolina, we're still calling it too early to call. So
man,
we're
I don't
waiting
know.
for more vote
I watched
there,
the Vance interview with Rogan, and just as a human, he's very relatable. We were in the Marine Corps. He's a fellow Marine. You know what I'm saying? Just from him sitting there having a conversation, he seems likable. Do I know enough about, more details on him? He's running as a VP. I don't know totally a lot about him, but that was a good introduction. Shit, even Walz could have went on Rogan, and that could have helped at least something. Why didn't Walz go on Rogan? You know what I'm saying?
I think this is, we've often said.
Plan on doing anime videos? Absolutely not, brother. Absolutely not. Who did I vote for? I'm going to share that at the end when they announce who wins. I'm going to share that, and we'll talk about it and all of that. I call BS way too close on them. We're going to see, man. Welcome, y'all. If you're on IG, welcome. Listen, there's a 1 hour cap on streams on IG, so if you want to continue watching without the interruptions, coming over to YouTube, you can look above. The links are there for my Kick and my YouTube channel. Come through, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
This is Happy Valley. This is a university county. The Democrats
What's the score?
should be on top right now. Again, there's 68% of the vote in. They could still catch up.
They have it all differently.
Trump is
AP
on
has
top
it at
right
198,
now. I want
112.
to go back to Eastern PA again, which has changed because a lot of people from New York and New Jersey have moved to the eastern portion of the state. We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers, Savannah, you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Right now, Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56.
Wow.
It's not a huge surprise. But what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won.
Yeah, Hispanics are fucking coming out for Trump.
Overperforming.
Like at higher numbers,
some of that
bro.
vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally, I want to look at Scranton right here. Okay, Lackawanna County. Republicans thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton, at least.
I worked a lot in the Trump years.
Some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he.
IG already ended. I know it, bro. It's 1 hour cap.
She's
It's stupid.
underperforming tonight. 51% right now. Biden was at 53. In a state.
You're not gonna be here?
It could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes. Every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now, and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early.
They said waiting on the results is like waiting for a pregnancy test to come back positive. Yo, bro. Listen, don't bring back trauma, man. Them we gotta talk situations, and they pull out the pregnancy test. Woo. Polymarket is showing Trump is almost 100% to win. No way. I thought that shit was a big meme until like people really started putting bets on that shit. The Joe Rogan thing, they played this right. He invited me. I know she never went. I know that. I watched the Vance while he was campaigning in PA, and the guy is generally likable. Yeah. Talked about his wife and kids. I thought, man, I can see us hanging with them. Yeah, I think so too. Remember, this is important that likability is a huge factor for most people vote. Most people are not voting on the issues. They're voting on, do I like the fucking candidate? That's just being real. The most uneducated voters are just voting on who they like, or they're just simply voting along party lines because that's what their mother was or their father was. They're going to just vote along with what the family does. You know what I'm saying? So likability is huge, huge. Obama was fucking liked. He won over places that, you know, typically were red. He was likable.
About it is independence. He doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65, and we're starting to see that trend for her.
You pointed to me when you said seniors.
No, oh my gosh, Savannah,
and I just want to let everyone know that we noticed.
It deflected off your shoulder and hit me straight.
Full disclosure, we talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago, so it was more of a callback to something that I forgot we didn't say on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play, and as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first couple
Chat, sushi or wings?
Dynamics at play as we watch these results come in. That's so fascinating. You think about how close.
Said, nah, economy, Trump is better at management.
As we watch this come in, and you think about that decision that she made to have Walls as her running
wings,
mate,
both.
as
Bro, I can't be a fat ass like
Governor
that.
Josh Shapiro. So
Sushi wings, damn, y'all are splitting. Listen,
a lot of people question.
y'all are making this like the goddamn election, split down the middle. Can I get a unanimous? Damn. I mean, like, isn't sushi technically a little bit healthier? You know what I'm saying? Wings is greasy and fried. I'm trying to be like, I'm indulging a little bit because I'm pretty strict on like my caloric intake and all that. High protein, but you know, it's election night. I'm treating this like it's goddamn Super Bowl. We're gonna indulge a little bit. Sushi, you can always order wings. I like that idea, Monica, don't I? And I think I like that. Buffet, yo, Mystic, chill. I like your name, Moon too. I like that. I like that. Wings. Now call Shorty for sushi later. Come on, bro. Not when you get 6 rolls of sushi. I mean, I might get like 2 rolls or something like that. Call it a day. Nothing crazy. This is not a sushi event. This is a wings event.
Shapiro's not going anywhere.
All right. Fuck.
Yeah, just going to call it out. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump
And to be
team
clear,
was
we
doing.
haven't called those.
No, we haven't. But I'm looking internally at the numbers, and they're not as hopeful as I would like them to be.
Oh, wow.
I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states, and I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one. We could have 4 states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than ½ a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that.
It's going to be close, y'all. Like, we are so divided, it's going to come down to the fucking, like, few thousands of votes or something like that. It's going to be crazy. Boom, split it in half. 1 California, the other half Dragon Roll. Ah, man, listen, I don't know. What kind of sushi you get, bro?
We're a little delayed and up.
I think I'm going to go, listen, I'm going to go with sushi, y'all. You can hate me, but listen, I just, sushi sounds kind of fire right now. You know what I'm saying?
They have those reported and based on the
Both it
percent of
is.
early votes
Nah.
that are out. Harris is leading in the
Bro, sushi expensive, y'all. Listen.
in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process still happening here. So you see these people coming in. They're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told,
NBC anchors are giving up on Kamala.
material that had to be returned.
Get one of each
Pamphlets, things
kids
that
meal
sort of
portions.
gave,
Yeah, listen.
directions to the election workers, all of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on were the memory cards with the vote. That's something that
I don't know,
election
I'll do
workers tell
both.
me is a way.
Let's do one, keep it civilized.
They said they used to
At this point, just get
everything, the election
McDonald's.
materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots. And
Yeah, I did see that they're doing like a special like dollar nuggets. Is that true? Let's take a look here. AP currently has 210 to 112. But again, some of the networks are calling it a little bit differently here. Let's scan around and see what we have. Some of the other places, get rid of this one. They're just showing something that we don't care about. They're not doing much over here. They're just kind of showing that shit. Let's go back and
now, but let's go again to the back, because this is where we see a lot of activity happening on and off, whether it's the early votes being processed and scanned and tabulated, or mail-in ballots.
just do the sushi. Clearly, it's what you want. I know. I'm
Provisional
gonna.
ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately, back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were
seafood. I mean, not
hoping
seafood.
was
Sushi ain't cheap these days, bro. So
they could cut in to Harris's margins, and then if they also
trying not
did
to go
well
too
in
crazy
Republican
here.
strongholds, could potentially carry the state. What we're seeing in turnout is turnout so far has exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020, and right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yamison's lane. We'll leave him on that. Over here, though, is where they're going through some of the different election material, and they've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just
let me order and I'm gonna show you what I got.
Late at night, they expected the last bit of stuff to come from the precinct to get here at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes, and a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election night.
Once she gets Cali, it's gonna bump her up pretty significantly. It's gonna be fucking close, bro. It's gonna be close, chat. This is gonna be like Super Bowl Sunday, fourth quarter. It's 21 to 27. The team is on the fucking inside the 20 with 2 minutes left. You know what I mean? It's going to be a nail biter of a race. You know what I mean? It's going to be a nail biter.
In a place like Burke County, it was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one as that same day vote comes in. This is Wilkes-Barre. This is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long
Is
way
Andy
to
cheap
go.
nowadays? Nah, bro. Honestly,
come in. We expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats.
Don't forget to drink. I got water, actually.
Again, 95%
gotta at least stay hydrated.
Means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020
bro, you
looked
kind
like
of saved my
this.
life and stop
It's
stroking the meat.
basically
Thanks,
same.
man.
It's a fraction of a point different.
The fuck, bro?
But that's a win for the
Congratulations.
Trump campaign because
Friend
of
of
the
mine told me
context. Look at
most
this. It was an
businesses in LA, specifically on
18-point
Hollywood
race.
Boulevard, are
Trump won by
barricading.
18
Really?
points in 2016.
Hey, Ron, what's up, bro?
Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of the
Lunchables?
biggest
No.
in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was
None of
able
this
to
worth watching
stop
right now?
the
Why is that?
losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign
Mad people going to sleep late
exactly
tonight?
wanted
Yup.
to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the
Poly Market got
one
Trump
of the
to
two
win
that
by
switched
over
sides to Biden
90%.
in 2020.
Fucking crazy.
Name of the game in the final two-thirds of the vote is, can Trump catch
90%
Harris
of
with
Georgia
the
votes
election day
in,
vote?
Trump is
just
up.
checking in on
Wow.
Philadelphia. We're up to two-thirds of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With two-thirds of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia.
Last election to get a full
That
count
will
till
be a boost to
Saturday.
Harris, but there's
It might not
also
get a
more
confirmation, but
same-day
I think
vote
they're
coming.
probably
You
going
see
to
Trump
have
is
enough
running
to probably
above his
give it an
2020
early
levels
call.
there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, was basically get that Biden number under 80%.
Georgia governor
so
speaks
far,
where?
They're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this.
We're jumping
Again,
through a
you're
couple
starting
different
to, as these
networks.
counties
Let's keep
fill
looking
in,
for
you're starting
more
to see
news
some patterns,
networks.
and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
there any other news networks we need to be watching? They got Atlanta. I wonder, someone said something about, we need a good, what's a good map to look at? 210. Is there a different, oh, let's take a look at this one. Polls about to close in 7 states, including Georgia. Let me refresh this real quick. So AP got it 210, 113. That's what it looks like so far. Once the Cali stuff, Cali should, let's see, 7, 8. Cali probably is about to be closing in 10 minutes, I think, West Coast. And then we'll kind of see what's going to happen from there. Also, look at this, y'all. In the Senate is leading Republican. House is a majority Republican. Fuck. If Trump wins, he might have a fucking full stack deck. Holy shit. If I'm reading that right. This shit's crazy, bro. This shit's crazy. Like, again, this ain't solidified or nothing like that, but just, you know. Oh, they're not talking about nothing. Let's go back to here.
Turnout. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. So I want to take you down to the local level. You want granular data?
What's up from San Diego? What's up, Phil?
Philadelphia. These are precincts in the city of Philadelphia. We've talked all night about how important
Daily
turnout
Wire?
is here, but also vote
Election
shift.
Time YouTube?
We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see it coming in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill, as we get up here away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the other way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or
CBS.
other comments.
What time
that
do you know
they'd heard,
announcement?
but
Not
nope,
sure.
In fact, that is going back towards Donald
like
Trump right
tortas?
now.
Yo,
so
stop,
all
bro.
in all, the other thing that's really important here is it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right? Might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now. None of that bodes well for Kamala Harris. And that's your local level dive into Philadelphia.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something, Cecilia?
You know, I was going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that that sounds counterintuitive, right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants, and half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population. Many Latinos seem to be finding a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
Money
All
fucking
right,
talks.
Return poll closings in 4 Western.
Bro, that's all that matters is money. Who's going to make us make money? You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's honestly the biggest factor, I think, right now. Every fucking American across color and ages gives a shit about. Where's the fucking money? We need more money circulating in the country so that there's more, no one's living paycheck to pay, not, you know, that there's just more. There's more opportunities to make more money. You know what I'm saying? No one's expecting handouts, but like, fuck, we need more opportunities to get your hustle on, whether it's start a business, whether it's to, listen, how many of y'all have been in the fucking work, looking for a job scam right now? I see it all the time on social media of people applying every fucking day to some different job that wants you to have a master's degree, 30 years of experience, and then they want to pay you $20,000 a year. Like, what? It's absurd where we're at right now with all this stuff. And many people, again, across color, religion, identity, money. It's the economy. How are we going to get the money flowing in our country, bringing it in, cycling it in, instead of sending it fucking out overseas in the wars? No one wants to support these wars, bro. We really don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really what it comes down to. Where's the money? It's like show me the money, right? That's it. It's a money thing. And from what they're saying, especially as it relates to the Hispanic vote, which is, I'm shocked. I didn't really expect that Trump has captured more of the Hispanic vote than Kamala. But as she described it, he's just Trump is talking to people the same way, and it's resonating. You know what I'm saying? AJ said fellow Latinos vote for Trump. I was employed for 2 years and I'm an educated professional. Yeah, it's tough. I've seen some of those crazy things. We see more about the economy. Yup. Switch the tab. My bad. Hold on.
At the CBS
I'm still trying to order my food. I'm over here talking with y'all. My bad.
America Decides. Most voters in Arizona cast ballots by mail, and election officials estimate that results could take about 2 weeks to finalize this
That's
year.
crazy.
The state's most populous county, Maricopa, has one of the largest voting constituencies in the country.
Reindeer said, true. I was out of work for 3 months, was living in a hotel. Man, I'm sorry to go through that, man. Hopefully you're doing better now. Yellow Jacket, what up, bro?
Tell us about the early vote.
Let's pan around here.
Of those 2.6 million
Let's go over here. Let's go take a look back at whatever network
So we're
this
going to
is.
walk this in. Let's go through here and just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out, but in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the black belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia. Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, you know, and if we, just to give you context, the last two elections,
it
came kind of close in 2016, about 4 percentage
wow,
points.
He's gained a lot in Virginia. Holy
Biden
fuck.
grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there tonight.
Polls
Here's
on the
where it's
West
at.
Coast closing in 4 minutes,
77% of the votes
chat.
in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of their sweet spot.
Let me order my food while y'all listen to him real quick.
Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes. Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do, because, you know, northern suburb resident Chuck Todd says you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote, but I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also,
No, they took away the sushi roll that I like. It's not on here. I'm pissed.
So you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator.
No way.
I mean, would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago,
Spider roll
you
hits.
would have
I
never
don't
dared
that.
put one up there. So I
If
think
VA
there's a
flips
little
us
more
over, wow.
activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about. We see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of
Biden
the
took
other
out that role.
areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where.
Yo, that's fucking hilarious, bro. Yo, comment of the night. You're stupid for that.
Everything comes in Northern Virginia, and
That's funny.
Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But
Y'all are funny,
I think
chat.
she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable
They're trying to steal the
margin.
election.
And I think when you actually analyze the
Fuck,
data,
what do you say?
you're
They're trying to
gonna
steal the election. What?
is there was more enthusiasm in the
Oh,
rural
order some,
areas of
lemon pepper
Virginia
wings. I
than
might have
there
to, bro.
were- There was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud that, you know, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in. And you're not, but Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like a Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania, that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. Those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're gonna
Oh, I found the rolls. They were had the, it was collapsed. I found them. We're good. Crisis averted, chat. I found the rolls. All right. They're all using the same goddamn song. So annoying. All right. Let's see. Anybody on here talking about anything? No one's talking about nothing right now. We got a little bit of a break here. Let's take a look at the map. All right. Kind of do it side by side real quick. This is where we're at. This is where it was in 2020 with Biden and Trump. All right. For the most part, it's par for the course. There's nothing really here. Nothing so far has been a big like, oh shit moment. We have not had our first oh shit moment. That could come at any moment now. It looks like let's see here. Trump is leading in Georgia with 90% reporting in, and Georgia was blue for Biden. So that could be the first, Georgia could be the first oh shit moment. And then we're still waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I think those are going to be big. Or, you know, again, Cali, Oregon, Washington are going to be blue. Oh, they just popped blue, y'all. They just popped blue. They just went blue. Nevada seems to be, we don't know where that can go. That's going to be interesting. You're getting a lot of people from Cali bleeding into Nevada. So that's going to start making that dynamic very interesting there. As they move into like Reno and Vegas themselves and stuff like that. Arizona is probably going to be another potential move. So that's where we're at right now. Taking a look at the comparison on the maps. Did you order yet? No, I've been running my mouth talking to y'all. My bad. All right, let's go back here. Let's get back into the news. Oh, we also got to check Twitter. Let me check Twitter, see what the tweets is talking about. You know what I'm saying?
We'll explain that to Nora and the team here in a moment. Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean.
Chat, first thing I opened up, look what Elon just said. Elon just said game, set, and match. Ain't no way. He must know something. What the fuck? Ain't no way Elon just said game, set, match. What's happening right now? Oh, God, I'm glad I didn't pull this on stream. Another OF thing right here. Let's see what this says here. Just in MSC's Joy Reid is looking increasingly more concerned. Appears to suggest that half the country is sick. You just, and I quote, oh, let's hear what this says here. I'm interested to hear so much stuff out here.
You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day
Pause
one.
Order your food. I'm going to do it right now.
If all of that gets you half of the votes,
48, 49%.
what does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about us?
I think
you just think about just the last 2 weeks.
This push for
Listen, what it says, regardless of whatever candidate, right? That question that she posed right there, regardless of who it is, if it was the other way around, all it means is that we all have differing views. That's it. We have differing views and life views, lived experiences. We're not all going to share the same fucking opinion on things. That's it. And that is why we have a voting system. And unfortunately, there's winners and losers, like in life. Like that's it. You know what I'm saying? Let me turn this up.
With Major, everyone was also surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically
won? We don't know
change
yet.
the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there.
Let me order this
We're at
food, y'all.
60
I'm gonna let y'all watch this real quick.
60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much, but we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus just slightly lower turnout, perhaps, that's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and our projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do, okay? So the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it, getting 44% of the outstanding vote. So again, still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what? All right, thank you so much. I want to go, we're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in Wisconsin. Are you ready?
I'll just
real quick, yeah, because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into Wisconsin, just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris is up 50 to 49. It's basically 50-50, actually. In what
California voting begins.
So it's even, flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So that's
this is the working class vote.
This is the working class vote. This is the connections.
Wow, they're split down the middle.
Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020, but here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than.
I bet you the senior voters are largely women because those older women were around when Roe v. Wade was enacted. They fought through the 70s in their rights. They remember all that. That was their lived experiences. So they're now feeling like Trump is going to undo all that. So they're voting against him for that. I think that's a big theme there, and why she's getting a lot of support from elderly, older people that were, early in their 20s or early 30s in the 70s when they were impacted by those positive changes for themselves.
Options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We have.
I just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're going to. Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use the map.
Which way is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these passes.
Now they're going to start playing all the scenarios,
so
chat.
Georgia does go red.
And make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Got to hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Got to flip that.
And give her Arizona.
Got to take Arizona as well.
That's one way she can do it. The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly,
he didn't know what he's doing.
Carolina. We're going to make that red. North Carolina.
That narrows things.
Michigan.
And
Arizona and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania.
Check from Denmark. What's up, bro?
Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
Be the other
Right. That's 270. Right.
Okay. This could go red. And that gets her to
287.
Love your channel, but please shave the silver.
The entire country to 287, 251.
Shave the silver with the soul patch.
Ways it could happen if
What are we
Wisconsin
talking
and
about?
Georgia
Hey, listen.
happening.
In this house, we rock.
Very clear.
We rock that shit,
Let me
bro.
bring in Robert Koski, who
Little
has
salt
some
and
new
pepper.
reporting real quick. Thank you.
Never met a woman that doesn't
interesting to
appreciate a little
imagine all
salt and
the
pepper
different
in the
scenarios,
beard.
but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources. close to the Harris
I'm
campaign.
not gonna try
They say
and
Jen O'Malley
blacken my
Dillon,
beard
who's
out like
running
I'm 20
the
years
Harris
old.
campaign now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House.
She's got to win Wisconsin
They believe
and Michigan.
those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down
Holy
with President
fuck, y'all,
Biden in August,
this is getting
he only
tense.
name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic. Still optimistic. Perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase based on a source close to her.
That don't sound
watching the
good, bro.
returns.
Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You expect people to be
It sounds like they're
optimistic at this
fucking
point, but it's not
caving,
happening.
chat.
Gail.
Holy
Cities and labor.
shit.
Cities,
What
labor,
the
and they got
fuck?
to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic, from Pelosi to others, that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the data and our reporting, but it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground.
Listen, I want to say this. If the Democrats have consistently fucking botched this shit since fuck, when? Since the first Trump presidency. They fucked themselves because they ran Hillary, even though people wanted Bernie. And they did their whole little thing. They forced Hillary, and people hated Hillary, and they shot themselves in the foot then. And it seems like, and this is early, but just off, there seems to be some little bit of worry now happening over there that they may have just done the same thing. Like, they just can't run a presidential race without fucking shooting themselves in the foot, man. Like, how are they fumbling this hard? It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling.
Around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition. There is still a path despite all that. And I remember in 2020, many Democrats around this time of night felt maybe similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same way they feel now. And that race was able to be pulled through. But I think Ed's point is right. I think there are narrow paths to victory, and I think Democrats are bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get past those blue wall
They're gonna
states.
challenge the
Looking
shit
at
out of this, for
Nevada,
sure.
seeing what happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to deliver key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be
About
the
to finally
places where
order my food,
Democrats
chat.
will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the map and the path to victory, if she cannot win Wisconsin, in other words, if there's a piercing of that blue wall, she would have to win Arizona.
Right.
And so that's really what it would come down to at this point. Nevada's still too small at 6 EVs. She'd need Arizona. And I
agree.
have
if
to go back
Dems
to
had an
the-
open
to the
convention and
magic
picked
law
a
or the
strong
database
candidate, it
and
would
figure
win
out
easy.
what's-
That is it. It just listen, I think what happened here was they thought they could run Joe again. In fact, they had to run Joe. Like, I guess to some extent they were kind of fucked in a way, because how are you going to have Joe be the president and then not have him run as the incumbent? So it's kind of like they had to do that. It's kind of like tradition or whatever. You always run your incumbent, right? But after that first miserable debate where he really showed that, like, yo, my man's is not even there, right? Like, I think we all know bro is not there. He's not capable of running another 4 years. He might not even live through the next 4 years. By the time it's the inauguration for a new president, he might pass away at that point. Like, listen, so I say that to say they couldn't just outright not run Joe. They saw the first performance, it was so bad, and then they scrambled. So I think they were kind of just stuck in a bad spot. However, they probably should have still ran and did an open fucking primary to see who the party likes, that they can really get behind them. And now it looks like, and again, we're not there yet, but if Kamala loses this shit, I'm hanging this on the motherfucking Democratic Party. Nancy Pelosi This is all her. Her and the leadership at the DNC, because you once again forced a candidate down people's throat. You did it with Hillary when people wanted Bernie, and now you did it again by just throwing Kamala in there and not even giving an open primary a chance. You just try to run it. And the problem is that people don't fuck with Joe, and because she's the VP, you're guilty by association. Anything that's been going wrong, giving billions of dollars to Ukraine, you're a part of that. You're the border czar, you gotta own it. Like it kind of fucked themselves. You know what I'm saying? When Harris, well, we don't know yet. We don't know. We have to see how this plays out. But I'm just thinking ahead of, if they do, they just are terrible at fucking, I don't know what. Because you would think that if you run I'm speaking from a point of just looking at the facts, right? Like I'm objectively speaking here, right? Follow me. On paper, Kamala has every fucking credit and right to be in the presidency. She's went through all three branches of government. She's, whatever, all that. She has on paper, she has all the metrics, all the stuff there to be a president, right? No doubt about it. When you have someone that has all the qualifications on paper, how is it even this close? You see what I'm trying to say? How is it even this close? You're running against someone, granted, he was already a former president, but doesn't have the same level of expertise in service through the different branches and stuff like that. So my point though is like, how are the Dems? How is this not a blowout from their shoes, right? From their shoes. How is this not a fucking blowout? You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. MoonDawg, you vote Kamala? I'm gonna share that at the end when they announce the winner. I'm gonna string that along so y'all find out at the end.
But we were talking, and I heard you.
Oh, let me order my food. Fuck.
Because you guys are on the other side of the wall about Arizona. So let's go to Arizona.
Yes, because this was my thing. Because Wisconsin is
I wanna
11
put a little
electoral
something
votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's where the total is currently. This is our estimate. We have it at 50.3 to 49.7. How does that compare to 2020? We remember how close it was. That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona.
All right, order placed.
For the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County. Let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County. More than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61% of the statewide turnout. Let's go down to Tucson's Pima County. How much is outstanding? 273,000. So let's go back to that basic question. What does Kamala Harris need in Arizona to prevail? 50%. What do we have a current estimate of her projected ability to retain or achieve from the outstanding vote? 51%, on the razor's edge.
So Margaret Brennan and John Dickerson, we should look at, because Arizona is one of the 2 battleground states that has an abortion initiative or something to expand reproductive rights. So I'm curious.
That might drive out more voters.
How that affected the vote. And of course, excuse me.
That's goodbye with the first gifted for the night. Y'all, we trying to hit our goals. By the way, I forgot about that. I'll be so wrapped up here. Guys, if you want to support your boy, listen, one of the best things you can do is sub to the Kick channel, become a member on YouTube, man. There's different tiers, you know what I'm saying? You can gift some subs or memberships. It supports a lot. Definitely appreciate it. You got text to speech on. Nobody's used that. You can send a dono in and have it read on the stream through a super chat on YouTube or through the dono link. If you're on Kick or whatever, you get the link, !dono, donate, some shit like that. Or shit, hit the Cash App, $ djmoondawg. I'll shout you out, drop a bomb like this. All right. Appreciate that.
There's not that connection that many people thought there might be.
All right, so let's go back to the path to victory.
I'm Canadian. I'm Team Trump all day since 2016, but I won't care if he loses to Hillary Clinton.
In the lean Republican column. Maurice Dubois and Ed O'Keefe are there, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again,
still want Bernie?
Is the current map, right? 211 to 145, with many votes still to be counted. But let's take you back to the likely expectation. Mostly red, Donald Trump, blue for Kamala Harris, And if those states we just mentioned go red,
Alex,
what does
calm
that do?
down,
That
bro.
brings
Calm
Donald
down if I
Trump
keep
within
talking all over my
9
shit,
spots.
bitch.
So all he needs is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania eventually. It might take a few days in both of these. That same Jen O'Malley-Dillon memo, by the way, says that we're not going to get final vote until about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin. So stick with us.
So then for Kamala Harris, what does that look like?
Okay, so she's at 226.
Got to take Pennsylvania.
Let's say she squeaks by there. Let's say she squeaks by in Michigan. Now she needs 10 more.
I know, bro. I'm fucking with you too,
Let's
bro.
make that red right now. See?
Okay.
This is the problem.
I ordered my food. Food's on the way.
All right.
Okay.
Nevada?
Turn it blue.
Turn it blue. Okay. She holds.
AP just called North Carolina for Trump. No shot. Did it?
Now, I want to flip it.
It's Arizona.
Give her that one. She wins.
That shows you.
That's big for Trump.
This is why we're going to be here a few days potentially, because if we're going to get in all these tight margins, we're going to have to be waiting for every single last vote. That's the way it could conceivably happen.
If you haven't bitten your nails
Wow.
yet.
Look how
Start
close
right.
it is, y'all.
Gotta be bitten. All right. That's where we stand.
Is that?
Those are the past, Nora.
Awesome. Thank you so
Let me go
much.
to
I'm
Twitter.
just walking back over.
Yeah.
I think yeah, I know, Margaret, you heard me. I had a question for you about the abortion initiative. Yeah.
I did hear you very well on Arizona. Abortion's already legal there, but this is amending their constitution. But I think that's so fascinating to see. Perhaps
We haven't
it's a
had. Is
split
there any?
ticket,
Is
or
Fox
as you
News
said,
not streaming anything?
It just didn't boost the vice president. I was just looking at my path to victory. There's some other
Surprised.
very
Well,
narrow
CNN.
ones. some
CNN
pretty
do anything?
obscure options here, but we are left with a total of 5 paths for her at this point.
If the vice president were to lose Wisconsin and that blue wall was pierced, which was going to be her easiest way to victory.
Oh, we got
On that note,
CNN
let's check
finally.
in with
I was
CBS
wondering if they were
Morning's
streaming.
co-host, Tony
I'm trying to
DeCopo.
jump around to
He's
the
at
different
Trump
networks, y'all, so we can
headquarters
kind of
in
get different
West Palm
perspectives and shit.
Hi there, Tony.
Let's jump into CNN.
47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 3/4, 76%
So goddamn
of the
low.
estimated vote in from the Commonwealth.
I think
of
somebody's
Pennsylvania.
streaming this
In battleground
from their
Georgia, Donald
account.
Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000.
Is that too low, y'all? Can you hear it or
Harris.
no?
That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina,
It's a
another
tight one.
battleground,
Trump just went up to
Donald Trump
230.
still
Yeah.
in the lead there with 50.7%.
Let me look on Twitter real quick.
47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138.
Wow, hold on. Don't be scared to lose your fans. No.
With an estimated
I ain't scared, bro.
of
I want to share it at the end. Like, I want to see all this play out.
Harris is in the lead. 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48%.
And also because when I do these, I'm removing my personal feeling and just looking at everything objectively. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to look at this and without my personal things. So I find it interesting.
Just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania again. Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born, Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margins.
We got an update. Okay, what the hell's going on in this channel?
This is the foundation. There's no house.
All right, that's a scuffed ass channel.
There's a lot of vote outstanding in Milwaukee that it may not come in until 3 to 5 in the morning.
Why would it take so long in Milwaukee, bro? What the fuck,
Milwaukee? Not a
Milwaukee?
single state right now, not a single battleground state, and maybe they're just being cautious. There is not a single state that they are expressing confidence right now that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance. And this is not the position that many of their supporters thought they'd be in at this point in the night.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. And when we come back, a big update in the Senate. CBS News America Decides election 2024 coverage returns in a moment.
Listen, if we're just looking on Twitter, I want to pull it up, but like, there's a lot of sentiment on Twitter. You could tell the temperament on Twitter. People are very, like, if people are for Trump, they're excited, and people that are for, like, for example, Cardi just tweeted out, what'd she say? Look. Cardi just remember. Cardi was just in Wisconsin the other day performing. We need a Hail Mary. Oh fuck. Oh shit, y'all. Academics. My dog Academics said Trump finna win. Screets is back. Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all crazy, chat. This is crazy. Hey, real quick, let me remind you all, if you're watching on IG, the IG streams end after an hour. It's just some dumb thing that IG does. So please make sure you are coming over to Kick or YouTube. You can see the links right above me. I pinned it in the comments. If the stream ends, come over there, okay? Just come over here, come fuck with the rest of us and shit. You know, that's the main channels anyway. But let's get back into who's talking about something over here. What's this?
Largely, we're showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
Fuck Milwaukee.
It is the essential.
TikTok, y'all good? What's up, TikTok? Everybody's quiet on TikTok. Wake up, y'all.
She does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's a
Milwaukee's recounting due to voting machine errors. It never fails.
There is no
bro.
math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
And we
Who
have
needs
another
Pennsylvania?
call to
Either
make.
one
I
of them?
believe we're going to get a state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down right now, a difference of about 472,000, 473,000
All right, let's take a look here.
votes. And the road to 270, that leaves Harris
No
with
surprise. I mean, look, this is the same
214
as.
for Donald Trump now.
Let me try and get a better map here.
Let's go to Republicans Mike Dubke, White House Communications
She was going to
Director
take that
under
anyway.
former
So
President Trump, and Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now to try to understand where this is going?
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Levitt just made, because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the wrong track. We think the economy, we were better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, I think this all came down to whether she'd be successful with that, and it looks like she wasn't.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you just to bear with me for a second, because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen. And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7
Connecticut
electoral votes.
was what they Biden won in 2020, so no surprise there.
Two of them. And here's where it takes us in the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214. Harris now with 172 electoral
Fucking
votes.
Oregon. I live in Oregon, so disappointing.
Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now with
Better watch election time live stream.
What do you make of it?
Let me check that out
well,
real quick.
I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. Look, I don't see any good news for Democrats in these results. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, in these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. And it's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. They go red, and then they tend to go, the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance,
Focusing
of
here
Trump,
on TikTok.
it's
Keep
gonna
quiet.
be
Yeah,
pretty hard,
Siggy,
I
chill,
think,
bro.
for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris teams is
Or
saying
Big,
they've
yo,
really
Biggie, thank you for the gifts,
overperformed
bro.
in Philadelphia.
Appreciate
Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But, you know, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think the last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there.
Here's what I'm thinking. I think she might split the Midwest. She might either get Wisconsin or Michigan, but I don't think she gets both. I think it might be a split between the two states.
Is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia, still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69, and they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here, okay? These are counties where it's a majority African American. 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming.
Yeah, they're
here.
clowning on
We come
Twitter,
down here
chat. I
to
can't even
Dougherty
show y'all
County.
this shit's
She's
fucking
slightly
hilarious.
overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now.
I live in
the metro
NC
region,
voted.
but it's
Okay.
still really too close for us to call here in Georgia.
Nerdy, what's up, bro?
Guys, I'm gonna
Appreciate
send
you,
it back
brother.
to
Thank you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I wanna
California,
go to Trump because
California's
we were
never going
talking
red, bro.
about
Never.
Donald Trump getting new voters, people that
never.
didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding,
exactly.
you think there's a shot?
Yeah, I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did some noted some comparisons to 2020.
How your TikTok faster than my TV? That's crazy.
These are not in the
brother.
battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, the only one
Doing an
Texas by a
RE7
little
run
over
for
5
platinum.
points in
Listen,
2020.
yo, you're a real
won it by
Pharaoh.
14 points tonight. In Iowa,
Good luck on that
it
run,
was
bro.
8 points.
That shit's scary.
It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is a little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling. But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the electoral college
is going to win
is
the popular.
Probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins.
Wow.
I mean, we're not
Dramatic.
nitpicking about a point or two here. You're talking with Texas
5 points,
5,
10
6,
points,
7,
yeah.
8. I mean, that's
Well, this is the Hispanic shift in the Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight in those 2 states, but it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker.
It would be crazy to imagine a tie, not impossible.
Legend with the super chat. Hitting that text to speech. You guys can talk on the stream too, just as long as you don't curse in the message. Thank you for the 2-piece, bro. Yeah, I agree, bro. It'd be crazy to imagine a tie. Not possible. No, I don't think that happens. But we're not going to have an issue of there being a huge discrepancy between the popular vote and the electoral vote. So that should eliminate, I think, whoever wins is going to eliminate that whole argument, which was what happened during the first Trump presidency, if I remember correctly. There was that big argument, like, oh, he didn't win the popular vote.
On creating an anti-Trump coalition.
Legend, thank you, brother. Let me drop
They
another
stop
one.
being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you.
What do you think of the polls now? Let me catch up.
The whole Biden wasn't a pick of the future. It was a whatever you can do for Trump.
All right, we're gonna pause for a moment.
They're about to call another one.
Some of our stations on the East Coast.
214 to 172.
It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting
AP
night.
just called New Mexico.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along
Let's
with
take a
us.
look.
This is NBC's election night coverage. And
New Mexico was blue the last election. That's wait, what? I didn't see that yet.
We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections.
Let's take a look here.
All leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win.
Nah,
the White House. So let's
it
go
doesn't
through
show
some
it
of the
here on the
boards
AP
here.
website.
This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote
Still shows
too close to call.
Kamala
We've
up.
talked a lot
So
about
where y'all
different
seeing these?
counties and whether there's
Y'all
enough
trying to fake
for
news me
Kamala
or
Harris
something?
to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Here, let's go to Michigan.
I think y'all
Too close
trying to bait
call
me.
there as well, but a lot more vote to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so. Too close to call.
Yeah, New Mexico's
In
still
Georgia,
blue.
we're
Yeah,
getting close to
y'all trying to.
close there, but they do count their votes fast there, and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there, but again, starting to
IG
see
Live
88%
ended
of
again.
the vote coming in there. Let's go out west, Arizona, too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there. What looks like we have a projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the margin there.
Trump takes North Carolina, chat. Holy
Donald
shit.
Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 40, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now, 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about
You got 230 to 192 Trump.
Harris's paths
Where'd he
to
get that
victory.
from?
Yeah, let's
The IG
show you
ended.
real
I know.
quick
I'm
how
running in the
Trump
back.
wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63
Eating
4 years
grateful?
ago,
What you mean?
66 tonight. We'll keep moving
Man, yeah,
along here.
I mean,
50%,
motherfucker, I'm grown.
53%. So, Lester, you asked, how did
Welcome
how does
back,
this
IG.
affect
We're
him
back. We're
in
back.
the
We're
race
back,
for
y'all.
president? Let's go back out to our big board here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right,
Welcome
the
back,
path
y'all.
to victory here. Trump had 10, Harris has 9. That's because we
I've
just
been
called
gone, man.
North
3 months.
Carolina. If we can't
I'll
even remove it anymore.
share that another time. We're
This
doing an
number
election watch
before we
party on
called North
IG. Come on.
Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020.
We're gonna find out who
right?
wins.
He won North Carolina. President Biden had won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to Georgia. We're going to be looking at the vote in Georgia. But
Videos
as
will be
Chuck
coming
mentioned,
soon, bro.
Very, very close in Georgia, and we're going to be waiting on that vote, the full vote to come out of Atlanta in those ring counties right now.
Yo,
But
E,
a
what's
big
up,
win
yo?
for
What's
former
up?
President Trump. It's the first battleground we're calling tonight.
It's close,
Tom,
y'all.
thanks very much.
Remember, there was some late polling in the state that came just over the weekend.
So here's where we're at right now. If you're on the IG, y'all, IG has a 1 hour live limit, so I just have to keep starting and restopping it. Just come on over to YouTube or on Kick. You can see the links above to come watch. It's here's where we're at. It seems like Dems are a little worried about what's going to happen here because Trump just took North Carolina. They're giving it to North Carolina. They're giving it to Trump. That was one of the big swing states. So we're still waiting for like a couple key states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, New Mexico. Those are going to be some of the keys here. It's gonna seal it up for one of these two candidates. But right now, it's Trump has like the lead, and Kamala not taking North Carolina is a little bit of a blow, it seems like.
End of the vote in. That, of course, goes into the Harris column. Here's where that leaves us in the road to 270. Trump with 230 now, 40 from his
Republicans win the Senate.
Harris with 185 electoral votes.
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki in, former Biden
Yeah,
House Press
looks like
Secretary,
it's
and
right
Mark
there.
Lauder, who was joining us earlier.
We're about to
Jen,
have a
nice to talk to
Republican
you.
Senate and
look,
House.
it's
When's
getting
the last
to be
time we've had a
narrower
Republican
path
Senate
for
and House
Kamala Harris,
together?
No question about it. It's the blue wall or bust at
And
this
if Trump
point.
gets in, that's going to be all
What is
Republicans
math?
across
Yeah,
the board.
it's
Holy
math.
shit.
Look, I think that Jen O'Malley Dillon email that NBC News obtained that you've talked about a little bit tells you a lot about where the heads are of the people on the campaign.
This is the chair of the campaign.
The
for
chair of the
Harris.
campaign. She was also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not talk about it. I know NBC has not made a call in Georgia, but they did not mention that Georgia is not a part of that email. Neither is North Carolina. You just made a call on that. It's about the blue wall states, and she warns that Arizona and Nevada will take some time. What does become challenging, I think, as part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside the team who's been working so hard for months. That's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes.
Thanks for showing us. Appreciate that.
Narrower, there's no more margin.
Man, I can't
for
say
error,
none of your name, bro. It's too
no
sus.
more margin for
What's up,
something
Go? Thank you,
going
brother.
a different way than you hoped it would.
This election year is a
right
big
now,
circus.
What the Harris team is doing, which happens on every presidential campaign, as you know as well, is sitting in what you call the boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from, did they get what they needed in the big
I've been
cities?
looking
In
at
Philly,
AP,
there are some cities
Apple
that haven't
News
fully come
from my
in, so they're
phone.
waiting for those.
Data is
But
from
also
AP.
what the
Got
margins
it.
are for Trump, which are higher, as you've been reporting, and we've been talking about over on MSNBC.
Who's winning?
in some of
Trump's
the rural
slightly winning
counties,
right now.
Meaning he's
Well,
getting more
winning,
votes there that they need to make up for in the cities. So it's a numbers game in each of these states.
But
too.
even in reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to call. And this is a reliably blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like, the breakdown. Half of the vote in. It's called too close to call. Again, when you see that bar.
I don't know. How's it too close to call?
About it's because our decision desk is crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably a Kamala Harris or a Democratic area.
Now, here's the thing. Minnesota should be blue because he got the governor as the VP ticket for with Kamala. So you would think it should be blue. However, I did see the other day that you had a lot of the Somali community leaders come out and openly endorse Trump, and some Muslim leaders endorse Trump. And there's a huge population of Somalis and Muslims in Minnesota. So I'm interested to see what happens there. Yeah, but I think it's still going to stay blue.
Bend the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes, would have liked to have that and Virginia in their win column earlier.
I've heard a lot from people on the left who have asked over the last several weeks, how
We have a
can this be
Republican
tie?
Senate.
What's your answer?
I would ask that. I would have asked the same question. I mean, I think
Under the same scenario.
because obviously,
Yeah,
with
I
the
see it right here,
economy, with
50-40.
the two-thirds
Wow.
of the American people who think the country's on the wrong track on the immigration, like all of the issues and kind of general polling would.
So, I mean, when we see these kinds of flips in the Congress and the Senate, I mean, we take that. Is it common understanding that we take that as a sign that people didn't like who was running it before and got them the fuck out and put the other party in? I mean, because it flip flops every cycle, right? Like the next cycle, it might flip back up over to all blue. But it seems like every election cycle, if whatever party was in the lead didn't perform to the liking of the public, get the fuck out. We'll switch back. We just play back and forth, right? That's kind of how I see it anyway.
About Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside.
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. It is. She's run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history, and there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact of that.
Well, Chuck was bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
And this gets back to something that we talked about. The favorability rating for President Biden is low, and you look at some of these numbers on how people feel about the country right now, and about 3 in 4 Americans in the exit polling say they feel angry or dissatisfied. And that is something that may end up being critical in this race as well.
It's all rigged, bro.
Why you say that? So notable heading into tonight. I think one of the big questions, would the economy be the top issue, as Mark is talking about, or would reproductive rights, given that abortion is on the ballot in 10 different states, would that be the biggest energizing factor tonight?
Money
what we
still
are
is.
seeing
Money.
is that right now it seems like the economy and immigration continue to be the most
You know why, y'all?
motivating
Let
factors.
me break this down to you. Why the economy is more important. Hear me out here, because this might be controversial take. Why the economy is more important than the abortion rights, right? It's pretty simple. Because if we don't have fucking money, no one's gonna even want to have a kid, period, anyway. So then it becomes less, because most women are like, I can't afford having a kid, so I'm not even gonna bother doing stuff to put me in a position to even, that's how I think of it as. I think more people are like, yeah, we don't got the money to have kids. You know what I'm saying? So we're not even worried about getting to this point because we can't even get the money up. So money is a big driving factor in this election. We need our economy to be thriving for everyone, bro. Everyone got to be making money. Opportunity to make money.
Trump abortion rights voters, which bends the mind a little bit, but that's where maybe.
And to clarify that, I'm not saying that abortion rights aren't important. I'm just saying that in comparison to like the majority of people, everyone needs money to do everything. You need money to have a family, have a kid, to survive as your own. Like without money, nothing else works or happens. You know what I'm saying?
We will be right back after a quick break.
Man said, I'm still not pulling out, man. Yo, Fly, you're tripping, bro. Listen, fellas, we need to have a real conversation. I'm going to set aside some time. We're going to talk about this. More of you need to get snipped. All right? Stop fucking around playing the pullout game. Just get snipped. And before you say anything else, like I'm crazy, boys, I got snipped. Best decision of my life. Guess what? I will never have to worry about a fucking text at 2 a.m. talking about I'm late, or a phone call or a text talking about we need to talk. Boy, I don't have to worry about none of that at all. We're good. Now, I'm saying this specifically if you already have a child, if you know you're good, if you're done, then be done. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is like, y'all don't realize it's easier for us to get snipped and alleviate. You take back power out of that whole dynamic where a woman has all the power when they conceive. You have no say. She wants to keep it, she can keep it. If she don't want to, you can't do anything about it. So you eliminate that whole process from happening. You even, shout out to Palantir, because I got a lot of stock in Palantir. I've been heavy, long on Palantir for years. Run it up. You mitigate the whole abortion thing because you're not knocking up a woman that you're not trying to be with. And then that becomes less of a problem and challenge for women to deal with, and puts them in those bad, situations where they have to make tough decisions. And I think unplanned pregnancies are it's tough, man. Get snipped, boys. Get snipped. All right. Get snipped. It's one of the best things if you know you're done, if you have a kid or two and you're done, Just get it done, bro. You listen. Now, obviously, you still have to take precautions, you don't catch nothing. But outside of that, bro, you could lay all up in it, marinate that shit. You don't got, oh my God, best feeling ever. You don't got to worry about nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't worry about nothing.
And more closings as we get new numbers minute by minute. And we're watching not just the presidential race, but of course, we're watching the balance.
Let me get you in a leg lock. It's your fault. No, it's your fault because you know you're playing with a loaded gun, bro.
Tonight, we've got Kristen Walker keeping an eye on that. We just in the last hour or so made a crucial Senate call in Ohio. I know you've got some results.
Absolutely. So we called Ohio for the Republican. Let's head over to Pennsylvania. Just as we await the presidential results in the great state of Pennsylvania, so too we are waiting for the results of this very close Senate race.
Outside with your food for 10. I'm taking a bite.
Yo, shout out to Red for the goddamn super chat. Yo, appreciate that love, brother. Actually, my order hasn't been, is it picked up yet? Let me see where my shit's at right now, y'all. No, it's on its way. It's on its way. It's on its way. We're almost there. Yo, Red, thank you for the super chat, brother. Guys, you can use text to speech on YouTube. It's a fun way for you guys to talk. You can share your comment about something over on super chat. $2 for the super chat. All right. A little support goes a long way. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you. All right, let's get back into this. Let's hop over to another channel, see what they're talking about.
People based on identity, he said,
look
on their jobs, on their pay, on inflation, and hitting that again and again.
And that's been the Rubio thesis since he ran for president in 2016.
Well, it's also been the Trump thesis for the 2 years he's been running this campaign. Those have been the two issues. The Harris campaign had a much shorter runway, a much shorter time on this campaign, as you pointed out at the get-go, less than 100 days. And we're not seeing that reproductive health care vote play out as some had expected.
You know, I asked the Vice President Kamala Harris when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago, and I said, have you had enough time?
Moon, are you up? We need to talk.
No! I am not the fucking father. Shout out to goddamn Lilith with the 20 piece on the dono. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yo, you're funny for that one. That's funny.
State. The split ticket voting that creates the conditions for a bipartisanship.
Don't men do that anyway?
Away.
Do what,
so
Nina? What's up, Nina?
Brown was a Democrat in a red state. When Nixon and Reagan were elected, there were half of the states they won had Democratic senators. Now that's almost down to zero. And it may be down to zero by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will become even more partisan, less a deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative body on earth. Go ahead, and then we have text.
But it is becoming a more diverse body. We should point out. Bernie Moreno is Colombian. Ruben Gallego looks like he's on path to join the Senate as well in Arizona. We have 2 black women from Delaware and Maryland elected tonight. So while there may not be political bipartisanship, there's a little more diversity.
All right, John Dickerson with
it's
some
best that she loses. The long game is
to
flip both houses blue
Donald Trump
after
in
this.
North
People
Carolina,
will move
which
on.
has been
Interesting
called
take.
for him. Men, 57-42, Trump won them in North Carolina. That is ahead of his national numbers with men. He's only ahead by 10 points with men nationally. He won by 15 in North Carolina. White voters with no college degree, he won them 72-27.
He's winning the everyday American. He's winning the everyday American. Non-degree people, he's winning the laborers and the workforce people. Essentially the backbone of our society. He's winning with those folks.
Out new voters nationally, Trump is winning with
and new voters
by
holy
7
shit.
points.
What?
Here you see him win with new voters by 20.
How is he winning with new voters? What? That numbers is crazy.
And I'm thinking about some of the things that we have heard over the course of this campaign, and you'll have to forgive me on some of these, but from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard talking about Arnold Palmer.
You are the father, Maury.
Legend with the 2-piece super chat. No, bro. Hey, listen. I gave myself that vasectomy 2 years ago. Telling you, man, best thing ever. Yo, legend. Dropping the fucking goddamn bomb for that. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Can we move on from the Maury, you're the father jokes?
Turnoff to many people, to many of the male supporters, particularly who sat in MSG and cheered it on. And that was particularly a very bro-y feel, a very dark rally that we all talked about in the wake of it. And the question was, is this going to help Trump expand his base? And what you just said right now, it actually very well may be.
He won bros in North Carolina by 21 points.
I just want to point out we may be able to show this in.
You see how they call them bros? It's kind of a backhanded compliment, man. Not even a compliment. It's just a backhanded comment. He won bros over. You know what I'm saying? Like there was malice in that shit.
Follow the latest results. You're watching CBS News, America Discussed.
I just hate when motherfuckers say shit like dismiss a voting block, like bros or this, whatever, insert any group. I don't, that is exactly why motherfuckers vote the way they do, because they get tired of being shitted on by media and social media talking heads and shit like that. No one likes to get talked down to, bro. It don't matter what group you're a part of on whatever. I'm talking about, period. It doesn't matter your political affiliation, whatever. No one likes to be talked to or felt like you're being diminished or you're below anyone. And I think that's why some of this shit is resonating so much. Trump has got all these goddamn non-college workers behind him and the bros, because he talked to them in a way that never made him feel less than, I think. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Basketball with the big confetti, my man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. We definitely got a red house this year. For real, yeah. It seems like that. Just hop around. My food got delivered, y'all. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to let y'all listen to this.
% of the vote in, he's overperforming there. So again, Minnesota, it doesn't look like it's in trouble for Democrats right now. So 50% of the vote is out. But when we look at
I'll be right back, y'all. Stay with me, all right? Don't go anywhere. Behave in chat. Give me 2 seconds. Let me grab my food, take a leak. I'll be right back.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let's bring in NBC's Blaine Alexander, who was in the Atlanta area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, concerning the race here in Georgia. Now, before I say them, I want to make it clear, NBC News is still characterizing Georgia as too close to call. But I want to let you know what Raffensperger said not too long ago in a news conference. He said that he believes, looking at the numbers, Donald J. Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done, and then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the leads are right now. He's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Brad Raffensperger. Of course, he is in the control center in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I've spent the evening talking to some of my Republican sources throughout the state, and I asked them the question. I said, one, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic, but I said, if there is a lead from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia, what would be different from 2020? Of course, we all know that Georgia kind of shocked so many people around the country 4 years ago by flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the Peach State this time around. You remember 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, telling them to go on Election Day. This time we've seen a very different message. His surrogates have been preaching a very different message. Even Governor Brian Kemp and other top Republicans in the state have been pushing that early voting message. When I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight, he said, looking at early voting, he was optimistic. Also, the fact that Republicans tend to turn out more on Election Day, he was feeling good about the way things were going here in the state as well. So several sources telling me they believe that early voting did make a difference, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks very much. I was going down, as we bring the panel back, I was going down the most important issues from the exit polls.
Yeah.
Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, it was his message since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year here based on the exit polls now is state of democracy. Doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tommy?
We back, chat. We back.
Over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean,
Food in hand, y'all.
Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence.
Got the sushi
saying that
in the
Trump
bag.
has an insurmountable
They said it all
lead.
nice and shit.
You and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where
And they send me extra shit too. What the fuck?
So I'm going to click on a county here, like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to
This place is
compare
lit.
to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett, a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We come to DeKalb here.
Are we back?
A little bit under. We come over to Douglas County.
How much is left? What do you mean?
Overperforming. But here's the flip side.
Yeah,
of
half
all
of them.
this. Let's
I
throw
want
a
it back,
dart
bro.
to the east side of Georgia. Any county. I'm not
Yeah,
picking
it's
a
almost
random county.
nothing.
Look how Trump's overperforming. 68%.
Yeah, I got
to
sushi. I got sushi,
71.
Luke.
Again,
What's
I'm
up?
going to just touch random counties here. 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, well, except for that one. Any other county up. Well, actually, no. He flipped it. Actually, this. Any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go, election alert.
Okay, where you have polls closing at the top of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await
Hawaii
the
finally
results
closing.
from Hawaii. The polls close there.
What kind you get?
In about 10 seconds from now. So we
I
will
got
take a pause here so
Mexican
our other stations
roll,
can join us or head to their local news.
Damn, I forgot the names of these shits. I'll show you what it look like here in a second. Let me get myself situated here. All right.
We hit the midnight hour here in the East. The NBC News now making a projection in the state of Hawaii.
All right, we look at
Kamala
Hawaii.
Harris will win those 4 electoral votes.
That was
in
pretty
Hawaii.
much-
That's the only poll closing at the.
That was pretty much
midnight hour here.
what
The
was
road to 270. Harris
2020
now
thing,
with
so.
189. Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go.
Who's winning?
75%
Trump is
of the
winning right
vote
now.
In a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs.
Wow.
They're too close.
They're
Arizona,
almost split
too
half and
early to
half.
call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray
Kamala
of light
takes
for
Hawaii?
Kamala
Yeah, we
Harris,
just saw
or
that.
perhaps a very a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stayed
Trump
in the red
broke
column
the
for Donald
blue
Trump.
towers in Georgia.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to.
This is a big one.
On the east
If
side of
this
Pennsylvania
once
here.
they call Pennsylvania, man, I think everything else just kind of falls in. Forever, it's gonna happen here. It's gonna be
Much of this
interesting.
section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that. But he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south-central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under
How many seats does Pennsylvania
Joe Biden,
have?
but not too bad.
Good question.
Chester
Somebody know?
County, 58
I don't know how
to
many seats they
54.
got.
That's a bigger
Talk about
gap.
how many
Where, again, remember,
electoral
Joe
votes?
Biden wins Pennsylvania
Let me see. I think I
because he
actually
does
have that.
better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a
Pennsylvania.
look at Philadelphia right now.
Does it say? 19 votes.
81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching.
19,
about 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her.
It's getting intense.
Especially
Bro,
in
this
Western
is like
PA,
a
Democrats knew
this is
they were
like
gonna have some
Super
trouble
Bowl Sunday.
because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert? It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a
What's
very
Door County?
small number.
Door County
is
is
not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here.
It's interesting, like looking at the Wisconsin map, like why certain parts are blue. Like you would know Milwaukee, Madison, but like
again,
you're way up in the
of the
UP
vote
up here.
that's out there. So we got to wait and see.
I didn't even know that was blue.
Watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the
Right,
fastest
the
growing
big
area
university.
of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters
Watch until the
show
sun come up. I
Guys,
mean, we're gonna be here for
a
a
lot
minute.
of vote to count there, though.
I hate when it gets to this time because everybody thinks
Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here.
they know
I also
politics.
think Bucks County. I will take my Bucks County native privilege.
In what way,
It's an
Gordy?
interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some
You
of
have
those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have
Sorry,
plenty of
it's
Starbucks.
after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes. I love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready too.
Yes.
But it looks different
Those
than like
swing states gonna be
Montgomery
doing
County,
the most.
Delaware County demographically here, and I was in touch.
They're gonna
with,
have us on the
a
edge of our
Republican
seats,
source
bro.
there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better, and we're starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress, so it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching.
Let me check Twitter.
I see you
Get
nodding
some
your
Twitter
head, Jen.
updates.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone. For
Well, in the
Democrats.
case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges, too, I think.
To Jen's point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats in thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in.
They
We still
can't.
have to see what happens with the blue wall, but the fact that this is such a fight.
You know
for
why
them, the
Democrats
fact
are
that this
fucking
is
up?
a tied race.
I just saw this tweet here. This is a perfect example. Look at what this person said. There is a reason why educated people vote blue. Already out of the rip, this sounds very elitist. What we're seeing is the uneducated population of America holding the rest of our country hostage. This is why there's such a push to weaken education, ban books, and outlaw the teaching of Black history by the Republican Party. This is such a bad, terrible take. It really is. Because when they show the demographic, the voting blocks, they said that non-college educated. It doesn't mean people are stupid, they don't go to college. It's such a slap in the face. And this is what disenfranchises people in our country so much. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't have a college education, it doesn't mean you're fucking dumb. You know what I'm saying? Such a bad take. And that's somebody that is in the Democratic Party that says stuff like this, and it offends the other people, and they're like, well, fuck you then. We're not going to vote. This is not productive. It's such a bad fucking take, bro. Bad fucking take. You know, takes are terrible. Yeah. Let's switch over to another channel, see what they're talking about here. Did we look on this guy? Yeah, we did. No, did we look on this guy? Somebody different? He looks like the same guy as the other motherfucker. CBS, which channel is this? NBC. They all look alike to me. No, we'll go here. Let's see what they're talking about.
Financial gap. Let's now go next.
IG, y'all good? Everybody quiet on IG.
Across
What's
the
up?
lake to Michigan. All right, same question. What does Kamala Harris need? And we're talking about this in the sense that this is what her campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has said is the place that this is a still winnable race. 52% in Michigan, outstanding vote. What is our CBS News estimate of the outstanding vote that she was likely to capture? 48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic, but it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need, and what do we project? 57% is the need, 53% is the CBS News current estimate, with 85% of the vote in. These are trend lines beneath the toss-up designation, and these are not trend lines that augur well for the Harris campaign. And to Bob's point, that is why at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump inner circle believes what they have always said has come to fruition, that Trump is a turnout machine. If he was polling equally in this race, as he was in all the battleground states, he was going to overperform, even if it's just a tick or two, and that would make him highly competitive in every single battleground state. That is the trend beneath the toss-up designation we're seeing playing out right now.
That is quite illustrative, Major Garrett. Thank you. And Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters. And Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. Well, Major just mentioned Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's home state essentially is here in Florida, but he had essentially taken up residency in Pennsylvania. I have been on the road with him all year. I've been to Pennsylvania at least once a week for the past 6 weeks. That is so centerpiece to their campaign. But I would also note that I covered Trump's first ever rally in New Hampshire, the first day that he was a candidate, and also covered his last rally as a presidential candidate last night. And in those intervening years, he has not changed a
Let's take a look at something else right here. I'm scanning around. If I'm not talking, it's 'cause I'm scanning around looking for more stuff, y'all.
Shifting more and more to the left or to the right. It's actually the state with the longest Democratic voting streak. It hasn't voted red since 1972.
God damn.
But
Minnesota?
It's not going to be a state that Democrats will hold on to much longer, especially considering the close call they had in 2016 and now again in 2024. New Mexico as well, Hispanic voters. Democrats are doing really poorly with them, and that's why it's doing pretty badly there too. People want me to fix Maine on the map. Not sure if I know exactly what you're
Most Latinos are very
there.
traditional, man, and that aligns with some of the core conservative values.
Yeah, if somebody could tell me what they mean about fixing Maine on the map.
I think that's part of it right there. You know what I'm saying? Let's see who else is talking about something over here. Nope.
Of a funeral right now. That doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania.
Oh, y'all, IG, I'm missing all y'all
Actually,
comments. Something happened with my,
24
I can't see the
She
comments.
was with
Holy
Lady
shit.
Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands.
All right, I caught up on chat.
Momentum
My
is
bad.
on our side, but clearly
Probably Harris because I feel
there was a
Trump
different
had
message
his
being
turn,
communicated
but
now
also
in the form
using
of
the creative
that,
man, in my
document that was
opinion.
obtained by
Okay.
NBC News. The statement
Hey, all
sent by
opinions
the
are welcome,
campaign
man.
chair,
Like I
General
said, if you're just
Dillon,
showing
saying
up,
basically that we always
you can share whatever you believe in, who you know, whatever. It's all good as long as it's not disrespectful or attacking anybody. We're all good, man. I think it's important to have open conversations. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. No one should be attacked over it. You know, as long as it's not being disrespectful, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? We gotta have these areas where we can have, you know, open conversations without worrying about being canceled or whatever. You know, so long, again, the big thing is as long as people ain't like attacking each other, and you know, it's okay to challenge and debate. You know what I mean? But like, I think we all know when shit gets off the rails, and that's what you know. That's what I don't want to have happen. You know what I mean? Let me try eat my food.
I agree.
You know, there we go. We can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive
If Trump wins, we
transition
take
just
off your hat.
107 days ago, where many of them signed up to
Sure.
work
It's
for
not a big
somebody,
deal. I'm bald.
somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, you know, it's been. They've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza.
Yeah,
drinking
I don't
bad
like.
beer,
I
all
don't
of the things.
censorship. Fuck
and
that.
it's just to keep them rolling.
I hate that
But
shit.
at a
Keep
moment
them
like
going.
this, but a moment like this,
I
now we
hate
know
that.
earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point.
That's been one of
where
my
you have
challenges
no
as a creator
control.
because I, you know, like
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still
let me show you all the
part
first
of this
row.
big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all their spirits up. That's the goal.
Now you say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results
She's
come
trying
in,
not to
and
give
you
in.
see that
Wow.
the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been
Yo,
having this conversation,
listen,
here, I just
chat.
wanna-
I'm on Twitter right now, and the fucking it's already looking like a shit show. People are in their feels already, bro. You know what I mean? Like, now shit can change. Right now, everybody that voted for Harris is like seething and like mad, and America, you know, like a lot of that. Everybody that's for Trump is celebrating early. You know, you can't celebrate till the fat lady sings. Things can change, but I'm already seeing the vitriol on social media. Like this person, what do they say? Look what they say right here. I'm so sick of 6 inbred children of the corn deciding if we live or die. Abolish the electoral college. That's not how that works, man. And making comments like that just further divides us, man. It's just so unproductive, man. Why do we got to resort to name calling and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not work. It doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready with Barack Obama.
Yeah.
There's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet, that will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something
Harris
that
won
she
the Nebraska
leaned
second
out
district,
of in
okay.
that campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It
Logan,
was not
appreciate
something
that.
She didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean,
What's up, Danny?
she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's
Looks
talked about
bomb.
it
It is
with
bomb,
all
bro.
of you here too. That it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away.
It
and
sounds
were,
like
double
she ain't winning
gators,
because
we
of
called them, for a long
Latinos and
time
men.
Before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that, you know, there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones.
Yeah, wait till
right?
it's finalized. Exactly,
The country
bro.
isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman. All of these things, but there are a lot of factors that play into the win or loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divide.
Let's just say I'm not for either president this year. To be honest, I see both having way too many negatives. I think that's a fair point.
I would actually, I'll give you something that maybe be positive for you going.
There's no such thing as a perfect candidate. Let's be honest here, right? There's always something about some candidate we're never gonna like. You just hope that whoever gets in the seat can lead us in a positive direction for everyone. You know what I'm saying? You know, we all got it. We all in this together, man. That it really is. It might sound corny, but it's really got to be some unity shit. Unfortunately, we as a country have gotten so divisive, and the level of tribalism, I've never seen it to this extent in my entire life, the way it is now. It's all about whatever faction or group that you're a part of, whether it's along racial lines, sex lines, identity lines, whatever. You know, you're pro bicycle people, like whatever it is. Like, we've gotten so divided that we lost the plot point of being at least coming together as a country and progressing in that way. And it is about, so I think my belief is it's about the greater good and what's going to work for the majority of everyone as best as possible, while not letting others fall behind. And I think that's the social impact side of it that I certainly do agree with on the Dem side, which is, you know, having social programs to help. We got to help people out that need the help to get them up and off their feet. You know, you can't just leave people behind. But I think somewhere in these last decade or two, we've lost the plot point, bro.
Of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate. And, and you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well in his first debate with Harris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the
Trump winning by
candidates.
13.5 in Florida speaks volumes.
Superior ground
To
operation
what
that
point?
has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can disagree with me here, of course.
Yeah, it's crazy how they divided us. Yep.
In many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So, yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them.
Most people won't need
The
help, but
first one
don't
definitely benefited
want to help
her, but
themselves,
if she
just mooch
doesn't
off the
win,
government.
It didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, certainly we don't want people to abuse these systems here because we're paying for it out of our tax dollars. So there should be, I believe 100% there should be stipulations in time periods to help you get on the right path. And, you know, again, if you slip up again, because life's, it's not that you can't get back on it, but there certainly should be like maybe like a cool down period or some way to ensure that it's not being abused. That's one thing. If something happens again, you need help again, yeah, go back through the system and get help. But just there should be checks and balances to make sure that someone isn't just abusing that shit. You know what I mean?
You don't like them. So, I mean, can you bottom line that for us, though? Because if we are being told that there are going to be tariffs put on goods, they will raise costs for the poorest people in this country. What they buy is going to become more expensive for them.
So, again, I won't categorically say I don't like tariffs. Tariffs have an important role to play when a country is dumping products or selling products in this country that we manufacture
super low,
substantially below the cost that we manufacture them at, because they're run by state-owned enterprises, so they don't pay for capital, they don't pay living wages because they don't have to, and they don't care about the environment. If you have those 3 competitive advantages, you can produce a product substantially cheaper than we can in the United States. If you're doing that and selling your product here in the United States, we should impose a tariff on you as a country and the product. If we don't manufacture the product in the United States and we're putting a tariff on it, I agree with you. We're putting a consumption tax on our consumers, and therefore they will be able to consume less products, and therefore we will stop economic growth. We'll slow down economic growth. That's not what we want to do.
Gary, if he takes the White House again and he asks you to come back, would you go back to Washington?
Thank you for asking.
You know, right now I've got the greatest new job in the world. I just became a grandfather, and it's a lot of fun.
You look too young
not a
to be
no.
a grandfather. That's impressive, Gary. Thank you so much. Thank you for the policy discussion after midnight here. I know it will continue on many of our programs later. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
How come Nevada not shown yet? Nevada, I mean, they still got a lot to do. I mean, remember, the polls just closed over there. So AP has 210 to 230 for Trump right now. So, you know, again, we're waiting for Michigan, Wisconsin, I think. I think those are going to be the most important ones that's going to finalize this shit, to be honest with you. Let's see here.
Red again. It's just because the electoral votes here are split. So you see, this is Maine, but this down here is also part of Maine. So that's why it looks like that on the map. But I assure you, Maine is blue. It's definitely going to Kamala Harris. But, you know, I guess it's small and totally understand.
Still waiting for Nevada, Arizona. Still waiting for a couple of places here.
We'll be right back. We will go back to our data desk and dive into the numbers to find out what's happening in Wisconsin, in Arizona, and those battleground states we have yet to call or characterize. We'll be right back.
All right, let's hop to the other channel. We're jumping news cycles here.
15 electoral votes. This was Biden's
Michigan.
largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit. Not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of 2 suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's, you know, only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch, Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held the rally last night. And, or I should say, yes, on Monday. Sorry, getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is
If
in.
Trump wins, Dems
Biden was
can be upset at Trump for
Harris is at
4 more years.
56.9.
I
I want to see some Trump
in that time.
barometers right now. Cass
I think that's part of it. They didn't run if they lose it, they clearly didn't run a playbook that resonated enough to get the votes. That's really what it comes down to.
Counties we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look,
Let me eat, y'all. I'm sorry. We'll listen together before I run my mouth.
I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harris and Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
They're trying to say it without saying it. It seems like
university towns because
it's shocking.
Well, because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from a university town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens. Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was
Bro, the amount of people on Twitter losing their minds is incredible.
An answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Ellison Barber is in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is...
Hey, real quick, if you're on IG, the live might end soon because IG has a 1 hour time limit. If it ends, come on over to my YouTube or my Kick. Look above, there's a link so you can keep on watching with us, all right?
That's something both Democrats
subscribe,
and
motherfuckers.
Republicans were hoping for.
Thank you.
But what Republicans were hoping for specifically,
People are
was that
losing their
Trump
minds
would
before the
maybe
election is
get
even
a
called.
couple
Yeah, they are.
percentage points above the 40%
I'm seeing
that he
people
had
lose
in
it
this
because
state back in
Ted
2020,
Cruz
and that it would be
won
enough
in
to chip
the
into
Senate again in
Harris's margins
Texas.
and the Democrats' margins here, and then
I'm
carry the
seeing
state.
a lot of
and
stuff.
right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back
Look at
in
this.
2022 in the midterms, where
We
you
have to have a very
Trump
uncomfortable
endorsing
conversation about
candidates
Latino
in the
voters in this
Senate
country.
race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he
What would that be?
lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different
All right.
Georgia than...
All right, let me talk about this. This is fucking stupid. So look, this pops up on my feed. We have to talk, excuse me. We have to have a very uncomfortable conversation about Latino voters in this country. First reply. Voting for your own deportation is absolutely insane to me. Do you know how absolutely fucking stupid that is? You're implying that every Latino or Hispanic person here can get deported? The fuck? You realize that Puerto Ricans are American citizens. You realize that if they came here legally, you're not going to get deported. And you went through the legal process, you're not going to get deported. This is fucking stupid. It just presumes that if you're Hispanic or Latino, that you're essentially here illegally and you're going to deport yourself. Fuck, people are so dumb. It's so dumb. I'm willing to bet. I was wondering if there was a link in her bio. I was about to say that explains it. Jesus Christ, bro. Fucking people are dumb.
After polls close there, that is because we're hearing same-day registrations were
like low-key. That's just racist. You know what I mean? Voting for your own deportation. You're implying that every person that is of Hispanic or Latino, background or whatever, like, it's weird.
This is college students realize, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while. And as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the
I'm letting you know my grandparents were born here. Right. If you've been here for generations, like that's not, it's.
Hey guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states, and it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy, places like Colorado, where abortion is easily
That's what you call uniformed
on the
idiots.
ballot there.
Just because we're Latinos doesn't mean he wants us out. He wants criminals out.
Again,
yeah.
Obviously, you can still get an
that's a
abortion
good
in
take
New
right
York,
there, bro.
but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws.
Flawed, what's up? Hey, from Pennsylvania.
These are
Well,
constitutional amendments.
We'll take a moment here to say what's up to Perfectly Flawed on Instagram, who's from Pennsylvania. I would love to know, Flawed. I can't tell whether you're male or female. Just curious. Would you care to share what's going on in Pennsylvania? What's the vote? We're waiting for Pennsylvania to come in. That's going to be a big key state right now that can go for either one of these candidates. What did you do?
Referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional
don't you
rights to
have to
abortion
be a
in the
citizen?
state of Florida.
As far as what?
And the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like South Dakota, also Missouri, Nebraska. The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we can project those. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
Right, chat. What are the referendums? I know they're about abortion, but what are the asking the voters about?
Communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23.
Multi-red?
That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look,
Oh, I remember him. What's his name?
This is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this. But
Castro,
I think it's
that's
safe
right.
to say, right? We've seen enough.
Oh, that's right. He
evidence that
ran.
there was a
I kind of like this guy.
shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community, too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we had the greatest economy and, you know, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia.
There it is,
NBC
y'all.
News projects that Donald
Trump takes
will
Georgia
win
officially.
in Georgia when all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000.
So he flipped it. Let's take a look at the map.
Again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is
This is from 2020. Georgia was blue with Biden.
On a night in which we've waited quite some time.
And Trump and the Republicans managed to flip it back.
Important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks
Wow.
like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Well, this means it's blue wall or bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 270 for her. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest
Nice,
states,
going
as
good,
well as
perfectly.
the
We're having a watch
battlegrounds
party.
out
I got
west.
I got
We're gonna
sushi.
pause a
Get your
moment. We're gonna
snacks.
let Local stations hit
You're
their
in here. We're gonna
local
watch it
news,
together.
and we'll be back in a moment.
By the way, y'all, if you're on Instagram, if the live cuts off, make sure you come over to YouTube, my YouTube channel or my Kick channel. Their links are above me. You can get the link in my IG bio to come on over because it will cut off after an hour. It's some stupid IG thing. Anyway, hopefully, I appreciate you for coming through and joining us. Everybody that's here, appreciate it, man. We're in this together. This is a important day going forward. It's been stressful for everybody. I'm on Twitter. I'm watching multiple things here. So if I'm not talking, it's because I'm looking for stuff to maybe talk about with you and all of that. So it's interesting to see that I'm starting to see early meltdown on social media. People are frustrated on the Harris side. You got people on the Trump side celebrating early. You know, it's too early, man.
For the vice
Shit can
president.
change last
And
minute.
We're going to go to that crucial definition of where things stand. 58%
I'm really interested
of
in
the
Wisconsin.
outstanding vote. What do we believe? Our projections of that underlying vote is achievable, 47%. That is becoming a gap that presents us with the designation moving from toss-up to lean Trump.
So can you do that because, let's say, as you said, Wisconsin is now lean Republican. So if she loses
This is not on videos. No videos. It's just been
electoral
tweets so far.
right, she might need the 11 electoral votes that is in Arizona.
Oh, she would desperately need the 11 electoral
Right,
votes.
that's the only path to victory.
That's it.
So where does the vote look like now in Arizona?
Arizona, when you were at the board with me a little bit ago, we were at 51%, Nora. We're at 52% now. It has not really moved that much. The needs for Harris, 50. Our projections, 51%. That same designation we had a little bit ago because they just haven't counted that much vote in Arizona.
The thing about it is the West Coast is going to be different. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm really waiting to see what the West Coast does.
Can project that Georgia is that Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Georgia.
AJ said I'm going to move to America when Trump wins. He's funny, bro. How's Trump 246? Did he win another state? They're giving Georgia to Trump right now.
The night, Georgia for Donald Trump.
The first flip.
The first flip, as we know.
Oh, this is the first flip, yeah.
Joe Biden won Georgia 4 years ago. That's significant.
Yeah, and I can give you a little taste of why that is if you look at the exit polls for Georgia. And we look at three groups here that Donald Trump performed well with. The first is independents. He won 54 to 43.
Wow.
That's an 11-point
That's big. We forget about independents, man.
In 2020, Biden was the one who won independents. Voters of age 65 and older. We told the story about how in the Midwest, the older voters are going for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Well, not in Georgia. 59 to 40. That's a 19-point
Wow, he got the older voters.
Voters over age 65
and the white no college degree.
White non-college degree. Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump. But Kamala Harris,
huge margin.
Gargantuan, 81 to 18. If Harris was going to have to do well anywhere, it was because she was going to have to live in the mid-30s in that number. That's a deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least lean into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though,
Trump
it
up
does
in Penn
not
and
have
Wisconsin?
the size of an electorate of white non-college degree that
Sushi?
Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate
I'm getting
in
into
those
this
two
one
states
next.
is white
I'll show you in a
non-college
second. I'm open
degree.
that up.
But the reason she's having problems there is because it's a larger share of the electorate, and she's not doing well
I'm
enough
eating this
in
little
that
one that
larger
they
share. It
sent
was
me.
always a share that Donald Trump was going to get. That was never a question. But she has to do well enough in that group and then do well in her groups. And,
It's okay.
and she's
This one's
just not
all right.
doing well
That
enough
one's
with
fire,
white
though, the one I'm about to
non-college,
eat.
whether it's in Georgia or in the Midwest.
And perhaps our CBS data going back to September should have forewarned us on this. If you look at the way economic concerns resonated, 8 in 10 voters at that time told CBS their income wasn't keeping up with inflation. At that time, 7 in 10 said housing in their area of Georgia was unaffordable.
Sushi is good, brother.
We saw repeatedly concerns about accessibility, affordability, and people often, when they're asked about the state of the economy, that's what they think of, is what am I paying at the grocery store? They're not necessarily thinking of the data points that we are delivering on the national news that say, hey, the jobless rate is pretty good. Inflation is coming down.
Eggs and milk.
It's the lived experience of what you encounter. And that's something we saw.
It just really shows you how disconnected the media is from the everyday person. And I'd argue the Democratic Party too. How are they missing this? They're not resonating with the everyday working individual. They say they do, but they're not, man. They're not. The coastal Democrats, liberals are not connecting with the middle, the heart of America, everyday worker and shit.
Catch him on this issue, right? If you
That's
look at
why they
polling the last few
fucking
days,
up.
She had essentially drawn
I don't know
even
what
with him.
why they
The
don't
problem
get.
is she didn't get ahead of him.
I don't know why they don't
There
get
wasn't
it.
enough time for her to unveil these plans, and they'll have them marinate. And already tonight, you know they're in trouble when they start blaming each other, and it's coming in already. One congressman saying there'll be plenty of time to do this blame, but if there's one thing we're not doing right, the Democratic Party is a working class voter problem. We must improve our numbers here to
Thank
win.
you.
They
They're not
understand that this
relatable
continues to
because there's an
happen.
elitism
And as the inevitable
associated
may
with the
happen in
Democratic
Wisconsin, as we're
liberals.
seeing already, that if they
They're
can't win over
educated.
those
We're
voters,
better. We're in major
they
cities.
failed to capture
It doesn't
them on the
resonate
economy,
with everyday
and they have some
fucking.
real restructuring to do. going forward, especially if
they
this is going to cut across age groups, education, and ethnicity.
Yes.
He did very well, Donald Trump, with educated white men and white women, but it didn't seem to matter how
non-college educated.
Non-college educated, yes. But it didn't seem to matter how often you heard the economy's doing well, the job report is doing well. None of that seemed to matter. People would still say, I'm still paying too much for milk. I'm still paying too much for bread.
Well,
they can't feel it at home. It doesn't matter what you say.
You look at this, since Biden took office, rents in the battleground states are up 20%. That's not because Joe Biden was elected. The cost of your rent is affected by a number of different factors, but people blame the boss. I mean, the grocery inflation, 22%. We were on the back end of pandemic.
What's up, IG? What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back.
Completely
Told you the
offended.
streams would be ended. Come on over to YouTube, man.
What
Or
political
Kick.
scientists will tell you is that also voters don't give you credit for the good things that are happening. The unemployment rate was lower in 6 of the 7 battleground states under Joe Biden than under Donald Trump, leaving aside COVID. Pre-COVID, Trump unemployment was higher in every battleground state but Nevada. But voters they don't give you credit for things that happen. They are concerned about the plenty of things that they legitimately feel about their own economic position.
Much to great frustration inside the Biden White House. Almost from day one, they would complain to you behind the scenes that they felt like they were never getting credit for the advancements in the economy that were happening even underneath him. They would scream from the rooftops, and he would do press conferences, or he would go to battleground states and talk about housing, and they felt like he never got the credit for it. There was nothing they could do to vocally challenge the microphone that Trump had on that point.
Or they just messaged it.
Part of why they wanted to
Let's
vote.
listen now
Trump
to the Harris
230?
campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond. He's about to address the crowd at Howard University.
HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done.
Hold on, I'm seeing something here. Hold on. I'm going to play this. Just saw this come across my timeline.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from
Well,
Harris
that's already
aides
done.
that they feel good about.
That's already done because Georgia was already given.
Everybody can go home. We're not going to have a decision tonight, and the vice president is not coming out to address, but we'll speak to the crowd tomorrow.
That is not going to land in a comforting
Wow,
way with
the,
Harris supporters, I think. And Nancy
Media's
said
still
it, we've
lying
all been
about
talking
shit? Wait,
about
what's up,
how
Lisa? Welcome.
Extremely reminiscent.
Where'd you come from?
This feels to 2016. And
Nay, what's
the
up, Nay?
campaign manager, John Podesta,
like the spicy
coming
tuna?
out to
I didn't
those
get that.
microphones. I was in that room addressing the crowd saying you will hear from her, but you're not going to hear from her tonight. And then we ended up hearing from her the next day.
And also
here in
saying
New York.
too, Cecilia, everybody we still have hope. There's still a path. It's a big sense of
But
a
he
big
did not say
case of
that.
deja vu.
He didn't say we still
Didn't
have a
say
path.
that. No,
He said was their votes still being counted.
Yeah, he said the
but
votes
he
are
didn't say
still
we
being.
still have a path.
But he said the votes are still being counted, and that leads you to believe that there is that there still is hope. He didn't say, look, there's no chance. He said the votes are still being counted. So, there's a big case of deja vu, I think, for many people tonight.
What a shot this is, though, to see these supporters at her alma mater at Howard University and many D.C. residents there in that neighborhood walking off of that campus right now, wondering when they will know the results of this election.
I know that as we watch the crowd disperse and wait for...
I'm laughing because somebody said on Twitter, at least, if you following Twitter, then you know, right? He said, at least Peanut didn't die in vain. Oh, that's fucking funny. If you know what I'm talking about. If you've been following the Peanut story, y'all been following the Peanut story? That's fucking funny. They're trolling so hard right now. All right, take a look at the map. 230 to 210, at least on the AP right now, is where we're at. The first state to be flipped is Georgia. If we look at the map here from 2020 with Biden and Trump, Georgia was blue. Trump managed to flip that back. And we're still waiting to see Wisconsin, Michigan. I think going to be key here. Let's see, Arizona, Nevada. You know, there's still room there things to change up, man. You don't know. I think the West Coast can make a difference here. You know, whatever happens in Nevada and Arizona, I think can have a big impact. You know, we're gonna have to wait and see how this plays out here. Let's flip back, see what they're talking about here.
Right. And just to go over where we are right now, so there are 7 battleground states.
CNN has it 246 to 182. It feels like a boxing match, right?
Donald Trump will win 2 of them.
When they give the scorecard.
Georgia. And so of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona.
246 to 182 for Trump.
With 0.72% of the vote.
In the country in the county near Philly, my aunt told me IRL being told they can't vote because they mailed it in, but so that's sus as fuck. That's weird, man.
And then there's Michigan. Donald Trump
just got news from Georgia. Yeah, we saw the news from Georgia. He flipped Georgia. That's the first flip of the night. First flip of the night. The squirrel, yeah. What's up, Alan? First time voter, and I voted for Trump. Alan, let me ask you, as a first time voter, and you're a male, I'm assuming. What's your age, and why did you vote for Trump? I'm curious. Because we're seeing now that young men came out and voted hard and mostly for Trump. Did the Rogan interview have any impact on your decision? I'm curious.
That's an electorate that has more male voters, more Latino voters, and those are 2 groups we're seeing who are leaning towards him.
And I just want to go back to, even though we don't know where the blue wall states are yet, we're still waiting for votes to come in, some of the underlying themes that we are seeing that Audie, you were talking about.
Nevada, Arizona don't matter if Trump wins Pennsylvania? Really?
One of the things that we started out.
How many? What are electoral votes they have in Nevada and Arizona? They won't add up to the 19?
For Kamala Harris.
Kathy, what's up?
Men were going to come out for
Welcome.
Kamala Harris in a post-Roe world.
Harris will not speak today. Yeah, they just said that they're pretty quiet in the Harris camp.
For example, suburban women. They, according to the national polls, they went for Trump.
It seems like abortion was not the animating issue it was the way it was right after the Dobbs ruling. In so many of these exit polls, I'm seeing that the economy, the people who were most upset, listed themselves as angry or facing severe hardship. Those are the people who really went for Trump.
Yeah, I have to confess that I always thought in the last week or 2 of the campaign, this idea of trying to appeal to secret voters was something of a risk. Anderson?
What does he mean by secret voters?
This is the first time we've all talked. David Axelrod, what do you make of what we've seen?
Look, I think that...
Can you guys hear it? Is it too low?
This was a race that was very, very close in the polling. And for the longest time, including up until last night...
Scores 246 to 182 per CNN.
We had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth
Can
is,
you vote for Trump? No, you can't vote for Trump from Africa.
That can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close.
You can hear it?
And
Right,
she's
perfect.
right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voted for her in significantly less numbers than, or percentage-wise, than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And she could make up the difference in some of these suburban areas.
Chad, I think she's paying the price for Biden's wars and the money and all that. I think she's paying the price for Biden's shit.
I care deeply.
I mean, she was involved in it. Don't get me wrong,
I
but
can say tonight about
people ain't fucking with Biden and what he did, where he put us at.
Times I'm the son of a refugee.
Billions of dollars to Ukraine.
And I revere.
And we got people here struggling, bro.
I'm so grateful
They can't even get
for what it's given
$100.
My family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump, part of a democracy is to honor the will of the people, to honor its institutions.
Nevada 6, Arizona 11. Thank you.
What the vice president's going to do when the final
Taino
verdict comes in. if it's
legend.
not
Thank you.
A positive verdict, and I think
You voted for
there's a
Trump?
message in that. There is a message in that, And I think it's an
So,
important.
Lisa, you won't hear from Harris until tomorrow in the morning. You don't think so?
I was riding on a bit of a
Hey, I'm curious here. Let me, while they're yapping about this, I'm curious for any of the younger guys here. I'm talking about if you're 18 to, let's say 18 to 25. If you're 18 to 25 and you're watching right now and you voted, and if you voted for Trump, what was the leading reason what made you vote for Trump? You know what I'm saying? Was it the Rogan podcast that just came out? What was the one? There might be a couple different reasons why, but what's the main one in your opinion that led you to that? I'm really curious because we're seeing the young male voters came out when the media and the pollsters didn't expect the young men to come out, and the boys came out. You know what I'm saying? That's what's looking like right now. We struggling here while they send them in Ukraine. Like, fuck that. Yeah, I think that's hurting Harris's campaign. Harris 216, Trump 248. All right. Future of the economy. All right, Big Lando. Thank you for sharing that, brother. Nobody was excited for Kamala. I disagree. There were people. She definitely had people excited for her in their camp and everything. You know what I'm saying? We got some more people. Economy, everything. Economy, immigration, economy. Harris somewhere packing some Newports, 20 glass of Remy. You funny, bro. Fake promises. The system is rigged. Okay.
Once more, and Trump is going to ascend to the throne.
Damn, she's not making an address at Howard. That's they're. Ooh. I think she should still say something. She should still come out and say something to energize her peoples. You know what I'm saying? No address is crazy. Future of the economy. I think I saw that. Rez said Trump grabs women by the vag. That's why I voted for him, bro. Stop playing. Come on now. I know you're trolling. Like, why we send the money over there when we need it? Yeah, that's true, bro. That's very true. I think that's a very valid sentiment that people across party lines agreed. Most Americans, I think, agreed we shouldn't have been sending that money over. I promise you, that probably is the one thing that united most Americans, regardless of your political affiliation or beliefs, was that why are we sending billions of dollars multiple times to Ukraine? You know what I'm saying? Like, simply because they're a strategic point for holding Russia off, but like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Scary thing is if Trump wins, he may get here. I think he does. The Senate is Republican now. They confirmed that earlier. I don't know about the House.
American people at heart, and they've given him license for another 4 years. That's what it looks like, and I think it's an absolutely extraordinary event that says not very much about Donald Trump, but it says a lot about the state of the United States, that is to say, the state of America. And it's not a flattering portrait of the United States in any way, shape, or form.
Girls, Lure said, I'm 19 and voted for Trump. Why did you vote for Trump?
Millions of people sign up to this.
What was the reason for you?
America that's
Alan said, I'm 40 years old. The reason I voted for Trump is because he seems he's for the people. Ever since Biden was president, inflation has been crazy and immigration laws have been out of control. Alan, appreciate you for sharing that, man.
What I would say is about it all is,
yeah, look, man, listen, well, I'm judgment free around here. I generally would just want to, I'm very curious. So when I went to college, I majored in political science. So all of the political process is something I've always been super interested in and found very intriguing how we as people vote and how we handle the political process. So a lot of doing this, I enjoy it because I don't get to do this often, and kind of like satiate that aspect of my interest much because I'm busy trying to make y'all laugh with some of the funny videos. But I am genuinely curious about how each person sees candidates and what they believe is, what's important to them and how that impacts their vote. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting. The Bronx needs Trump to lower car insurance. Oh, I don't even want to know what New York car insurance costs, bro. I can't imagine what y'all are paying out there.
back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on as some of the—
But why is she not going to talk until tomorrow? Yo, they cleared out her whole party. Holy shit. Bro, they cleared out the whole Howard. That shit was people back there in the other video. Now it's empty. Wow. Why not say something, bro? I would still, listen, if I'm her, I'm still going to come out and you know, you want to give people hope. You know what I'm saying? She just fucking throwing in the towel. That's how I see that shit.
Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they are getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia.
Insurance doubled last year for no tickets, nothing? Bro, that's
chorus of
crazy.
boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice
They
President
pulling what
Harris
Hillary
would
did in
not be
2016?
speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal
Oh, let
Waterway
me show y'all this.
Towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the
This is my
folks
favorite
he had
one,
been
y'all.
with.
This is they call it the Mexican
Governor
roll.
Burgum, for
Just
example,
little jalapeno
other,
on top,
close
bro.
Trump
Shit's
aides and
fire.
allies making their way
Feel
across
me?
the street. Still
Fire.
no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call
Uh-oh.
to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico.
Oh.
NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris
Okay.
will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes.
All right.
Here's the breakdown.
That's
right
what
now. You
Joe
see the
Biden did,
difference,
so that's not a big
43,000,
surprise right there.
95% of the vote in there, so very little left to count.
How
Where does
is,
that bring us
I'm
to
surprised.
the
Why is
road
New
to
Mexico,
270? Donald
for being in the South, in the Southwest, I didn't realize it'd be so blue. That's interesting.
Pennsylvania, and you've got some bellwether counties that are reporting in now, and it's a good news for Donald Trump.
Yeah, one in the east, one in the west.
Asking
Let's
from
start
South
in the
Africa, who does
east.
USA want to win the
Northampton
elections? Well, we're
County,
about to
this is
find out.
Easton, PA, right here, south central.
Once the votes are all in, we're gonna find out.
95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020, so Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the collar counties in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there. We move down to Delco. 95% in, 62.9, slightly underperforming.
We're still waiting to call
there.
Pennsylvania.
Philadelphia County, this is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well.
Big Mac said, almost
There's
sweet,
still
but
a
I
lot
would
of
have voted
vote
Trump.
left
Why?
to be counted, 20% or so.
It's interesting when
81% was
foreigners,
where Biden was at. She's at 78. And
share that as well. Let me read a couple more comments from y'all. It's also because America isn't ready to have a woman as president. No, I honestly, truly believe that it has nothing to do with the woman. Here's why. I think the Democrats have just not run the right candidate. When they tried to run Hillary, she was the most unlikable candidate probably ever, at least in my lifetime. She was so unlikable. No one liked her. And regardless of what you may think about how you should vote based on a candidate's policy, likability is actually truly one of the most important aspects of a candidate. How likable are they to people? Do we feel connected to them? Do they resonate with us? That's not our human nature. She was unlikable as fuck. I think the other problem here is that Kamala, there's a certain level of unlikability about her to people as well. And I think that when you factor in, I don't say she's at Hillary level unlikable, but she's like kind of unlikable is my sentiment. And after talking with people I know as well, they're like, I don't really care for her. She just doesn't rub me out the right way. People had problems with her past as a prosecutor, prosecuting people for petty stuff. And the whole truancy thing in Cali she was doing and all that shit, that's been brought up multiple times. But I think what's happened with Kamala is that she's suffering because she's in the White House, right? She's the VP. She's directly tied to the last 4 years. They're not running a fresh candidate. They're running somebody who's already been a part of the current situation of giving billions of dollars to Ukraine, seeing the inflation the way it is, the border and immigration. She's directly tied to that. So I think when you factor in that there's a segment of people that don't really feel like she's super likable, and then that she's also been in the White House under Joe Biden or with Joe Biden or whatever, and we're in the situation partly because of her, right? I think that's hurting her. I think clearly it's hurting her right now with Trump having the lead, and he managed to flip Georgia. Bro, that's big. I mean, let's pull up and look at this shit, right? This is the current map here from the AP. If you look at this one from 2020 with Biden and Trump running, everything looks about the same, right? We're waiting for Pennsylvania. In 2020, Biden had Pennsylvania. It maybe Trump pulls off that flip. He already flipped Georgia. That was the first flip of tonight. He took Georgia from blue back to red. And again, we're waiting for Michigan and Wisconsin to be another two big factors. I think Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, once we know those three, I think it's over with. It don't even matter what Arizona and Nevada do. So we're really just kind of waiting for the Midwest and like Pennsylvania to tally in their shit and call it a night. And we know where we're headed at with this shit, one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? Let me read some more of the comments. Kamala had one job when Biden cabinet took office, and she did nothing at the border. 300,000 Mexican children still missing. Polsky said, dude, I'm freaking out. Why are you freaking out? I'm going to get to Instagram. My bad, y'all. Yeah, it's over. She lost probably. Listen, you never know, man. You don't know until everything's counted up, bro. The shit can go either. It really can flip around. You know what I mean? It really could flip around. We got to wait to see at least one or two of these bigger states got to come in and we'll know. Let's see what they're talking about Wisconsin. Hold on.
Me, again, slightly overperforming. Guys, so as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers.
Trump wins Pennsylvania? Did they call it?
Matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the vote is in, and we'll look at.
Did they call it?
That's what we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Door County. It's still unclear.
They just said Trump has won?
Guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign.
I'm not seeing they haven't called it on the news just yet. Where y'all seeing this at?
Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through, and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not.
I'm not seeing it on Twitter yet, y'all.
Is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey,
I mean, nothing
we have a
confirmed.
problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting.
So motherfuckers in Philly didn't come out and vote.
I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax.
But every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America.
He was likable, bro. It was because people liked him.
Look at the numbers. What's happening tonight? The gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the third time you run for president, that just never happens.
Yeah.
And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. You know, Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like.
Even
Let's say, what
AOC
do
was a
we
better
need to do?
option. She would never. AOC will never be president, and simply because she's already viewed as too extreme as a leftist, absolutely too extreme. When she came in there with the new school of they call them the freshman five. It was the other liberal women, like they were like far left of left. That already painted them. People will never vote for her for a president. Her best she can do is become the next Nancy Pelosi in the House.
Works tonight, and this is that was the story of 2016.
Trump
and
up in
it's the
Nevada.
story of
Guys, I'm still not
What's
seeing
interesting
this
to me,
call
I'm
for
thinking
Pennsylvania.
Back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there, and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this, and it just, as it's named, so-called bro vote, right? The young male voter. And the Trump strategy all along had been supercharge the base, boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters. People, listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote, out to the polls, specifically with young
What's so interesting, because we heard anecdotally, again, from some of our correspondents about frat houses, fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is we could call it the bro wall, you know, is that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the hardest demographic in American politics. Males under 30 to turn out. They're the lowest turning out segment. I've spent.
Let me tell you why, and they don't fucking know this, y'all. Trump's run, he went on fucking Aiden's stream. Aiden Ross, one of the biggest streamers who connects directly to young males. He did fucking Joe Rogan, largely males across not just the young, but older too, like just men, period. White men, all men. He did his rounds he went to the places where he needed to go to be able to speak and get out in front of young men. And I think they said that his son Barron gave him the idea and tell him to go, Dad, go on Aiden's stream. All that shit adds up. And not only that, but he's had other streamers and influencers that have a large male audience talking about him in their streams, even after that, endorsing him. These guys influence other men. They don't even know this. I see this shit all the time. As being in this world as influencer, being, I've seen this whole playbook. They executed very well in getting men out to fucking vote, because most young men just want to go chase ass, smoke blunts, play NBA 2K and Madden, and not bother to come out and vote. So, listen, just as a matter of getting young guys to vote, I'm happy to see that fucking young men came out and voted. Just in general, you know what I mean? It needs to be something that needs to be part of your your civic duty. You know what I'm saying? You have a seat at the table, and when you don't vote, you can't complain about what happens for the next 4 years. So it's good that they came out. You know what I'm saying? But I think that the Democrats and Harris did not fucking invest time in getting the men. I think they thought they were going to get carried by women, suburban white women, and inner cities. You know what I'm saying? And they certainly didn't think that the Latino vote was going to be so fragmented, and they were going to lean into heavier into Trump than her. So I think they probably just took shit for granted. That's really what I'm thinking right now.
Race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about.
Somebody clipped
Had he
that.
been able to do both those things,
Expert
to your
clip
point, a
like,
million people voted. They were just sitting out
250
there.
or some shit.
Remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying,
On Kick.
"No one's called me, no one's asked," because they decided, to your point, they were going to go jack
You're
up
right.
low propensity
You're right.
white males,
Exactly.
and it
Thank
may
you,
have
bro.
worked.
I know, bro.
Let's go check in on Battleground
Bro, I be
Michigan,
keeping my
NBC's
ears and eyes into the East streets, bro. I be watching everything, and I'm observing, and I see how it impacts. It resonated, man. Being on Aiden's stream resonated. Being on Rogan's fucking a week and a half before the election left an impression on men. They executed that honestly brilliantly.
Areas. Dearborn, Michigan. That is a community that has a large population
Kamala
of
called young
Arab
people stupid.
Americans.
Did she?
And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation.
Triple said everyone needs to vote. I'm with you on that, no matter who's for it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, listen, I'll never try and sway nobody to vote. Just go out and vote, man. Whoever you believe, that's it. That's all that matters. Just go out and vote. It don't matter if you're in a state or a city that is heavily is the opposite of what you're when you vote. Still go cast those votes. It still counts. Because what it does is, even if, like, say you're in a red state and you want to vote blue, it still shows that if there's an uptick in voters that voted for the opposite party in that predominantly opposite state party state, it still shows that there's something there, right? And that party can build on that for the following cycles and stuff. You know what I mean?
This issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We
247,
saw
210 for the
final
AP
campaign
for
rally
Trump.
of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn.
Monica, thank you. Did
tonight,
it catch
and we have
everything I said, Monica?
confirmation
Can you watch that for me?
a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization. And they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted, may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
Uh-oh, alert coming in, folks.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in. Too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County.
Obama visiting Mark Mormon's garage on the podcast. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Is way too
Bitcoin
close.
is running up. Yeah, it is. It's on the
Clark
run.
County, Vegas
I saw that.
Up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point
Trump is
split.
leading right now.
It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state
IG, what's up, y'all? Y'all with me?
Battleground County. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say, right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming, 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020.
At least
He's
they
now
voting.
at 66.
At least they blaming Latinos
But
instead
the big one
of.
for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out. Clark County.
That's
I mean,
just
this
funny.
is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly.
Yo, this shit
how
about
much
to
is
cause
out.
a divide between
223,000 votes, so
Hispanics
still-
and black people. I'm already starting to see a lot of black people talk about, please, I beg, don't ever group us together as POC anymore. Oh, fuck. This is about to be a divide like a motherfucker.
He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester,
Man got endless sushi. Chill, bro. You counting everyone I'm throwing in my mouth?
Most counties across the country.
I'm
is
working
only
hard
just
for y'all
spooling
over
up
here.
in Nevada. As you mentioned,
I'm better than
voting
Anderson Cooper
really
and shit.
ended just a few.
All right, we're bouncing around the goddamn news sources.
10-point gap. So in 2020, Joe Biden got 57% of the female vote. So he did 3 points better than Kamala Harris. But this is what's interesting to me. Donald Trump has done better with women voters. He did better in 2020 than he did in 2016, just by a little. And then in 2024, he has done better with women voters than he did in 2020. So he has improved with women voters. And think about the way he ended his campaign. You know, in a traditional sense, and his campaign advisors, some of them were saying this, is you've got a problem with women voters, college educated, women in the suburbs. And he did very little. In fact, some would argue he leaned into his problems with women voters, and it didn't hurt him in the least. In the
Twitter
election.
wilding, chat. Twitter's wilding right now.
What does this mean?
It's gonna be a fucking hellhole on Twitter.
What it says is
we're gonna have
that
content for
there is
days,
no-
y'all.
you know,
Make
when
sure you
Donald
lock in
Trump
on the streams,
won in
goddammit.
2016,
Hey, listen.
There was some conversation about, well,
Chat, if you're on IG, if you're on TikTok, please go and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Okay, that's where we do my mainly on my live streams, all the content on there. All right, or on my Kick stream, both of them preferably. We have a lot of content. There's gonna be meltdowns. There's gonna be all kinds of shit going down.
what Americans, it appears, are signing up for. It's certainly what the exit polls show. He has a lot of support for that.
And he
Can you
went
give me a
through a
number of that mini
primary
stuff on your
where he
table?
was challenged by other Republicans. Nikki Haley, a former governor, someone who worked under him as you know, the UN ambassador out there just recently saying he wasn't going to win.
Game said, let's be honest though. Kamala didn't try to sway the Latino vote. If you claim she did, tell me how, please. No, I never claimed she did. In fact, I agree. I don't even think anything. Oh no, I do remember. She did try to sway the Latino vote because I distinctly remember she someone tweeted out on her Twitter about what she's gonna do for Hispanics in presidency. And it was mostly a copy and paste from the previous 3 or 4 days before that. Same thing she did with how she's gonna help I think black men. I think it was black men specifically. If not black men, it was just black people when she's president. And I just thought that I didn't like that. It came off very pandering to me. But yeah, I don't think she said it much to the Hispanic voters. You're right.
That Donald Trump has made not only to secure the border, but also a mass deportation. Thank you. It is past 1:30 in the morning, almost 1:30 in the morning. So she's the expert. We'll touch base with Cecilia in just a moment. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024.
All right. While they're on break, I'm going to ask you guys this question, and I'm going to preface it by saying, please be, as mature and respectful as possible in your answer. All right. I want to ask you this question as it pertains to immigration. What is your position on that? Specifically with the people that are already here as already here, like what do you want to have happen? I'm curious to see where people's sentiments on immigration is. So, like two-part. What do we need to do about them coming in? And then what to do with people that are already here. Because we obviously have to have some kind of plan. We just can't complain about the shit without coming up with something that makes sense, is reasonable, fair, protects us,
Had left, he was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all...
I said, fucking let them work. Bring them over and all party. That's not how it works. You subscribe to the YouTube, Rafat. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. J-Lo speaks up for Latinos, but never spoke up for anyone at a P. Diddy party. Bro, stop. You got a new subscriber, Native Indigenous? 4. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Welcome, man. Appreciate that, man. If they don't have my mouth is not working. If they don't have citizenship, they need to go back. Don't let anybody else in. Okay. All right. Yellow Jacket said pro-immigration for those who qualify. Give them a path to citizenship with work and residency. Okay. EDC said remove the funding they are receiving and offer them a ride out. Okay. Lisa said they called Pennsylvania for Trump. Where? Chat? I haven't seen this yet. We haven't seen this. They haven't called it just yet on any of these outlets. Let's see. They still haven't done it on the AP yet. I haven't seen anything. We haven't. I don't know why Fox News is not streaming, because we're jumping around to different networks. MSN, CB. I like to see everybody's perspective on all the different, and all that stuff. Let me see what else y'all had to say. We need to close the borders and deport all illegal immigrants. Most of them came here are prisoners that were released and brought here. Okay. All right. Fox is streaming. Go to their website. All right, hold on. I want to see what they're saying on their end. They're probably excited as fuck. Let's go take a look at what they're talking about. Oh, they gave it. Fox News gave it to Trump.
As Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at
They
Trump
called it for
headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance.
Wait, for real?
They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Britt Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet, what this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could have imagined after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time. Hated though he was by
Cardi
the
B.
Democrats.
Cardi B responds to the presidential election after endorsing Kamala Harris. I hate y'all bad.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump.
Yo,
no
people are
matter what was
melting
said
down
about
on Twitter.
him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her
Trump just
closing,
won Nevada? No
rally,
way. For real?
Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected,
Why is
basically
NBC so late? They haven't called
America's
it.
just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And
although enter illegally,
it is
mandatory
just an
6 years military
absolutely
service, they can
remarkable.
stay.
I think if you wrote this
That's an
as a
interesting
movie
prospect.
script, people would say,
I think Dems
"Never
would
happened."
fight that tooth and nail.
I've said this before. He's the single
They'd fight
greatest
that tooth and
political
nail.
athlete I've ever seen.
But I think if they give them the option to say, hey, if you serve, that can expedite your process. That's an incentive. Maybe that could be a way about it. But remember, a lot of them come here, they don't even speak the language, so that you have to at least have an established aspect of speaking the language.
About the things that mattered most to voters, and Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he
Pelosi won her
connected with
20th
voters.
term?
I would urge my party to...
Bro, she needs to get out, bro. I don't like that these motherfuckers are staying in there until like they're 100 years old. There needs to be a caps on age limits, man. Like you can't be over a certain age, man. Fuck that shit. I don't like these politicians that stay in there as long as she has been. It's problematic, man. It's problematic. Let's see this. I'm getting clips from all over the place. Let's see what they're talking about, the CNBC meltdown.
We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the Army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day, and yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, no, I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote, and then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long-lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace of disinformation, a radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks and balances even means, what judicial review even means, what the rule of law even means. How do we as a nation, even post-Trump, how do we reach those?
Well, that was interesting. Pennsylvania, did they call it? Oh, yeah, they did call it.
Back from a single defeat.
Yeah.
To be elected again. But
Is that who you voted for perfectly?
Series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term,
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major
Bro, I
disappointment
love
in
Brett
2022.
Bear, bro. Yeah, I fuck with Brett Bear. I always liked him as a journalist, bro.
The party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet, in the face of that,
News was actually
all the
good
things
when
that
he
Martha
was like
enumerated,
in his
the
prime.
indictments, all the
I
other
swear.
troubles that he had, for him to come back
Anybody
from
else
that
think so?
is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say,
Thought to
January
be,
6th.
yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
You know, it really does. I think there are parallels to 19.
Chat, remember I said this, right? This is part of the reason why Trump got the mail vote. Doing shit like going on Aiden Ross's stream. I remember I was watching that stream. I think Aiden clocked over 100. It was a couple 100,000 viewers. That fucking resonates with the audience. Joe Rogan resonated. He managed to get the male voters, young male voters, which helped in this, along with, as we now learn, the Latino split vote, which he gained traction on. You know what I'm saying?
To pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, you know, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have
He's going to speak on Fox News? Okay.
And to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here,
done.
which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken, and he is going to be the 47th president.
Pennsylvania is close. They give it to Trump.
Policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
So it seems as though he won because even if Kamala gets some of these other places, it won't give her the numbers.
What is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected.
He did win a seat back?
When you
What's that
try
song?
and break the American model, it fixes itself.
Trump's team
And I
is.
think people should give credit.
That's something that doesn't get talked about enough, which is his team, which is very different from his first term. I think his first term, in hindsight, he was just kind of going with the flow and trusting these insiders and stuff to like put the people around him. I think this time around, he's scrapping that. He's bringing Elon in. He's bringing RFK. He's bringing Vivek in. Shit, like he's bringing in people that are outside of the box. I think there's no denying, you know, in terms of like Elon and like you know, in terms of his intelligence and stuff. Well, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see where they're gonna go, what they're gonna do. You know, it's gonna be interesting.
Fixed itself. It fixed itself, and I think that's why America
That's what
works.
Rogan
It
said.
has
Yeah,
worked for
true, but
200 years.
Kamala
When it gets
will go
too
on to
crazy,
Joe.
it
She's not
fixes
smart enough.
itself. And
well, I think the thing is, if she went to Joe, like if okay, let's talk about this. If Kamala went to Joe Rogan, did it, which she should have, she fucking should have done it. Her team is fucking stupid. They costed her this shit because they didn't do stuff like doing Joe Rogan. She didn't go on Kai Cenat's stream. You see what I'm saying? Like they fucking didn't play the game right. You know what I'm saying? They didn't play the game right. She should have been on Kai Cenat's stream. She should have done an AMP stream. She should have been on Rogan's stream. Instead, she goes on Call Me Daddy. What the fuck is that podcast? Like it pales in comparison to what Rogan's numbers are. I saw the views on that podcast video, a couple 100,000. Then she goes on fucking Shannon Sharp. That shit was terrible with Shannon Sharp. He should be fucking embarrassed for him. He didn't ask her any tough questions. He read everything off the fucking cue cards as if her team gave him the questions to ask her. I thought that shit was boring. I didn't really get a feel for her as a person. I didn't think it connected the same way as I thought the Trump and the JD Vance Rogan podcast did, where it's conversational. They're just talking and you really get a sense of like the person and not the candidate. There clearly Harris big fucking missteps that I think now they realize. Now they realize that shit. Now they realize they fucked up. Call me daddy, but don't call me president or call her president. That's fucking funny. Again, Democrats fucking blew it. They blew it. They fucking blew it. And they can't sit here and blame the Latino voter. They can't blame the male voters because now, you know, they're going to spin the shit and be like, oh, well, you know, here the males are doing it to us because they don't want our reproductive rights. No, what y'all didn't do was convince those voters to vote for your candidate because your shit wasn't compelling. You didn't speak to them and what they feel are important issues for them. You left them out to the curb. And when you leave somebody out in the streets to the curb, you're going to seek refuge where you feel loved. And it very well seems as though that many of these folks, young men and the Latino base, to some extent, took refuge with Trump this year. And again, you have one of the most qualified people. Fuck her being a woman. Just person, as a person.
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead.
Oh, there we go. You have one of the most qualified people to ever run for president, and you still couldn't get him elected? What does that say? That's not at the heels of the electorate. That you lay that right in front of the DNC for how they ran this campaign. And they're going to say like they had like 3 months or whatever it is. Yeah, but listen, I mean, honestly, I guess in hindsight, you probably shouldn't have ran Joe Biden. He was already old as fuck. And his age is what really jammed him up because he got to a point where, you know, I mean, we all saw that first election. You know what I'm saying? Him being old jammed him up. They forced the Democratic Party to have to pull the Kamala, shove her down everyone's throats without doing a primary, and boom, here's what happens. They lose. If Kamala could ever answer a question, it would have helped her. Yeah, that became a meme as well. That definitely became a meme about her not answering questions. The biggest meme was I came from a middle class family. That made me laugh a couple of times. College educated Moon. College educated or non-college educated? Which one? Call me unemployed. What you mean? What is Joe resigns tomorrow? Would she automatically become president? Yeah, and then she would stay there until the inauguration. Michelle Obama, yes, yes. Thank you for Daniel for saying that. I'm already starting to see on Twitter people talking about, oh, it's because she's a woman. Men don't want women. Like, no, bro. If Michelle Obama would have ran, I promise you she would have got elected. She's far more likable. She's far more likable. You know what I'm saying? Like, far more likable than Kamala. Probably would have had a better chance, even though she didn't have the record as Kamala has. You know what I'm saying? That just to oh shit. Just to counter that argument that I'm already gonna start seeing here on social media.
When old Biden started getting these historical sugar plums dancing in his head and went out for a very...
All right, let's go take a look and see what else everybody else is saying here.
203 million followers on Twitter. Go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump today. Did that clearly make a difference for him? This whole bro code thing that we keep hearing about.
There's an erosion of institutional trust in so many places in this country that have fallen away. You could trace it back to the bank bailouts in 2008, how the Iraq war decision was brokered almost 2 decades ago. So many Republican voters in particular have lost trust with the legal system, the political system, the news media, and they see in Elon Musk and his X platform and Trump, as I said, this emerging power structure that they are comfortable with. And this is, if Trump enters the White House once again in 2025, it's a new America will be covered.
It's embroidered from
yeah,
it was a custom hat I had done.
That will be
and they made for me when I was there.
Mass deportation's part of it, but it's a new framework for how someone conceives the presidency itself.
And Robert,
I just saw this comment. I want to read it out. Lisa, you said something that I thought resonated with me because I've been thinking about this. I swear to God. So Lisa said on YouTube, it's like it flipped. Republicans are for the working class, and the Dems are really for the rich, since they're more rich Democrats than there are actually Republicans. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, I get where you can think like that because you got Hollywood and celebrities, right, tend to be liberal and stuff like that. I get that, but a lot of rich people are also really quiet. They're not flashy and they're wealthy and they're Republican. But I think generally, though, I have been thinking about this. It really does seem as though the Republican Party has been speaking more towards the working class, which is what, ironically, the Dems were that was what they've been working on, like their platform for like decades growing up and stuff like that. And it seems like there's some kind of like this shifting. You know what I'm saying? Here's another thing that I thought about. I thought to myself, like, okay, when it comes to illegal immigration, and a lot of the Democratic position on that is like they want to welcome them, give them an opportunity to be here and all that stuff. And I sat there and I'm thinking about, and I'm listening to both sides, right? Because I really want to like hear both sides and come up with, analyze it and come up with my own kind of point on that. But here's something that really stood out to me, and I thought, and I want to get y'all thought on this, see if you're tracking with me, if you think I'm just fucking batshit crazy. I was trying to reconcile in my head, why is it that Democrats have been really all about like letting them all in, let them in, let's give them a path, let's give them opportunity, which again, I'm all for people having an opportunity to come here, so long as they meet certain prerequisites. I think every country has prerequisites to, like, you just can't go to Panama and live there. You gotta fulfill certain things. That's everywhere. It's not exclusive to us. So I don't like when they try to make it seem as though if we set up parameters for someone to come here, like we're bad. Like, no, every country has that. That's just part of how it is. But in terms of like letting them more people in here, and I thought, why is that? And then it really kind of struck me, because if you really listen to some of the talking points that some of the Dems, when they talk on these shows and stuff, I really listened to it. Here's what it told me, and it said what they were saying without saying it, is that we let them in because that's our own cheap labor force. because they do the jobs no one wants to do. And I was like, fuck. So essentially, instead of like Nike having sweatshops in China, we just let them poor motherfuckers move in here and just do it from our own land without having to do it overseas. They would just have our own underground labor force. And I thought to myself, like, fuck, that's actually crazy as shit. That to me, am I bugging? That's what I really, that really hit me. Like, y'all, like, wait, you just want them to come here so they can be a subclass of not even citizens, but they're gonna do the jobs under the table that maybe others might not want to do, and then you have your own labor force. You know what I'm saying? Cheap labor. I'm like, it's not genuinely you want them to come here to thrive. It's like you just want your own cheap labor force here in America on our own back door instead of having to do it overseas and have factory workers in China doing it. That's what hit me, and I thought about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. This is more of that polarizing stuff. White men without college degrees are going to ruin this country. Oh boy. This is so terrible to say. Who is this person? DC 27, a Democratic strategist. You see, you're a strategist and you say some shit like this is super inflammatory and offensive. I'm sure there's tons of white men out there without a college degree that are fucking laying bricks. They're doing construction, electrical, roofing. They're doing all these trades that others don't want to do to build our systems and stuff. And that's kind of the assessment there. It's pretty unfortunate. Some kind of slavery, yeah. Oops, hold on. The IG ended again. Fucking shit.
Be reassessing some of the things that we think are important. Ed talked about how you organize a campaign. Clearly, some of the tried and true campaign methods that Democrats leaned on, the organization, the 3 million door knocks over the last weekend, it can only get you so far. Last thing I'll say, it's very clear to me that in the last 2 years, Joe Biden never recovered from what happened with Afghanistan. It was destabilized by an economy that was stubbornly not cooperative with Democrats, frankly. And then I think Gaza kind of delivered a destabilizing blow.
Ukraine.
When you add those things together,
the money, bro.
This outcome that appears that we're headed to tonight is maybe less surprising, but not less disappointing. And I can tell you there are a lot of vulnerable communities, particularly in the Democratic coalition, that feel very, very insecure at the moment. And want to also say that as well.
I appreciate that, Joel Payne, and also want to bring in now Leslie Sanchez on that issue. And Leslie, how do you see this realignment?
And she's smiling too hard.
I think the realignment, you can't discount how frustrated these voters have been for a very long time, and many of them felt unheard. And whether it was looking at kind of alternative media or they're, trying to find somebody else that sympathized
Instagram
with the
fam,
way
what's
they were
up? We
feeling
back.
about their pocketbook and their financial situation. I think Donald Trump tapped into that. When there's a lot of conversation, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent a tremendous amount of time talking about freedom of speech, freedom from censorship. And in many ways, this is a populist, working class, middle class America that wants those, Gail's word, guardrails removed so that they can have less government interference and continue to thrive in a strong
They're saying
America.
that Trump won, but
That's
it hasn't
where
been
they feel
officiated
left
just
out.
yet.
And
But I
think
think
that's
based
what it's
upon
tapping
him
into.
taking Pennsylvania, I think that's the reason why they're doing it.
Reconcile. This is a new party and a new way, and it's deeply diverse.
I mean,
and
here's
it
the
will
thing.
continue to be, I think, for the next several election cycles as Trump
Pennsylvania,
continues to redefine
Trump
the Republican
flipped
Party.
Georgia and Pennsylvania
Leslie Sanchez,
from being
thank
blue
you. And when we
in
come
the
back,
last
we're expecting
election,
Donald Trump to take
which is
the
pretty big.
stage in Florida.
All right, we're gonna take it. We're gonna keep our eye on all this stuff. They got the election stuff. Looks like Trump's gonna speak here soon. I guess the numbers set it up so that she has no chance of winning. Even, I mean, we're still waiting. They haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan, but I guess just the numbers. I mean, let's see here, 214. Let's see. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. Wisconsin has 10. Nevada has 6. Arizona has 11. So run it by me again. Other outlets haven't called Pennsylvania. So yeah, it's a mix. Yeah, we haven't got finalized just yet. I know it's 270 to win, you know, but we still don't have a couple states in just yet. So there seems to be a little, I don't know if they're jumping the gun just yet. You know what I'm saying? But we are keeping an eye on things here. Let's see what they got going on over here.
Somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, you know, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah. And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve. I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory. Oh, we got to jump back. Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Oh, Trump's about to speak, y'all.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Fox News is calling it for Trump.
Comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago.
He flipped Wisconsin.
He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states.
Trump has Wisconsin, the working class. This country will always be determined by the working class people, man.
But we do know that he will be going back to the White House.
And these coastal cities, liberal cities, don't fucking understand that.
Because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, as president, by the fact that he really know Washington and he was new to the.
Yeah, I think that's part of what happened there.
That he had come to.
I think they're calling it, Lopez.
And he promises us that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out.
Oops, sorry about that.
For in the days and weeks.
So if you watch the Joe Rogan podcast with him, this is a part that really I found interesting was when Rogan was asking Trump about his presidency, what it was like, the inauguration, what his feelings were, and Trump was sharing it. I was like, oh wow, that was interesting to hear what he was thinking. You know, being someone that was never in politics and then now being thrown in as president. One of the things that Trump really talked about openly was that in his first term, he was kind of surrounded by teams that were like put there, you know, like the system and stuff. And that's why he had so many clashes with his first, you know, a lot of his cabinet members and stuff, where he was firing them all. So it sounds like what Brett Baer was saying there, like now that Trump got a taste of it, his first 4 years, he's going to probably put himself around. He's going to be better prepared for who he's going to put in play. That's kind of like what I'm taking away from this, you know, and everything. So looks like Senator Warren's going back into the Senate. Where else are we at here? I'm taking comments. Let's see. Working class, Trump, Wisconsin. Lisa, thank you. Almost 2 a.m. here in Michigan. Oh, shit, you're in Michigan. I'm still waiting to see what they're going to call on Michigan. I want to see this. This seems interesting. Let's see what this is here from a clip from Ben Shapiro speaks on how Trump forced the Democrats through their derangement to move so far to the left that it cost them the election. Let's see what he says.
Far to the left, that even if they come back to quote unquote moderate left, nobody trusts them anymore because they blew it all. I mean, they wanted to trans kids in the classroom. They couldn't stick with gay rights. They went to like transing kids in the classroom. Yeah. If they go back to gay rights, Trump's already there holding a flag, man. Yeah. He took same-sex marriage. I disagree with him. He took it out of the Republican platform. I mean, that just is what it is. He has occupied. This is the part that's hilarious. I did say the whole election cycle. Donald Trump occupied the positional center of this race. Yes. He forced them to the left. Donald Trump is the most centrist political candidate since John McCain in this country, other than on immigration. That is just the reality.
You can tell that by all the Democrats who are running with him.
Yes, yes. By the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat, folks. You're going to enjoy this one. Which state is currently running closer? New York or Florida? What? New York is currently running closer than Florida. Kamala Harris has a 12-point advantage in New York.
Interesting. I didn't think about that Trump was like more running centrist. That's interesting. I guess perhaps we can see that now, maybe.
He will not be able to run again. Yeah. And I think that is another liberating factor potentially
Take a look
for
at this.
President Trump.
Harris supporters quickly left her watch party on election night. Boy, they disbanded that fucking place fast as shit, bro.
The second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace.
And he has the Senate too. Wow.
He could build a wall.
Wow.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House.
Tori?
But he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around.
You've been watching
him.
Ben Shapiro coverage all night too?
Learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work.
So he can't do term. No, this is his last 4 years. He can only do a total of 8. So.
Britt, what do you think
This is it for him.
the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for a consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that,
The president, look at all the presidents are starting to congratulate Trump. The president of El Salvador is congratulating Trump. All the
changes in their agenda and their approach, and
they're all showing love to Trump now. Oh
think of the
shit!
issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that, and I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to
Well,
be
they trolling.
blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical.
Kamala HQ Lies on Twitter said it's been 3 hours since Kamala's HQ has made a post. What's going on?
I'm really looking forward to reading some of the stories.
They're trolling.
Probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022.
I'm watching Twitter, y'all. I'm looking for
or said
more shit.
Let there be a primary. And Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
Oh, insult to injury.
In that moment.
Fuck.
Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement
close to the house?
built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike.
Obama
and a
said we won't know who
disdain
won for a couple of
Donald
days.
Trump.
Really?
But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly.
Remember what I said
and
about
soar
Aiden
as a
Ross?
great country unless you have both
I told
wings
you.
working together.
Yep, the Aiden Ross
And
effect. Now our president is Donald Trump. My
tonight,
stream
I'm
did
gonna
have
get
some
you to
impact.
that
His
tone,
stream
Kate.
impacted young men.
I was
100.
reminded of your words. I was reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald
Dream
Trump?
the swamp.
We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the
Trump,
entanglements
good night,
we
y'all.
currently have,
Good night, Mav.
respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the lunch.
Hold on. Again, another thing, you know, like you see this shit. This is going to be the thing. This is what is problematic. Look what this somebody said right here. Another thing that's clear tonight. Rural America needs to be cut off from the urban provided socialism they say they hate. Force them to actually live their values for even 6 months. You've been far too coddling to people whose top value is hating others. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You know what I mean? Just a bad fucking take. How do I hide my taskbar?
Whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country
He is,
forward.
but he will
I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while he was going to. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I don't know.
Why is your ads depends real fit?
Wait, what? Why is your ads depends real fit? Wait, you talking about you were watching the YouTube ad? I don't know, bro. I don't run ads. That's YouTube. Yo, Mav, thank you for the 2-piece, bro. Thank you for that super chat, brother. Appreciate that.
Every race, the presidency, the whole deal.
Now let's go to sleep and work
$16
tomorrow.
billion. And here we are.
What is that?
Trump has been
for every American?
Trump has been elected. They're saying they're calling it for Trump.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm gonna keep it honest with you. I'm gonna tell y'all how I knew Trump was gonna win. I knew Trump was gonna win the minute they attempted to take his life. I knew that was going to be the beginning of the snowball that was going to sway people. I knew that attempt was going to have a profound impact in the minds of people for solidifying their vote for him. Trump began to represent these people, and the attempt on his life was symbolic of what most probably Republicans feel, which is them being constantly attacked by the left. You know, from the big city folks, the liberals and such like that. You know, how many times have we already covered people talking about uneducated voters lost, you know, got us here and all this stuff? Like, you demean people, and they don't understand that you continue to belittle and demean people from what comes off as a very elitist position, he just further pushes them away and leads them in a path that you end up here. So I knew when he got shot at that he was going that's it, bro. You don't get an attempt on your life and not win a political race after that and survive it. I knew he was going to be president. I knew it. I called it. I called it back when it happened. I know we were on stream. I was streaming at the time. I said, yo, I said they made an attempt on his life. He's going to be president again. I just knew it. I knew it.
Other, that were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called, and so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked private.
Let's go. I want to look and see what some of the other networks are saying here. Looks like let's see what they're talking about.
Well, Gail, I gotta have hope, but also I gotta read polls and data, and the data certainly suggests that things aren't going well. My point about black men was, I think it's a complex story. I think top line, Harris actually mostly held Biden's vote share nationally with black men, but she lost them in key places and in key states and key localities where she needed to have them. And I think also there's a story with Latino men as well that I think my colleague Leslie speaks to so well. But I think that, Democrats have some soul searching to do here. This coalition that Democrats have relied upon is changing and has to change. And there has to be some introspection as to why are working class voters missing some of the messages that we're putting across. I actually don't think that working class voters don't like Democratic ideas. I think it's sometimes the packaging. You look at the House tonight, Democrats actually have a chance to win back the House. So it is voters keep firing people, and I think we have to understand.
Yeah, because you all suck.
Joel, is it,
literally?
I even hate to ask this question. I'm asking as I'm clutching my pearls. Could it be a woman issue? When Barack Obama suggested it, people thought, some people were offended that he even raised that issue. But do we have to realistically think about that? We've had Hillary Clinton now, and now maybe even Kamala Harris. Do you feel that this country isn't ready for a woman president?
No.
I think we have a country where people live in different silos and don't have one shared experience. And I think that experience, it seems like the gap is widening between the experience of people based on education, based on gender, based on location, based on their pocketbook. And that is creating a real fissure in how we think about our political coalitions. And I think that is the best explanation late on a Tuesday night, early on a Wednesday morning that I can give you right now, Gail.
Joel Payne, this is Margaret Brennan. I'm just wondering, as you sit here, I'm thinking through what a Trump presidency would mean for the legacy of Joe Biden, what the question is about what the vice president could have done differently to say she was not Joe Biden and actually a change candidate, what she could have articulated. Tell me about some of the missed opportunities that you think are there.
So I think every defeat.
The view's gonna lose their mind about.
Obviously, there are a lot of people that want to.
Bro, I got you. I'm gonna show you in a second.
I think that's already happening. I think Kamala Harris actually, for what she was
happened the same thing here in Brazil.
Sometime in the middle of July, ran a fairly competent, good, durable campaign. Clearly, based on what we're seeing tonight, probably is not going to be enough. But
JD was well spoken on that podcast.
This is something that you can point to infrastructure or design of a campaign. I think these are stubborn issues. Message. Yeah, I think these are stubborn issues that go back to the beginning of the Biden administration. I mentioned Afghanistan earlier. I mentioned a stubborn economy. Let's not forget COVID, right? The country was coming back from COVID, and I think that's a real impact here. And I think Maybe the country is still dealing with some PTSD from COVID as well. So there's a lot of reasons why we're here today. I think in terms of message, folks are going to fight about the different types of messaging that they could have gone to,
Joel?
but yeah.
I apologize. Stand by. CBS News has a new projection for the battleground state of Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes.
CBS is just now calling it.
Donald Trump will be the winner of the state of Pennsylvania. That is a state that Biden
They're
carried
late.
4 years ago.
They called that
but
shit a
Trump
while ago.
won in 2016, a major projection, and that essentially closes the pathway for Kamala Harris and the presidency. Robert Costa.
So much disappointment among my top Democratic sources tonight, just in the last few minutes, about Pennsylvania. There was promise for Democrats in 2022 when Governor Josh Shapiro, Senator John Fetterman.
Let's keep it a buck. They went in Pennsylvania. They brought AOC out there thinking they were going to use the Hinchcliffe joke about trash Puerto Ricans. They thought they were going to go into Pennsylvania, and that was going to be the deciding factor for them, and they didn't turn out at all for them in Pennsylvania. They really thought that Puerto Ricans were going to come in there and like that was going to be another like notch under her belt to solidify her shit. Because I distinctly remember them being in Pennsylvania campaigning, and AOC was out there in the streets. I saw that on Twitter and shit, but it didn't work.
Appointment for Democrats tonight. Pennsylvania, yes, part of the blue wall, but it's
Wait,
central
so we get
to
the story? What
Democratic
story?
power in this country.
And of course, it's where Joe Biden is from, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Yes, I mean, Joe from Scranton. I mean, the other interesting thing as we wait Donald Trump, and we will take his remarks as he is set to appear before supporters, is the soul searching and, of course, the questions about strategy that Margaret was just raising. The question about whether Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party made a mistake by not choosing Josh Shapiro as his vice presidential pick for the reasons that Robert just outlined about the inroads that he made. And also, as has been noted, that Vance's vice presidential debate performance probably made a number of Republicans comfortable with the ticket because, remember, they were huge ratings, 50 million people that saw someone that had moderated his message for that national audience.
And just quickly, not to get ahead of it, I know we're still in election 2024, but people close to Josh Shapiro tonight are encouraging him to think about running for president in 2028. There will be a reckoning inside of the Democratic Party should Vice President Harris be defeated tonight. And whether it's Governor Newsom in California or Governor Shapiro, there are already donors in the Democratic Party, strategists trying to think through what does the future look like.
Or Governor Westmore in Maryland, too.
Or Westmore, Maryland. We could go through a list of about 20 or 30.
Yeah, yes, we could.
And there is a first mover's advantage here for any Democrat who wants to speak to their party in this moment of uncertainty and wobbliness. So, you know, what you're describing is real because all of these future ambitious politicians have a moment that they can seize to try to define what the Democratic Party is going to need to be in this new era.
We also see the same thing on the right because Trump has said this is his last campaign that he will ever run and is ready to hand the torch to J.D. Vance. Is that done? Oh, I thought I heard.
I know.
I heard crowd cheering. Excuse me.
That was the people on Times Square.
That it does hear like there is some commotion, and we did get what they call a 2-minute warning, which is a cue to the press and others that the former president of the United States is going to be walking out to the stage. And as soon as he does, we will take his remarks live. I'm struck by the conversation that we had earlier, which is what Trump will show up. It's interesting that we still ask that questions after having him on the national stage for more than a decade.
Well, and of course, we remember that after the speech that Tony referred to after winning in 2016, he gave the inaugural address about American carnage. Right. So it didn't last.
Well, look at this shit. AOC said, we ran 80,000 election simulations and women are pissed off and well organized in every one of them. What you didn't do was run election simulations on young men and see just how frustrated they are of being shitted on and forgotten about and being shamed for being masculine and being berated on social media for existing. They didn't account for that. And it fucked them terribly in this election cycle. It did. They weren't thinking about men in this equation. Certainly not young men. Hey, somebody clip that and ship it. Clip that for me, please.
3 times for any national party. He is a seismic force in American history.
Do we get a
Whether
normal
you
vibe without the two
dislike
sides?
him,
I mean,
hate
today we're
him,
just covering,
loathe
we're just
him,
doing a watch party,
love
bro.
him, or
I'm just going through,
This is a
reacting to
figure
like
now who has been
all
a
the different
nominee
sentiment
3
that's out there.
times and potentially winning the presidency twice after all of the convictions, all of the challenges.
Impeachments.
He might be back.
You know, it's interesting, Bob, when you mentioned The Apprentice. There's a movie out right now, The Apprentice, starring Jeremy Strong. And they were saying that training under Roy Cohn, the mantra is when attack, 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 deny, 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 never admit defeat, and never apologize. And people seem to think that that is what he continues to do in all areas of his life when he is faced with a problem.
Love your content. Keep doing you, brother. Mav, thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Well, as we sit here tonight. You know, it's interesting, when we started the night, guys, we kept saying it's going to be a long night.
Oh, yeah,
We're
you
not
heard
gonna
his
know
response?
anything
I didn't see that.
today.
Hold on.
Certainly not Pennsylvania. Now we're sitting
Where'd
here
it
a
go?
little
Shit.
after 2 o'clock, and it looks like that this race is over.
And that we were bracing collectively, I think, as a country for Donald Trump to preemptively declare victory. And I don't know that this is so preemptive at this point.
And while he doesn't have everything he needs to win, should he win, he'd be the oldest man ever elected and the second man to be elected at different times, joining Grover Cleveland.
130 years ago.
Yeah, someone who served 2 terms at different times.
And as we await the former president, I want to check in with Caitlin Huey-Burns because she is there in
Chat,
West.
do you realize that the amount of people that fell asleep already are going to wake up and either wake up fucking skipping the work happy, and another half are going to be fucking crying and probably taking a PTO for tomorrow because they can't cope with what's happening? Oh, fuck. It's going to be a shit show these next couple of days. It's going to be very, very emotional for a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Essentially have been parked there for much of this cycle because Donald Trump himself has been parked there. He has been calling it
Thanks for the
a
coverage. I
whole
appreciate you,
ballgame
Yellow. Thank
for
you.
several weeks and months now. And remember, it was in Butler, Pennsylvania that he survived an assassination.
I'm telling you, when he got shot at, I knew that this man was going to be president, bro. It's just, that was just such a big, bro, you just don't get shot at. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, it looks like Wisconsin is leaning definitely towards Trump. 92% of the votes are in. He's up 51-47. So it looks like if that holds, he would have flipped Wisconsin. He would have flipped Wisconsin again. So I think that's why they're making the call here. The battleground states, he took Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. He flipped 3. So, yeah, and if Wisconsin looking like this, I think that's why they called it for him, because he gets Wisconsin, it's over. It's already looking like that's going to be the case. You know what I'm saying? There, damn, that's that. Oh, look, so they even got him over here. They gave Wisconsin to him on this guy's stream right here. So he has a clear mandate, man. He just overwhelmingly won. Probably the popular and the electoral vote. It looks like anyway. There's Vivek, right? That's Vivek. No, that's yeah, that's Vivek. Yeah. I think he's gonna be he's gonna be in the cabinet probably or some shit. He ain't coming out to many, man. No, he can't come out to no music. I can't copyright. Copyright. Can't do that. We have to mute that shit. All right, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Twitter again, trying to follow up on stuff. You feel like you won? Why is that? Who won? They're calling it for Trump. They called PA. They called PA already. Trump got PA.
Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance
I forgot about this too. Him just doing something like this, going to McDonald's and just doing the everyday worker job, bro. Little shit like that resonated with middle of America. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like you understand like how relatable this shit is? And let's not forget, this became a fucking meme, a funny ass meme. Him hanging out the drive-through window was fucking hilarious. Like whether it's intentional or unintentional, he's managed to make himself memeable and that relates. And he just like, I guess if I were to give him credit, he ain't afraid to do shit like this to just show like, yeah, man, like I'm not above this. And that's what I think helps to make people feel related. Like you're related, you can relate to them. You know what I mean? Like you're not above or too good for that shit. Even if it's just a fucking gesture. I think all of those little things added up. And that's why he got the votes that he got. Across fucking a lot of different lines. That's the impressive part, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Harambe was better. He's stupid. I remember that year when it was a meme to put in Harambe for the vote. Remember that shit? Okay, I'm back. I can't sleep now. Welcome back, Lisa. By the way, if you're on, guys, if you want to join my community in Discord where we stay connected and do occasional movie nights in Discord, shit like that, just if you guys want to post stuff for me to react to, funny stuff for my TikToks and all that, join the community Discord. If you're on YouTube or on Kick, !Discord should give you the link. You can join it and meet other people in the community, hang out. Got a really dope crew of people, a wide range of people from various parts of the country, men, women, and everybody gets along. It's lovely. Really cool people. We're very open-minded, level-headed, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, you know, that's the cool part about it. It's difficult in these days to find people that you vibe with that have some fucking common sense. I think that's really what it comes down to, right? You're finding people that have common sense. You know what I mean?
Many of them have. I mean, former Trump critics, I might mention J.D. Vance. Yeah.
How are any of you okay with this? He is going to destroy everything, bro. You know, if I were to kind of challenge that question, I would say if he would have destroyed our country, wouldn't that have happened already in the first 4 years? You know, what I guess I would say, what's the fear now if he takes office for another 4 after he's been in office already? He's done the job. You know what I'm saying? We didn't go to war. There were no major wars as there are now. And that's just me challenging that idea. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to hear a counter to that. That's all.
Very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about.
He did that
things,
also because apparently the photo that was
Donald
going
Trump
around
of
Kamala and Nikki
like how quickly
probably photoshopped. Someone found the original photo. Okay.
Or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised. He may have the votes.
Elon giving out money. Yeah, I don't know. The Joe Rogan. I think more importantly, I don't think it was just the Joe Rogan endorsement. It was the Joe Rogan podcast. The amount of views on that Trump one in a matter of 24 hours, was astronomical. In comparison, Kamala went on the Call Me Daddy podcast. Never heard this chick a day in my life or the podcast. Not to take nothing away from her, but simply to say that it's not Rogan. And Rogan wanted Kamala in there and they rejected it. That burned them so bad. what the biggest mistake Democrats and Kamala's campaign made was they did not go to where the men were, not outright. She didn't go do Rogan. She didn't go, as I said earlier, on Kai Cenat's stream, sit down with him. She didn't go to where young men frequent and speak to them to help build a relationship with them, to win them over. Trump went on Aiden's live stream. Trump went on the Rogan's podcast. He connected with that audience and in a way that Kamala didn't do.
In the courts,
he would be prosecuted, and a judge and jury would decide whether or not he should be convicted of those crimes.
I want to show you very quickly a photo of Donald Trump apparently taken backstage.
What's chat talking about?
This is not it, but there it is. So he's...
I think that was posted by one of his sons, just mentioned by Garrett Hake a few moments ago. So.
One of the other... I'm sorry, I was going to say, one of the other things, I think there is still some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump as well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral vote. What does the popular vote look like? And what do these other battlegrounds look like? Yes, we've called here at NBC News, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all still out there.
What's Kyle saying in
His
IG?
Campaign,
Is he wilding out?
Would be thrilled with a battleground sweep if that's
IG
what
chat
it
talking about
turns out
Kyle
to
go
be.
to bed.
Are they
What did I
that will
miss?
drive them over
What did I miss in IG, bro? Sometimes you got to do the difficult thing to sway people. Trump did that. I agree. I think Trump did do he rolled up his sleeves and got dirty, if you will. You know, he did the things to show like, hey man, like I'm with you, you know, and that clearly resonated with fucking people. That end the story. You know, I hate that I'm looking on social media and people are trying to spin it like, oh, well, men did this because men hate women, don't want women to be president. Like what? Bro, I promise you, if there was a likable candidate, if Kamala, Kamala, I always keep on saying it the other way. If Kamala was not part of the White House, if she was just fresh out of the Senate, she probably would have had a lot better chance because she could distance herself and say, like, I'm not Joe, I'm not part of that administration. But she was already carrying over the stink from the Biden administration being the VP. Then they shove her in without a primary. That rubbed people the wrong way. And then she only had 100 days. So like she was a victim of the circumstances. Unfortunately, this really blew it for her because she probably could have had a legit chance of being a president, but there's just too much stink on her, in my opinion, at this point. And now that she lost this, I don't think that she rebounds and comes back in 2028 to run. I think it's done for her. She got to go back and just be in the Senate or some shit. I don't think she comes back at all to even try and run again. I don't see it. But if she wasn't connected to the Biden administration, if she wasn't the VP, if she had more time, I think it could have swayed easily. You know, maybe it was a smidge more likable. I don't think she's super likable, but if she was a little bit more likable, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking.
There's much different people that have gotten close to him over these 4 years. So it may be a little different, and everyone that signs up sort of knows what to expect. I think when you talk about people like Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, these are people who stayed very close to him.
Just a reminder in IG,
they ran
man.
against him, but they stayed very
just
close.
make sure everybody's respectful, man. That's all I ask. Everybody can share your opinions. I'm all for, you know, free speech and you know, just please be respectful, man. Don't attack each other. We ain't here for that. You know what I mean?
Steve Bannon, still an outside advisor. I'm told not planning to go back to the White House, but I think these are people who will continue to be in his
They'll be in his ear. But I wonder, to your point, though, Lester, when we look at this campaign, one of the things that was much different than what was on 2020 and 2016.
Trip came over to Kick and gifted a sub. What a fucking legend, bro. Thank you for gifting your first sub over on Kick, bro. I appreciate that, man.
Chris Lasavita,
Thank
who I
you.
covered for a long time
That's a real one right there,
political
bro.
reporter
Real
in
one
Virginia,
right
Susie
there.
Wiles. They at least kept the overall message of the campaign very focused throughout the entire time. Now,
Rafet said, I agree. I'd love to see a woman president someday.
From time to time, that may.
I'm telling you, I would have, I believe most people would not, especially men. I don't think most men would have an issue voting a woman into president. Bro, we're so beyond that. Oh, Trump's coming out now.
Message and
He's about to take the stage. Let's listen.
Here's Donald.
Copyright. I can't play the music. Proud to be in, you know, we already know what song that is. Just sit tight, sit tight. We're about to hear Trump speak, y'all. Now, what they were, goddamn, Barron grew up big, tall as fuck. Holy shit, bro. Bro is a giant. How tall is Barron? What the fuck? He towers over everyone, bro. Anyway, they said that Barron gave Trump the idea to go on Aiden's stream, which was fucking genius, if that's the case. Genius. Look at Dana White. If Dana White gets a cabinet position, bro, that's going to be crazy. Imagine Dana White is the Secretary of Defense. Oh, my God. We got to wait for the music to end, y'all. Sorry about that. We got to wait for the music to end. Imagine Dana White as Secretary of Defense, man. All right, we're waiting for, sorry, y'all. We, copyright and shit. Chi-Town love. Oh, Trip, you fellow Chicagoan? My man, brother. My man. My man. Oh, shit. What did I just do? Sorry. No, what did I just do? Chat. Oh, we'll go to Fox. All right, we're still waiting. I think I hit the wrong button over here. Hold on. Jesus Christ, they're still playing the music. All right, we're waiting. Almost done. Thank
you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement.
See how he says friends?
Like nobody's ever seen before.
He makes people feel like they're a part of it. That's how he wins people over.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
He might not be lying. This actually might be true. I don't think we will ever see anything like this again.
A new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
That's kind of wild to have two presidential numbers. Like, I'm 45 and 47.
Every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This
he just busted a Grover Cleveland, yeah.
For the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But
if that's true, that's huge, y'all. That's a clear mandate. That's a very clear mandate.
It's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great
it looks like he's it looks like he's winning it.
Love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
He's about to have all 3, bro. Holy shit. Bro, talk about a come up. Holy fuck.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron.
Hey, is Hassan Piker
Laura,
melting down? I have to
Jared,
check on Hassan.
Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help.
If we could, yeah.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife.
It said World War III, let's go. Tame up, Scotty. You see what's happening now with Biden?
Guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow.
Bro, I'm awake to hear you laugh.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
It's all about the money, folks. All about the money.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special.
Perfection said amazing. First time I voted, and we won.
And lost that little.
What made you vote for Trump?
That little.
As your first time voter.
Special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden.
Who's Susie?
Chris, come here, Chris.
Who's Susie, chat, and Chris?
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
Is he like
this wasn't expected, but I just want to thank
campaign chair or something?
President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and
Who
he's
is
a
he,
hell of a
chat?
candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles.
Wait, Waltz lost Minnesota? Did Minnesota flip red? No way.
Thank you, Susie.
Can we confirm that?
Look at her. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in
yeah, they're saying that he won.
and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up.
Saying
2
first
weeks
time
ago.
voting, and I had to.
And I saw that
If you
rocket,
voted
I
first
saw
time
it
voter
coming down. I
as a
saw
man
it.
for
It
Trump,
was-
I'm curious
when
why.
it left,
What
it
was your
beautiful,
reasoning?
Shiny white when it came
What was the
down.
important issue for
It
you?
didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000
No judgment.
miles an hour.
Just
It
wanna
was
hear.
burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat.
Bearded vet. I'm going to answer that
But
here
I saw it
momentarily.
come
I got
down
you.
And turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. and it came down, and you saw that
Economy,
fire burning.
yeah.
And I'm saying, only
That's
Elon
basically
can
what
do
it
this.
is.
It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man
I'll see y'all
on the
voted for Trump
phone.
first time.
I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man. Happens to be
You don't sound
here.
very happy? I'm good.
A very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's a
Guys, for everybody talking about war, y'all, you realize that we're involved in some shit now with the current administration.
I want to see this.
And we've been pouring billions of dollars
Space
over
Age
there.
movie or something.
That
put the
argument, I
phone
don't like
down.
that because you
But I didn't pick it
magically
up for
forget that there's some shit
45
happening
minutes
right
and it
now
was
with the current
holding.
administration.
But this spaceship came down,
that
and I
don't
saw
hold water
those
to me.
engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No.
I'm going to answer
Can
you guys'
China
question
do it? No.
after the speech, okay?
Can
I
the
got you.
United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built
Did it
lakes
get
out
worse?
of nothing. Fields became lakes.
We weren't in.
And the danger was unbelievable.
We weren't in any
And the
major
people from
conflicts
North
when he was in his
Carolina came to me
first
and they
term
said,
presidency.
Would it be possible, at all possible?
I mean, there might have been like
for you to
special
speak to Elon
ops going
Musk?
on and
We
stuff, but there was no
need
major
Starlink.
war we were involved
I
in.
said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication.
all
the
damn
wires
night.
were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon,
I got you, bro.
you have
Sit tight.
something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives.
What's up, Chase?
But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot.
This man's so funny with his commentary.
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
You know it, Bearded.
So Dana started UFC, and
Dana gonna be the
do you mind if I use
Secretary of
nobody wanted to
Defense.
give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
I fuck with Dana. I fuck with Dana. Nah, he a real ass motherfucking guy, for real.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Dana going off. Holy shit, Dana.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least,
Joe Rogan.
the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Dana's the connection.
Thank you, America.
I forgot about that.
You. Have a good night.
Chad, I forgot about that. Dana's the reason why he got connected to all these podcasters, the Nelk boys.
No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers.
Dana's the bridge that connected the dots.
Like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important
Rogan sealed the deal with endorsement. I think the podcast is what sealed the deal.
So historic.
Endorsement was just like the icing on the cake.
Built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at
his
it.
dad was assassinated. Isn't JFK's uncle?
Analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners: union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was.
He really did, because the votes reflect that he got a really good cross section of people
around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
This is why I'm telling you, I said it before, him getting the assassination attempt
reason was to save
solidified
our country and to restore America to greatness.
I saw this coming.
And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, there is the essentially we haven't got a concession. You know, Kamala's not going to say nothing tonight. They're not going to concede anything. That's really what's going to be the final ending to this whole story right here, you know, which is the concession. But they're gonna sit on it, and they're gonna wait until every little thing comes in before that happens. And we'll see. We're gonna see. We'll find out if they're gonna string it along and challenge it and such. The last they said that she wasn't going to speak until tomorrow morning, so later today or whatever, because it is whatever 2 a.m. here Central Time or whatever. We'll see how that's going to play out. They may decide to push it and challenge it and recount stuff. Who knows? Some areas look like it's pretty close, but we'll wait to see what happens here. The other thing that I forgot about that link though. You know, with Dana White being involved. And he mentioning it, that was the connection. Dana White is directly connected with a lot of the streamers, in the streaming space, the streamers and content creators. So he was part of that bridge that connected Trump to Aiden Ross, Nelk Boys, and Rogan. And that right there played a huge part in getting Trump in front and motivating male voters to get out and get involved and swing their votes. And I think for me, the big takeaway from this election was that mostly everyone else, mostly the Democratic Party, weren't thinking about men. And I can tell you from so much of the sentiment from young men online that they feel as if they're forgotten about, they're not cared for, they're hated on. You know, they get slammed for being too masculine, toxic masculinity. And you see all the dating rhetoric. There's a lot of man hating and stuff like that. A lot of young men feel left off to hang on their own. And he went out and touched them in a way that made them feel like I'm part of something. And I think that's why we saw the male vote, young male vote come out the way it did. And then I think unexpectedly, the kind of sleeper in all of this was the Hispanic vote that was really split and more favorable towards Trump in key areas. I don't think anybody saw that coming, to be honest with you. I even me, I didn't see that coming myself. So I think that was a very interesting kind of play in all of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, for what it's worth, all right, I'm gonna go full screen here. For what it's worth, because I think we're gonna wrap this thing up here. All right, for what it's worth. By the way, we are. Let's see here. For what it's worth, for those of you who are still here with me, we are. I am in Chicago, Illinois. It's through and through blue. All right. It's through and through blue. And, well, that was my vote. It didn't mean much here. It didn't mean much here because Illinois voted blue. It didn't mean much, but that is where I was at with it. All right. You still here with me? Who's still here? Ask who's still here. I bet you Trump pardons a lot of the January 6 people.
Trial. There are new arrests that have occurred.
I bet you he pardons them.
The past few days. There were people in court on Tuesday. There are more.
I'm still here on YouTube. I'm gonna kick you, real one triple.
In connection with January 6th, the prospect of
you can't really see it.
Going to
it was
trial
Trump.
May have just diminished through the course of the past 24 hours.
And it was honestly because for me, economically, and it was also because I looked at,
may have changed over the.
You know, the reason I voted for Trump, and again, being in Illinois, it didn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, but I think it means something in the total votes in terms of popular vote. That it still shows that, you know, that there was sentiment here about that. Anyway, what I will say is that for me, it was very much the economy. We need to get money flowing again. When there's more money out flowing around for everyone, we are better off, and we can sort through many of the other things. In fact, a lot of the other issues that we're dealing with aren't as bad of issues if there's money flowing in our country and we're prosperous. People are not living paycheck to paycheck. People got a little extra money to indulge and have fun and do things they want to do. So for me, it was very much a thing about the economy. I also really like the fact that this time around, Trump surrounded himself with really Elon, Vivek, Dana White. And I also took into consideration his first presidency. We didn't have a big war. You know, there's a better, the immigration flow was better than it is now, for sure. He didn't do anything super wilding out. Now I know he didn't. There was a lot of controversy. He was firing cabinet members. It seemed like there was turmoil and stuff. But he didn't, in my opinion, he didn't do something so outrageous. We didn't get dragged into a world war, because that's what people thought initially when he was going to get elected. We were going to go straight into war, nuclear. Just, you know, it's over with, end of days. But he didn't. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed as though that he was pretty firm with interacting with foreign leaders like Putin and such, Kim Jong-un. You know what I mean? Like, so to me, those were key factors in it. You know what I mean? I remember when Trump was in office, first term, it was a little bit better on the pockets. Yep. Yeah, the banner was exhausting, but it gets straight to business. Yeah. And I think that's actually a fair assessment, Monica. He was super chatty. It kind of got annoying. Like you kind of want to just get in there and get the job done. He was always on Twitter. It made for some funny days, but like at the same time, I get the point of like, all right, bro, just kind of get to work. Hopefully this time is different, where he's just more focused on. Now that he's been in that seat, he knows what to expect. So hopefully the second time around, it's a smoother overall experience. I'm interested to see how Elon, how RFK, how Dana, how Vivek are going to the other venture capitalist, what's his name, y'all? Help me out here. He's oh God. I think he used to run SoFi. Come on, so I know somebody in chat knows. I know Escobar knows what I'm talking about. I think he's Indian as well, perhaps. Alan's still here. Thank you, brother. So you voted Trump? Yep. I could have been anywhere in the world, but I'm here with you, still here. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that. No, not Oliver. Someone help me out here. He's God damn it. Who is? It's not gonna come to the top of my head. I know someone has to know who I'm talking about. I believe he's Indian, of Indian descent as well. He's a big venture venture capitalist now. Anyway, he is very well informed. In fact, he made waves because he was Democratic, but he came out and endorsed Trump, and which was like a big deal at the time. No, not Peter Thiel. He's like an Indian descent. God damn it, what's his name? Hold on, let me type it up. American venture capitalist. Who endorsed Trump? Let me see. No. No, that's not him. Fuck, bro. I'm not no, let me try some sort of founder of SoFi. Nah, that's not him either. God, I can't remember. It'll come to me, man. It'll come to me at some point. It'll come to me some point. Nah, I don't think it's Vivek. Is it? No, it's not Vivek. Hold on. Vivek. Nah, not Vivek. Not Ben either. Nah, bro's like he's kind of Indian-ish. I think he's Indian. And not Anthony, nah. It's fine. I'm sure it'll come to me at a later point, man. I don't know why I'm brain farting so hard right now. What's Vivek's last name? Wait, let me look at it. Let me see it again. Joe Rogan just posted, y'all. Holy shit. That's funny. I bet you going forward, no presidential nominee will fucking skip Rogan's podcast. I promise you, they will not fucking skip it. Let's see what this says right here. Let's take a look at this.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat,
Probably
if
goes 3 a.m.
Donald
it is.
Trump is elected president.
10-minute ads, where?
They can
on my YouTube channel?
Confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, The Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check. I mean, let's talk about the significance.
Yep. When you think about it, if that happens, Trump's both of his presidencies will be some of the most unique, because think about his first presidency. How many justices did he get to appoint? 3? 2 or 3? That's like rare that a president gets to do 1. He had like 2, at least 2, maybe 3 appointments during his first term alone, which is how the Supreme Court got weighted the way it is now. And if he comes back in for his second term and he comes in with a full House with Republican Senate and Republican House, bro, like, I don't know. It's hard not to think that this shit was not ordained, because like, what are the odds that in both your terms you get like the stacked deck? You know what I mean? Chamath. Yes. Thank you. Fuck. There it is. Yes. Yo, shout out to Alan. Fucking thank you. So here's Chamath. Oh, he's Sri Lankan. So apologies on that. Anyway, he came out and endorsed Trump, and he came out and said that he was, I think he's a citizen now, right? I think so, because I think he said he can vote. Yeah, he has dual citizenship. So yeah, he said that he was Democratic, and that he was flipping for for Trump. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chamath has, gets something, who knows what he's going to be offering these guys, but I like Chamath a lot. He's very intelligent and wise on business and money and stuff like that. So, we could have, I like that there could be new people brought in that aren't from the usual swamp that may actually make meaningful impact for everyday people. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing, because when you're bringing in Elon, who's worth billions, when you're bringing in Chamath, who's worth millions and multi-millions and shit like that, I don't think that these folks are swayed in the way of money, because they have money and power already. So maybe, just maybe this is me just being a little optimistic. Maybe just maybe they would actually do shit because it's just the better thing to do for more people, because they're not swayed by getting lobbies in their pockets and shit like that. Because these motherfuckers already got money. They already got shit. So that again, that maybe it's just me being optimistic and such, but that's an angle that I can kind of see at this playing out. You know what I mean? So, man, what can I say, y'all? What a fucking day. What a day. Let's see what they're saying here.
A little bit longer than it has in years past, because in most counties it's a 2-page ballot, not a 1-page ballot. So you multiply that times hundreds of thousands of ballots, it slows the process down a little bit. So any of these races that are particularly
still looks like
here, could take days, if not 10 to 13 days even, to know who won, to have all of those votes counted.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. Let's check in with correspondent Lilia Luciano. She is in Las Vegas, Nevada. Good evening, Lilia.
All right, y'all. I think that's it for today, man. What a crazy day. Listen, now, we're going to wait to see how this plays out. I'm sure there might be challenges. We're going to see if Kamala makes a concession tomorrow. It's going to be a complete meltdown on social media. So just trying to get sucked into that shit. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Trip. Thank you for being here, bro. Don't be a stranger. Well, I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but it's going to be interesting. I think that's for sure. We'll stream again tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a brief update on what's going on, and then shit, I don't know. I think maybe we just need to, oh wow, they got a Sam Brown, who looks like he's severely had some kind of, I don't know who that is, but
Here, it's one of the places where the groceries are the most expensive, with the fastest.
oh, he
rising
beating out
rents,
the
and
incumbent.
the highest unemployment in the country. And what we're seeing right now, of course, this race hasn't been called. There's many more votes that will be counted over here until Saturday. Mail-in.
Yo, Trip with another fucking gifted, bro. What a legend. Thank you for that love, brother. Hooked up Miss K. That's good people right there. Just because you put on a hell of a show. Oh shit, bro. You're a real one. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that love for real. Appreciate that, man. Moon, I'm a brother. Been a pleasure. Yeah. Thank you for being here, bro. Have a good day. Don't be a stranger, man. Guys, if you're on YouTube, when I don't stream on YouTube, I'm always on my Kick. That's where we do like our gaming, our vibe and chilling. Right now, we're in the middle of like doing a horror games and stuff like that. So we might dabble back into that to finish this one crazy ass horror game we were playing. We started last week, but yeah, we'll be live again later today to basically see where we're at. We'll talk about some more stuff, see where the election stuff is, do a quick like touch up on that. And then probably get into whatever else there is going on. It might just be more of this stuff. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of meltdowns. We're going to see some stuff. So that's it, man. So thank y'all so much, man. Have a great, wonderful time. If you're on TikTok, don't forget to hit the link in my bio so you get my YouTube channel, my Kick channel. Please sub over there so you guys don't miss the lives. When I'm not on TikTok, I'm on my other platforms. And I hope to have some funny stuff coming soon for y'all as I get back into everything. And I'll be working on some videos down the road here explaining where I've been for the last 3 months, everything that's happened in life, and sharing more personal stories about all that, and some more stuff for folks and shit. So that's it, man. I had a great time with y'all. I really, really did. A great time. Have a great night, and I'll see y'all soon. Peace, y'all.